Are you struggling for consistency in your sim racing? Does your iRating look like a roller coaster? If so, we have good news for you. The way to get more consistent is to first understand what you're doing differently than the professionals. And VRS is the answer. With our competitive subscription, you will have the telemetry, setups, tutorials, and everything else you need to fully analyze your driving. Our data packs and the ability to compare your driving with the best in the world will show you exactly where to adjust your inputs, change your driving line, and shave seconds off of your lap times. And our powerful and precise Direct Force Pro wheelbase and precision pedals are being used by some of the world's best drivers. All these champions agree that VRS hardware is not just the best on the market, it's also racingschool.com, and learn why the best use VRS.
Majesty of the full Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, the home of British motorsport and the site for a very special event today. Welcome everyone watching on Apex Racing TV to the very first Willpower 6-hour sim endurance race put on by the motorsport mental health organisation Driven Minds. It is a special event, 2 classes of car competing today, some 28 teams contesting for victory both overall and in their class. It should be an excellent contest from start to finish, lots of competitive lap times coming in through qualifying at the moment, which means it brings one key element that we all love in motorsport: unpredictability. There is no certainty who is going to walk away with victory this afternoon. Well, good afternoon everybody, welcome to the event, welcome to the broadcast. Thank you to our partners at Apex Racing TV for putting this on for us this weekend. Scott Woodward's here on commentary, joined for the first time making her commentary debut, having plenty of time to learn the ropes, is one half of the main duo behind Driven Minds, and that is Katie Ramsey-Goff. Katie, first of all, welcome to the commentary booth for the first time. I know you're a little bit nervous before getting going, but you've got 6 hours to learn the craft as we go on. This event, of course, very, very special. This has been put together between yourself and, of course, and your very dedicated husband, Nick, who's racing in this race today. How satisfying is it for you guys to see such a great turnout, such a great event, and what should be a really entertaining racing prospect over the next 6 hours?
It's amazing, and there has been some emotions this morning because it was an idea that Nick sort of wanted to put forward a number of months ago, and to see it happen today, and watching the cars go around qualifying and about to start a 6-hour endurance race, it's absolutely amazing to see. So today will be an endurance race itself, and then I guess sort of me learning how to commentate over 6 hours, so people watching will be able to see both the racing and myself kind of fumble through the next few hours.
You sounded perfectly fine to me there, so I'm sure you'll be absolutely fine. Right, so let's quickly explain what we've got racing today. Of course, we've got 2 classes. For those of you familiar with iRacing will know these cars pretty much inside out, because they are relatively part of the introduction to racing when you join iRacing. First off, the top class is the Legacy Radical SR8, and we've got a good entry of them for this event. The other class being the ever popular Mazda MX-5 Mark IV Cup cars. Now, for those of you who will have watched, let's say on my side of things, from BRSCC circles, remember the Winter Esports series, they've used these cars twice, but they are a very popular car across the service. They're one of the free kind of rookie cars that you get when you start in this event, in competing in iRacing. But the Radical has been one of the longest standing cars that's been on the service, and so it's always a familiar car. And you can see on the left hand side of the screen, the timing system is separated by classes, so you'll be able to see who is leading what at which time. You're looking at the Baller Squad racing car of Emre Burak Sonmez, who has, I would like to think, possibly a name of Turkish persuasion, by the looks of things. But he's currently put his car in 3rd on the grid for Ballers. Currently on pole position in the Radical class is the Sim Racers Room Duo, 1 minute 54.390. In fact, they've just gone even quicker. That was their best time set on their previous lap as you see on the screen there. And that team is Mon Deploy and the American Jason Harrison. And a good mix of youth and experience on that squad. We'll get into some of the info on some of the teams and drivers as we go on. Emery not quite keeping it on the road through the arena section as he spins off from third. Thomas Merritt is one to look out for this weekend as we look at the Positive Perceptions esports car, Simon Wilkes. Car currently 6th in the time, so that's going to start from the third row of the grid. One car which I think is going to be quite interesting, Katie, is Thomas Merritt. Of course, he's familiar with those who follow the BRSUC Fiesta Junior Championship, competed in the recent Winter Esports Series Season 3, but he's putting on a pretty unique feat today, Katie, is that he's attempted to drive all 6 hours solo by himself, which is not an easy thing to do, particularly when you've got no other co-driver.
Absolutely. I think it's going to be amazing to watch, obviously both Thomas but everyone else who is sort of going on it solo, and there's a couple of drivers today doing that. I don't know how someone could drive for 6 hours, particularly the amount of concentration required and sort of keeping everything in check, so it's going to be fantastic to watch. And I think we definitely can see, a lot of junior drivers coming through in, sort of racing actually on circuit, the importance that they place on using sim racing to sort of really kind of hone their skill set, get used to circuits, and I think we'll definitely see that coming through today.
Certainly plenty of time for him to get used to it. He's been driving quite a bit in that sense. Here's someone who's been actually played his part in putting this event together from his expertise of helping the BRACC Winter Esports Series, of course, which we're very thankful in doing so. Will Blackwell Chambers, who is all too familiar with this circuit, at least the GP layout, after he took 3 victories at the opening rounds recently of the Clapham North Mazda MX-5 Super Cup. This is the Clapham North number 43 Radical. And that car currently sat at the moment in 8th in the times, so he's sharing that with his Clapham North teammate Matt Kendall. And at the moment, he's starting from the 4th row. They were a pretty dominant force and was one of the front-running teams, the duo in the Winter Esports Series. But looks as though Katie's got slightly tougher competition now. He switched from the more familiar kind of rear-wheel drive BMW tin top to an open Radical prototype. Quick, but he's got some pretty stiff competition up against them today.
Absolutely, and I think, I don't think it can be underestimated to change the type of car that you've been used to, been practicing in, and what you're comfortable with, to jump into something completely different in terms of how it handles and how you're to race it, essentially, and to do it over a 6-hour period as well. So I guess, similar to myself and my commentating debut, I think we'll have enough time to really kind of get used to the feel of the car, how it works, and to make the most of it.
Absolutely, they've done plenty of testing to do so. Now here's a car I think that Katie will be slightly cheering on throughout the race. This is the Resilience Racing with Morwin Motorsport with Nick Ramsey-Goff at the wheel of it. Now that car currently sat at the moment just in 11th place, so just outside the top 10. And of course, Nick is no stranger to endurance racing in general. He's done plenty of racing in something a little bit slower, a little bit smaller, being a Citroen C1 endurance car in the Silver Lake C1 Endurance Series. But he's also a keen sim racer as well, as we know. So I know Nick's been putting in a ton of work in behind the scenes to get this race done. So is this now the part where you can finally relax a little bit and actually get on with the job of what we're all here for, which is to race and to have fun about it, do you think?
I think so. And, he's been saying to himself the last couple of weeks, it's not about who crosses the line in first for him. He wants everyone to go out and have a really fantastic day. But at the end of the day, he's a racing driver himself as well. So there's always going to be that competitive element within him to make sure that he's up there and is performing. Obviously with his teammate as well, being my brother. He's been sim racing for a fair amount of time and it's very much second nature to him. So I think there's going to be an element of competitiveness between them. I think Nick wants to make sure that he's a good, strong teammate for him. And then obviously overall to get a good result.
It's safe to say, literally, because he's pretty much right next to you, right behind you whilst you're talking here. No race and drive excuses. We can sniff them out quite straight away if he tries to excuse anything other than his driving ability. Well, he's now going to put it to the test because qualifying has completed, so we're going to get set for 6 hours of racing. You'll see at the top as well and bottom, we've got a donation bar, a donation link, because of course this is all in support of Driven Minds, which is a fantastic motorsport mental health organisation, of which of course Nick and Katie are the main driving forces behind, and I'm proud to be an ambassador of myself as well and have benefited from some of their help and support personally. So if you're watching and want to actually support and give a hand, you can click the link, head to the link below, justgiving.com/crowdfunding/driven/minds and go ahead and donate. Doesn't matter how big or small, any kind of support I'm certain is much appreciated, because this is of course a race in support of that, and it's to help essentially to increase the presence, increase the effect of the mental health support in motorsport paddocks that Driven Minds can give, and also to help train marshals to give mental health first aid training on top of it in case drivers might need it after an incident. So just before we get going and go towards the grid, Katie, just quickly explain. Essentially, this is going to be going towards some of the hard work that you and Nick and other ambassadors and champions of the organisation do to help them kind of be more effective on any other events which Driven Minds are going to be able to attend.
Absolutely. So I completed my mental health first aid training about 5 years ago now, and can see the benefit not just in helping others around me, but also myself as well, to be able to recognise signs in yourself that maybe something isn't quite right. And even though the training is really focused on that kind of crisis mode when people really are struggling, it also helps you to look at the warning signs when someone isn't quite being themselves. There may be something going on, and then to be able to signpost to get help and support. You know, and as you mentioned, sort of, you know, marshals are first on the scene of an incident, and they obviously get drivers out of the cars and making sure that they're okay. And I think that needs to stretch from not just the physical side, but the mental side as well. And then also marshals themselves, they witness incidents. I think it's a pressure. It's a volunteer role, and yet they're committing time and effort and energy into a race weekend so we can all go out there and enjoy it. And they need to to be fit and healthy as well. And I think when you're out on post for a very, very long day with a small kind of group of people together, it'd be really good to kind of strengthen that support out there between the marshal community, and they can all help each other.
Helping each other is what it's all about, and we'll certainly get to do that over the next 6 hours, and anyone who also helps to donate as well. So the car's getting set for their rolling start. We'll give you through the grid and also start drivers for each, you can see on the screen. So Sim Racers Room took the overall pole positions. They'll start from the front of the grid with Jaden Harrison start taking the starts. The Sim Motorsport entered car with Thomas Merritt running solo, but watch for him from the front row of the grid. Hamish Easner will start with a 757 Happy Minds car from third on the grid alongside Emre Burak Sonmez for Baller Squad Racing. Then it's the third row for Alexander Manalou for GSG Racing and John McCutchinson for Team Redline. Good to see Team Redline in the third. If that is the Team Redline, I think it is. Then it's Will Blackwood Chambers for Clapham North. He starts that car from 7th alongside Simon Wilkes for Positive Perception Esports. And then rounding out the 10 radicals that we have on the grid is Stephen Kernick for Team Heaped Together and MA Racing's Martin Corkwell, who is a regular in the BMW Compact Cup from last year. Then there's a rose gap before we get to the MX5 class with Paul Greatrix taking the pole for SR Donation Society Black. Next to Charlie Devlin, who'll start the number 9 Pass on the Grass racing car. Mark Bunyan's SR Donation Society Yellow car will start third in class alongside Daryl Bennett in the Bennett Motorsport car number 7. Fred Evans in the second of the Perceptive Perception Esport cars in the field. He'll start from 5th on the grid in MX5s alongside James M. Whitehead for Team Sakura Engineering. Followed by Craig Starkey and Mark Blunt for GRDC Endurance Racing and MBM Racing. Mark Blunt, a regular in the Vinyl Detail ST150 Challenge. Then Daniel Moffat and for Wizzy Motorsport and Team Shift Motorsport's Alex R. Walker starting from the next row. And right from the back, it's great to have a Mission Motorsport car, Mission Motorsport 101 with Linda Noble. She will start the machine ahead of Christopher Howland, who we know, of course, from many times racing in C1s. So, as the field rolls up 2 by 2, some fantastic looking cars, great spread of liveries. We're about to get the first ever Driven Minds Willpower 6 hour underway, 6 hours of the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. 2 classes available for grabs, but of course one overall win is what they're all chasing. And as they run up in perfect 2 by 2 formation with a small gap in between, the red lights come up and the first ever Willpower 6 hour is underway. And straight from pole position, Jaden Harrison will charge towards Abbey Corner in the lead, and he will hold on to the advantage. And already he's got Hamish Easner up into 2nd or 3rd positions. The cars make their way down towards the complex the first time. Key thing to remember, of course, with everyone involved, you cannot win this race on the first lap. Take it steady, everyone's going to be jostling for position. If you look back and see the MX5s, it looks as though it's going to be Paul Greatrix who will hold on to the lead. In fact, Charlie Devlin's gone to 2nd place, so Charlie Devlin moving up from Paul Greatrix on the front row. But it looks as though, Katie, after the first few corners, everyone has done what we hoped they would. Everyone has heeded the warning not to try and win it on the first lap. They've all got through safely as they head up through Luffield. It's the pole sitter, Jaden Harrison, keeping the advantage while there's plenty of squabbling going on mid-pack.
Yes, I did hear the driver's briefing this morning, and it's very much a reminder. It is an endurance race. Definitely can't win it on lap 1. It's what I say to my teams and drivers in the C1 Racing Endurance. It is all about keeping it clean, getting through the first few laps, surviving and settling in to get the consistent lap times in.
Already we've got a bunch of cars packing up as a one car was drifting wide. I think that might have been Emre Burak Sonmez running wide in the number 18 machine. So he's now dropped back a couple of places, exiting Cops. There is Daryl Bennett for Bennett Motorsport, one of the ambassadors for Driven Minds Racing. He's racing hard in 5th position behind the Positive Perception esports car, which currently has at the moment Fred Coleman Evans at the wheel. He's now making a move on the exit of Cops as they go side by side. This is always a risky move to make if you're trying to power past somebody in towards Magus Beckett's and Chapel, which is one of the fastest parts of this course. But Bennett realising, again, heeding that warning, there's no winning this race on lap number 1, so he slots back in. He's got 6 hours of racing to try and get past him and move up the order. But even though it is a 6-hour race, all these guys, Katie, have got off pretty much like it is a 15-minute sprint, but they're being a lot more civilised than you probably would find in some other sprint races, which is pretty impressive given that they've heeded the warning.
Absolutely. Both watching in sprint and endurance, I've sat up in race control a number of times. It's tend to where I park myself for the beginning of a race just so I can see everyone getting through, and then obviously capturing anyone who's been a bit naughty. But they're definitely acting like it's a sprint. Oh, yeah, just a little knock just there, and a car off the circuit.
It's Craig Starkey in the GRDC Endurance car, number 1, 2, 3. I think just getting a little bit loose on the exit of Stowe Corner. The leaders and the Radicals have already completed their first lap as they come onto the Hangar Straight for the first time. There's a group of 5 that have started to pull away. I was about to give a lap 1 rundown, but I might not have time to do it because Simon Wilkes is under pressure from position here, from Alexander Malalou in towards Brooklands. And he tries to hold position. Malalou holds the outside line, and this is him trying to just about hold if he can. And the ESG racing car getting good momentum on the exit of Luffield, now through Woodcote once again as they shift up through the gears. Just ahead of them, the change on for second place. Thomas Merritt fires up the inside to try and take second in the Sim Motorsport number 12 car through Cops. I say about treating it like a 15-minute sprint. These guys are properly going at it, and here comes the Team Redline car number 69 trying to squeeze its way through for 3rd place. And that is John McCutcheon really giving it everything, but now he's under threat from the Clapham North car for Blackwell Chambers. It's only lap 2, and it really is acting like it's all like a dash for the cash, and it's over in the next couple of laps.
Yeah, definitely my heart rate is up at the moment. Even with being sim racing, it's a lot of kind of moments already, so it definitely feels like a sprint race. It's definitely going to feel like a long 6 hours if they continue this energy up. Obviously, as a spectator, definitely hope it remains this spicy.
Let's hope so. This is always tends to be the case, particularly in the early stages of an endurance race. Everyone starts to feel each other out. Everyone starts to try and find the gaps, try and see who their main competition is going to be. And then once the race goes on, pit stops start to come through, the strategy starts to come together, and that's when you start to see the main contenders. Some might take it a little bit slower, some might be the tortoises in the pack starting off, and the hares who want to sprint off and take the early advantage and set the pace. Fastest cars out there sometimes aren't always the ones that make it to the flag first, because it can be clever pit stop strategy that can help. Also, clever passing can help if more Blackwell Chambers can get around John McCutcheon's team Radline car. I misread that, forgive me. So the Team Radline car, John McCutcheon, is up there in currently 4th position. Will Blackwell Chambers, who knows his car, as I mentioned, from taking 3 victories in the MX5 Super Cup season opener a couple of weeks ago, almost knows the circuit roughly like the back of his hand. Slightly different car to the Mazda, but the Radical certainly giving him plenty of machine to work with. We've already got the Martin Corkwell 777 car in the pit lane, so obviously issues for that car as it's tumbled down to the back of the Radical class. And as we go to our MX5s, it is Charlie Devlin for Pass on the Grass Racing, car number 9, that leads the way at the end of lap number 2 for them, with the 2 SR Donation Society cars running line astern in 2nd and 3rd, yellow ahead of black. And it's the Positive Perception Esports blue car in 4th position from Bennett Motorsport with Daryl Bennett at the wheel. So everyone's roughly settled down already in these first couple of laps, it seems. It's taken a couple of laps of energy to kind of shake themselves out, Katie, but particularly the MX5's class, it looks a little more civilised than it did with the Radicals a couple of moments ago.
It does, but I always think when it comes to the MX5s, definitely when it starts to settle down, that's when it can sometimes get a little bit spicy. I think it's a kind of car that people really want to work well, and we'll definitely see some close racing as we're seeing right now.
Here, the Onion car, as we see, that's the recovering Martin Corkwell car out of the pits. That shows the speed difference you get between the Radical and the MX5, so that will be a factor when we see the leaders in the Radical class come up to put laps on the Mazdas in traffic. Some drivers know how to work the traffic pretty cleanly. They're able to work their way past the slower cars and take advantage of that if they're battling somebody for position. As you saw there, that was the MX-5 leader just about letting Martin Corkhill through. He's at the back of the field, but he's got plenty of time to try and make up as possible. We're only 6 minutes in, and I don't think he's lost a lap, so he's on the same lap as the leaders, so he's okay in terms of trying to catch back up. This is the fight going on for position in the MX-5. This is between the Wizzy and Bennett Motorsport cars. This is actually for 5th position, so it's Wizzy Motorsport chasing Sakura Engineering, which is James Whitehead in front, as they wind their way through Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel for the 3rd time. And so that section of the course from Copse all the way down towards Stowe Corner, it's one of my favourite sections in the world because it's such a high-speed sweeping combination of turns that it's one that really puts car grip and driver skill to the test in any case. There's Mark Blunt in the MBM racing car. Good to see him retain the team name after he was racing in a rear-wheel drive BMW in the BRSEC Winter Esports Series. He should be back out this season in the ST150 Challenge, where he's taken a few podiums in the past. And currently at the moment, he is battling for 8th position with the Team Shift Motorsport car in front of him, number 95, which currently has at the wheel of it the man in front. Now this is the battle going on here. Now, as I mentioned, the leaders are already coming up towards lap traffic. This is where it's getting pretty close. The main thing I'd say that Thomas Merritt hasn't let the leader Jaden Harrison get away here, even though Thomas is going solo. He's certainly using up plenty of energy after 4 laps completed in this endurance race and staying close to the tail. So if he's going to be this close for the rest of the race, then we might be in for quite a barnstormer.
Absolutely. I think to go solo for 6 hours is definitely an achievement in itself, and to still kind of keep the pace up with the race leader at the moment, I think is impressive, and it'll be good to see how Thomas sort of continues to keep up.
Well, certainly keeping up, particularly the traffic here, as we ride on board with our race leader, Jaden Harrison. It's the Wellington Straight, and here's the view he's got in front of him here. All these MX-5s trying to get past. One of them, I think, is Mark Blunt. Tries to get the toe from 2 of them and just tears past both as he hits the brakes. And just about finds the 95 car on his apex as he turns in through the right-hander of Luffield onto Woodcote. He still has Thomas Merritt staying close through the traffic as they power onto the Heritage pit straight. You see the rear view camera here. Thomas Merritt just looming behind in the Sim Motorsport machine car. And past 2 more of those lapped cars, and Merritt had to really try and dive his way past, about 3 in fact, all trying to stay out the way. And that's the tricky thing when you've got faster cars going through the traffic, Katie, is that you've got those cars having their own battle, as you saw, for position, but they're having to interrupt it to let the faster cars through, and that can be always awkward, particularly when you catch them at moments like that through Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel. So it's ultimately it's responsibility of both the faster cars to get around without making incident, and the slower cars to kind of make themselves predictable, whilst also, depending on the fact they've got cars they're battling for position right behind them on their tail.
Absolutely. It's such a balance. You don't want to compromise your own race, but then you know that you're not racing the faster cars, you need to let them through, and obviously by slowing them down it can slow you down as well. So obviously it's going to be very, very tricky to kind of navigate that, that balance between, yeah, let's be predictable, but also I've got someone right on my rear bumper that I need to make sure doesn't get past me.
So I think a mistake for Hamish Eisner, who has now dropped down the order, look to the bottom of the top 10, looks like. So he was... Look at a replay what happened. We caught the tail end of it as he was skipping over the chicane, and that's the reason, exactly what we were talking about. Hamish Easler getting caught up with a back marker. It was the 24, so it was one of the Mazda MX-5s, and the 24 that got involved in that, just trying to find the line, and unfortunately it looks like it was more kind of 2 cars just finding the same bit of track at the same time. So that's a collision for them. That was with Daniel Moffat at the wheel, and I think in that case it wasn't really any cars going for the same piece of tarmac. It was just 2 cars having to find themselves on the same piece of road at the same time, and the unfortunate happened in the end.
Yeah, when there's only space for 1 car and there's 2 going into that same spot, sometimes it could be, like we've just seen, so tricky to navigate. And from all the people who are taking part today, they're all wanting to be nice, clean racing and want everyone to have a good time over the 6 hours. So they're not going to intentionally want to do anything to mess up, especially when you're not racing the other car who are in a different class.
You give different classes. These 2 appear to have the pace over everyone else, and as you were talking there, Katie, there's been a change for the lead. So into lead has gone the Thomas Merritt Sim Motorsport car, but it's clear to see that Jaden Harris is not quite satisfied with letting the lead go that easy. Now they come onto the pit back straight. And the harder these two fight each other, the easier it is for both John McCutcheon in the Team Radline car and Will Blackwood Chambers in the Clapham North machine start to close in. There's now in towards Stowe corner. Harrison thinks about the outside line. He's got enough grip on the outside line to put himself level. It's a clever pass from Harrison. He can take the inside line for the first part into Vale and retake the lead before the end of lap number 6. These two going back and forth. As I mentioned, if these two aren't careful, they could technically start to work together, call a temporary truce and try and pull away. As we see, Simon Wilkes is missing a rather important part of his radical on the back of that car. Number 3 car is Sansa rear wing for some reason. I think we're going to get a replay as to why he's missing one. We'll come back to that point with leaders in a second. This is Simon Wilkes going down towards Stowe, and he's got the number 10 car behind. He's lost it all by himself, just getting way too much on the power a little bit. Back round came the back end, just nudged the rear end, but it's enough to break the rear wing off the car. So he'll be sort of struggling around back to the pits to get that repaired. Back to the leaders here. It looks as though that Merritt is not quite finished. He's going to have a look back down the inside and towards Brooklands. This is an early battle here, only 12 minutes into this 6-hour race. It can't last. It's not really a sustainable race-long battle. But these 4 cars at least giving us entertainment, because look now, Katie, both McCutcheon and Blackwell Chambers on their tail. We've got a 4-way dice for the lead 12 minutes into this 6-hour race.
Absolutely. If you're battling, you're not going to be the quickest. So it's very easy for the guys behind to start catching up, and they're just a mistake to happen. And then, it's game on for all 4 cars.
So, it's Merritt, Harrison, McCutcheon and Blackwell Chambers. They are the top 4 that have checked out by some 3 or 4 seconds over the next pair, which is the GSG Baller Racing car of Alex Malalute and the Squad Racing machine of Emile Burak Sonnes. And a bit of a shaky exit there from Merritt. It's now given the opportunity for Harrison to try and power past. He's in the tow. He's done this before a lap previously, looking to the outside line, but Merritt might be wise to it. He goes slightly deeper into the apex of Stowe corner and carries more speed out on corner exit, which helps him maintain the place. But now look at McCutcheon, who's lining up for second. He has a little look up the inside into Vale. They're all nose to tail closing up, and I imagine that Blackwell Chambers is right at the back of the queue, just hanging back, saving his tyres a tiny bit, but using enough pace to keep up with the top 3, because he knows if anything happens between these 3 in front of him, Katie, it'll be maximum advantage and he can slip through if any of them make a mistake. Absolutely.
Keep up to the back of them and just wait for that mistake to happen. And then, it's absolutely, so it's game on at that point. So to see this kind of close racing at the front, and obviously even sort of further down, they'll start catching up and sort of keeping pace with them. So, we're very sort of early stages of the race so far, and at the moment it's going to be very difficult to kind of see who's going to be leading after the first sort of couple of hours of the race. It could be anyone at this point.
At the moment it is Merritt, with Harrison really giving him a hurry up here. You can see just behind the Radline machine in 3rd place, and then the Clapham North adorned car in 4th. They are the pace setters at the moment. Intriguing to see how that setup continues on. Now, this is a battle going on for 3rd place in the MX5, looking back with them, and that is Daryl Bennett, who's moved up the order. So Daryl into a podium place. He's split the 2 SR Donation Society cars, because the black machine is up into 2nd place in car number 8, which has Paul Graytrix at the wheel, and has just put a move on Mark Bunyan to take 3rd position. And just behind them, the Team Sakura engineering car, number 26, with James Whitehead at the wheel, currently sat in 5th place. So as you can see, well, it's not as intense as the Radicals. The Masters have settled down, and it looks though at the moment that car number 9, Charlie Devlin, has got a nice advantage over Paul Graytrix. This is the main battle, though, and I was about to just pass over to you, but I might have to hold for a second, because these 4 are still going at it down towards Stowe corner. 15 minutes into 6-hour racing, and a quick move out of the way from the back marker. Smart driving, keep out of the way, because they know this is quite an intense battle heading down towards Vale. You get the rear end shot here, watching as the green machine of Jaden Harrison just looming large. And in terms of pace, as I mentioned, these kind of first 3 cars are holding each other up a little bit, because the man that has the fastest lap of the race, you'd set the time before this lap, but it had been Will Blackwell Chambers, but it has now gone to Thomas Merritt, 1:54.8647, but everyone else is lapping pretty much at the same pace in mid to late 1:54, so a very evenly matched quartet in this opening stint, with nothing much to choose from them, Katie.
Absolutely, and I think, particularly when it comes to endurance racing, consistency is definitely key. So keep plugging his laps in, keeping them consistent. And like we mentioned earlier, it's not about being the fastest all the time, but it's keeping the consistency, avoiding those silly mistakes, and keeping yourself on the tarmac.
Everyone's doing just that here as they turn their way in towards and Luffield now on lap 9. And it looks as though that Merritt's putting a small gap, or trying to, from the Sim Racers room machine of Jaden Harrison as they turn onto the Heritage pit straight. Another MX5 put a lap on. That's Mark Blunt, and the MBN is number 22 they put a lap on. They're currently sitting 11th in class. Here's the onboard view from Blackwall Chambers. That's the site he has. The 3 radicals in front, in line astern through Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel. And again, negotiating more lap traffic as they turn in. He's a little bit held up trying to get past. That must have been the 101 Linda Noble Mission Motorsport car. And look how much traffic there is. This is what we talked about. So much race car everywhere to try and pick their way through. They managed to do it trouble-free, and no real change in advantage. In fact, Merritt might have pulled a small car length or so over the rest of the field, using all that clear air. And ultimately, with these 3 cars behind Katie, it's pretty much a case of follow the leader. So Merritt will be the pioneer in front to try and pick his way past the lapped cars, but then it's the reaction of those lapped cars afterwards, after the leader comes through, that determines whether or not the rest are going to have an easier time or not. And it's so easy to come across a lapped car that they could make it easy or they could make it difficult. And whether or not they can stay predictable or not is the key thing if you're going to lap traffic, particularly with these 3 in front who are battling for position in 3rd, 4th and 5th in class.
Absolutely. It's navigated. Oh, yeah, a lot more traffic coming through. So it's about sort of, keeping in the train, but then also, navigating through that traffic.
All their classic example of trying to take advantage of the traffic, because Blackwall Chambers did have a little look down the outside of McCutcheon for 3rd place into the loop. Couldn't quite have enough grip on the outside to make that stick. More lap traffic coming through. Another car has lost its rear. I think that's still a number 3 car that's lost its rear wing earlier on, the Perception esports machine, and that's got the recharging Hamish Eisner, who had that collision earlier on with a lapped car at Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel. He's now chasing after him to try and reclaim position and move up to 9th again. This is a little further back in the MX5s. 1, 2, 3. Craig Starkey for GRDC Endurance Racing is now battling for position just inside the top 10. He's got the number 24 Wizzy Motorsport car behind of Craig Starkey. And now they make the way of Daniel. It's Craig Starkey driving. Daniel Moffat is at the wheel of the car behind him. As we go on board with Moffat, he was the car that was caught up with Eisner in that collision at Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel. So he's recovering nicely and still holding a top 10 place as more lap traffic comes surging through on the inside line. And as a driver in one of the lower classes, Katie, that's got to be something you've got to be really keen on, is that you've literally driving both in front of you and with one eye in your rearview mirrors, because you're battling for position here, but you never know when a faster car's going to come up behind you. So you're literally half the time driving, looking in the rearview mirror, not even looking forward to what's ahead of you, particularly if you're in battle for position.
Absolutely. I definitely think the Mazdas have a tougher job out there today. Like you say, they've got to have one eye looking forward, one eye looking behind them. And ultimately, letting the faster cars go through, but not letting them compromise what they're out there to do as well. So it's definitely a balance and a constant drain, I think, on the mental battery to kind of, still keep the pace in, still keep what racing line you want to take, catching the car in front, but then also making sure you're not running into any trouble with any faster radicals approaching you.
We'll start to settle off into their own little private battles. As we kind of predicted, the number 3 Positive Perception esports car into pit lane to get that rear wing fixed. He has now lost a place to the recovering Hamish Eisner in the Happy Minds racing car. This is their sister car in the MX5 class, Fred Coleman Evans, in the 751 Positive Perception esports blue car, and that's running in 6th position to chase down the battle that's going on for 3rd in class. Here is the MX5 leader, and there's one car that's gone for a spin, just in the background again, trying to get past lap traffic, and that was Cameron de Bastos in the team heaped together again. One of the couple of South African entries that we have. Good to have them racing all across the other side of the continent with us this afternoon. A little bit of a rotation exiting the loop, but he's managed to get himself amongst the that battle for 3rd place we mentioned in the MX5 class, still being led by Darryl Bennett. As the radical turns its way out of Luffield, a little loose on the rear end, but trying to shake off some of the dust and dirt on the tyres that might have occurred. This is now the side-by-side duel for fourth, as the Sakura engineering car might be about to be relieved of the position once again by Mark Bunyan. So Whitehead on the outside, Bunyan on the inside, up towards Cops, a little bit later braking for Bunyan, and he puts the second of the two SR Donation Society cars up into fourth place, but looks as though on the executed that Whitehead's not quite done with this one, side by side, and this is almost a look through your fingers moment, and Whitehead back past before they turn in towards Maggots and Beckett's. Impressive stuff.
Absolutely, and you know, when an overtake is complete, it's not really complete. You know, exactly. The car behind is unhappy, doesn't want to let that place ahead run away from them. So definitely going to keep on the rear bumper and try and get them back. So it's exciting to see.
Hard as we look a little bit further backwards, the scrap for 9th and 10th that's going on at the moment, because the Mission Motorsport car is up into 9th now. Starkey dropping back a couple of places in car 1, 2, 3. He makes his way onto the hangar straight. He's lost a couple of places from where he first initially started. There has also been a change for the lead, I've noticed, in the MX-5, because the Society SR Donation Society black car has caught and passed Charlie Devlin. So Paul Greatrix has put the number 8 machine into the lead, and that's on pure pace alone, as another Radical going for a spin. I think that might be the same Radical we saw having a spin earlier on, which is the South African entry a few moments ago. He just appeared as the shot sideways with a cloud of smoke, exiting the second part of Club Corner. This is the onboard with Charlie Devlin. He is now in a fight for position. He had it slightly easier in the first few moments, but as they thump the curb on the inside of Village and in towards the loop, it's now a fight on their hands. So we had a close duel at the front of the Radicals, Katie, and now it's the Mazdas taking their turn as Greatrix hits the front whilst also letting lap traffic through.
Absolutely. That balance between letting traffic through but wanting to stay ahead of Charlie is definitely interesting to see. And Charlie isn't letting that go. He definitely wants to get back past Paul and continue on.
Watching as they turn in through Brooklands. And it's all about smooth movements of the steering wheel, particularly in these days when you want to keep the tyres in as optimum condition as possible. Smoothness is the key. In a long race like this, Charlie Devlin is now lining up in the slipstream, a potential move to make a pass here. Will he go inside towards Cops? He thought about it for a moment, but decides instead that he wants to try and set him up for a pass, possibly into Stowe Corner if he's got a run. Or he might just be able to prove me completely wrong and have a look up the inside towards Maggots, and he's going to try and do it now side by side. It's not an easy place to pass if you can get the move done before you turn in towards the right-hander at Maggots. And he just about holds on, but Greatrix is coming back at Devlin as they turn back through Chapel for the right-hander and towards the hangar straight, and they are wheel-to-wheel for the lead. 24 minutes into this 6-hour race, and it is side-by-side for the MX-5 class lead as they charge down the hangar straight. And look behind them as well, because again, the harder these two fight each other, the easier, of course, it's going to be for the trio that's battling over third place, which is Bennett, Whitehead and Bunyan in the background. You can see them right there. They'll start to close in and make it possibly a 5-way scrap for the positions in class.
Absolutely, they'll just be waiting for the two in front to really slow each other down. Maybe sort of have a little bit of a missed apex, so too late on the brakes, and they'll be right up there ready to pounce on that. So we'll definitely see these 5 cars closing up very, very soon.
Impressive stuff from Daryl Bennett. I know he's been sort of working himself in proving his sim racing ability a little bit recently, but he's now been able to get himself on the grid, running in third place. Wants to have qualified a little bit higher, but still running a pretty solid pace and keeping both James Whitehead's Sakura Engineering machine and the SR Donation Society black car, the yellow car of Mark Bunyan right behind. And unless he's about to prove me wrong and lose position. Nope, sweeps across and holds the place. But impressive stuff from Jonathan, who has done some sim racing stuff, but we know him particularly from some of his exploits that he does at times in rallycross in some cases, Casey. So good to see that he's adapting to sim racing and actually setting a pretty solid pace against some relatively experienced opposition.
Absolutely, and from what we know, Jonathan, he's very much sort of, wants to get stuck in, wants to sort of, really enjoy things and just, have a good go at stuff. So, fantastic to see.
He's about to prove me wrong slightly, because up the inside there does indeed go James Whitehead, although Bennett comes back at him, but he knows that Whitehead might try the switchback on corner exit. And there's quite a nice tight right-hander to ensure that there is no room on the inside to try and squeeze past. And looking back from Bennett's number 7 machine, can see that Whitehead is keeping in the tow. This is ultimately, drivers at this point in time have to make a decision. How much do you fight? How much do you pressure the car in front? Or do you just simply run your own race and not risk using up your tyres too much, using up too much fuel, and ultimately getting so engrossed in a battle in front that you could even start to put yourself at a disadvantage in that sense. Just noticing, I think at the top of the field, we've had a bit of a change because Jaden Harrison has dropped to 5th position. He's dropped back behind Thomas Merritt, who now leads. This is the view of the leaders we've got coming through here. And in fact, anything, it's completely changed because now Thomas Merritt now has John McCutchinson in front of, behind him for battling for the lead, as Harrison now is back to 5th position. So off camera, we've seen an instant for him. We're going to get a replay here, I think, to see what may have happened to Jaden further back. And this is him going through Luffield. And this is when he was behind the Blackwell Chambers guys. He's dropped to 4th, then lost the rear end, lost another place to Alexander Malalou in car number 10, which is the GSG racing machine. So Harrison going through. This is what happened originally. So this is now leading for as we left them last time out, and it's Harrison going through Maggots and Beckett's in towards Chapel. Just run wide here, or touch the curb. Yeah, just runs wide, gets loose on the exit on towards Chapel. He tries to regain. Both McCutchinson and Blackwell Chambers see him as a complete sitting duck. And down towards Stowe Corner, has the inside line. It was a relatively easy pass, and I think because Jaden realised that he was a bit off momentum, it was easy to let the two cars pass and let them have the room, rather than try and fend at the last minute. So he's now back in a recovering 5th position for Tim Racer's room. Be careful because the two cars behind him are also battling for position, might also trip over themselves. This is the Baller Squad car, which looks to be it's without a front nose section. So the Baller Squad car, which is of Emre Burak Sonmez, is running sans a front section. Just had James King in the RAF eMotorsports car number 86. See the RAF esports team represented here in today's event by James King, and they're a regular in their own RAF MSA series, the Armed Forces series, and also they're quite regulars when they compete at the annual Race of Remembrance in November. So fittingly, we've got the Mission Motorsport team here at the 6 hours in the Mazda class, but good to have RAF here also supporting the cause and put themselves to good use here as they chase down P6. And it's impressive that I think that Sonmez is holding on without that front section, because I'd imagine, Kate, that's going to be severely affecting downforce at the front, and he'll have to get that replaced at his first pit stop.
Absolutely. And the impact of losing a bit of bodywork or any part of your car is definitely going to really impact on your race. So to keep it on track and keeping it there on the tarmac is definitely good going.
Hearing in our ears, looking at Charlie Devlin, the man battling for second for the lead in the MX-5, had an incident. I think he's got caught up with one of the
there you go.
radicals, and round he went, but it was actually got tangled up by the looks of it with the 38, with the sim racing room car Jaden Harrison that had earlier on that mishap exiting, first of all the stake exiting Chapel Corner and then the spin exiting Luffield. So a great few minutes for Jaden Harrison, who is now currently in 5th position. I wonder if he might possibly cop a penalty for that. The match to the front of the field here. This is the scrap for the lead now between the top 3, and McCutchinson to the front through Luffield, and now this also opens the door for Blackwell Chambers to squeeze through. So now hitting the half an hour mark at the Willpower 6 hours, and the lead fight has kicked off once again. The leading trio down towards Cops. McCutchinson has the lead, and into second place goes Blackwell Chambers. Merritt doesn't really have much choice here to let him through whilst he's firmly alongside, but now he's in the double tow, heading through Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel. What was it we were saying, Katie? This is calm down at the front? No chance. It's still going hard at the front. These three are proving it's completely wrong, and there's still 5.5 hours left to go.
Yeah, I think we need to maybe remind them that it's definitely a marathon, not a sprint this morning. Well, it's this afternoon now, I guess. But no, it's definitely exciting for us to watch, and we can see in the timing screens the names keep jumping around and changing. So I don't think that's going to let up for the foreseeable future.
It might well continue this way until the first couple of pit stops start to go in. Nothing yet. I thought the team red line was about to die for the pits, but it was simply the racing line or the complex of Vale of a double right of club to end another lap. already heading up to 16 laps completed as big twitch from Thomas Merritt as he has to put the power down in the Sim Motorsport car number 12. So McCutcheon from Blackwall Chambers from Merritt at the front. This battle continues on. There's about a second covering these three cars at the head of the field. Fourth place at the moment is the GSG racing car of Alex Malalou, and that's only a couple of seconds ahead of the recovering Jaden Harrison for Sim Racers Room. Sixth now is the James King RAF e-motorsports car. He has got past Emre Burak Sonmed, so that's a change of position for them to sixth. Rest of the top 10 is the 8th place SM Corsa car number 17, which is Saul Matila from Finland, and Hamish Eisner, who is back in 9th for Happy Minds Racing. And then rounding up the top 10 is the Team Heat Together car number 19. That's Yanaman Pruis, who rounds up that class. In the MX5s, it's now the SR Donation Society black car that leads after the mistake for the Charlie Devlin number 9 passing the grass car after he got tangled up with the recovering Harrison. So there is Paul Greatrix leading the way. Second now is the Sakura Engineering car, number 26. So that three-way scrap that was going on between Whitehead, Bennett and Bunyan has now changed around with Whitehead at the front of the group. And it's now Bennett still in third position, but he's now got a car immediately in front of him and behind, because the second of the SR Donation Society yellow cars of Mark Bunyan still there. Devlin still fifth for Pass on the Grass Racing despite his spin here a few moments ago. The Positive Perception Esports car blue in sixth position. I was about to say we might have almost had a dive from Bennett up the inside to retake second, but Whitehead wise to it on the line. And again, just a little bit of impatience starting to creep in here. He has been third for quite a long time, but it's a good run here through the loop and onto the Wellington Straight. This is the best chance that I think he's had, and instead, rather than trying to pass, he wants to try and work together with Whitehead to get away from the second of those SR Donation cars. A little bump draft down towards Brooklands. So they look as though they're working together for the moment, or at least Whitehead and Bennett are working together right now at the moment, Katie. But I imagine if it keeps on like this, they might not try too hard, as Emre does bring the Baller Squad car into the pit lane to fix the rear end.
Absolutely, it's definitely a balance between working together to create that gap behind you, so you're not feeling as vulnerable. But then when do you switch into fight mode, and then it's okay, we've worked together, but now I want to take the place ahead of me and sort of scamper down the road.
Battle's going on here whilst that happens. This is Linda Noble, who is no, it's not. In fact, it's the 1-2-3 car. So this is the 101 car. This is incredibly tight indeed, because that's the leading three. Is that we're putting the lap on two of the MX5s, and that was McCutcheon going down the outside or over the curb, Exton Luffield, and Blackwall Chambers, I think, was the ultimate opportunity, slipping up the inside. And I think you'll find Blackwall Chambers has now hit the front, so he's now back to the lead. This is Linda Noble's 101 car. She's battling away with the two cars in front, and there go the three leaders. So they just charge their way through Maggots and Beckett's. But I think now the Clapham North guys in front, as one of the MX5s in front of Linda Noble is a little bit off the road and avoided. So it's all happening in the last few moments. Again, we reiterate the phrase, it's a 6-hour race, 35 minutes in, it's all kicking off, and Eric now looking back to second place. McCutcheon has got no choice but to let Merritt have the track. McCutcheon has no choice but to let Merritt have the inside line. Tries to hold the position. Just under brakes. You've seen there looking back from Blackwall Chambers for the first time in this race, because now he hits the front. I think it's safe to say, though, that leading quartet that we had early on, Katie, all four of them took turns lead at some point. It was Jaden Harrison initially leading, then we had Thomas Merritt leading, then McCutcheon took his turn, and now as both Merritt and McCutcheon both battle amongst each other. Oh, there was contact there. That is McCutcheon's off the road. Now, might need a closer look at the replay of that. They were coming up to a lap back marker, and it looks as though they may have well had an effect on that one. This is the replay. So Merritt looks up the inside. They're coming a cropper back the number 9 car. That's Charlie Devlin. So for the second time he gets caught up with the leaders. McCutcheon just got caught off by Devlin, I think, backing off. And as he tried to move out of the way, he found himself moving into the path of Merritt. That's him continuing on. And I think he also lost his front nose section on top of that too. So he's now not only a foot further back in third place, hitting early problems. Interesting, what it also has done is through the traffic, Merritt has caught right up to the tail of Blackwall Chambers. And regain the lead. He puts a lap on another one of the MX5s. But so much going on in the last few minutes, Kate, you don't know where to look.
I honestly don't. I'm kind of jumping between timing screens and the track map and what we're actually seeing on the live stream. So I'm definitely struggling to keep up. Obviously, seeing a flying piece of bodywork can definitely kind of avert your eyes in that direction. But yeah, I'm really struggling to see and keep up with what's happening. And particularly in the radicals, the top three keep changing. And yeah, we wait to see how the next few laps continue on. And I think the previous couple of moments have just highlighted that importance of when you are coming up to back markers, making sure that you're able to navigate around them effectively and also not impact your own race. So we've kind of seen the dangers of what can happen when it comes to kind of getting through the slower cars, but also wanting to keep your position as well.
Position is a key thing, particularly when it comes to holding on to one where possible. McCutcheon is now on the recovery trail, still third place incredibly, but he has now got the GSG racing machine right behind him. That's Alexander Malalou, who was in third place for a moment, and also right behind them. Look who's also still on the comeback trail and not too far away from these two, Jaden Harrison. So he's also making his way up through the order as well. Looking at Alexander Malalou, who has kept himself pretty much trouble-free, kept his nose clean whilst the other four cars around him out in front have had their own issues and battles and dramas. Alex sharing this car with Tom Goldsborough, and that team has competed for over a year, and they first started with the Fuji 8 Hours. They're experienced in endurance races in that sense, and it's the first charity event they've entered, and they're also looking forward to racing this Radical, not just because they run them in the sim, but also their university also runs Radicals in real life. So if there's any team that knows Radicals inside out, not particularly this one or any others, then certainly it's going to be the GSG racing machine that's currently running in the top 5 at this point in 4th, and he might possibly lose a place soon because Jaden Harrison is holding on to 5th position. He's holding on to 5th and on the tail of Malalou to try and take up another place. We go back to our X5s, who are still battling over 2nd and 3rd position, and the lead gap I think has come down because they're just in the background there going through in the lead is Paul Greatrix. So the number 8 car is not that far away from this group of 3 cars. 2.7 seconds is the margin, and Bennett again in the tow down towards Copse Corner, and is putting the pressure on, has a little peek to the inside through Copse, but again holding the line and thinking that either he can make a pass on the run towards Magnus Beckers and Chapel, which I think more drivers have done than I anticipated in this one, and as they also let a couple more of the faster Radicals through. This has been the back and forth between Whitehead and Greatrix. You can see that the gaps have been fluctuating the last few laps. You can see the graphic on the bottom right of the screen, and the gap was about 3.5 seconds, and it went out a little bit, but it's now gone back down to 2. So a fluctuating gap out front between 1st and 2nd at this point, Katie. So I imagine possibly traffic would have played a part in that, trying to move out of the way of the Radicals, but also trying to pick their way through. It's going to be interesting to see how these 3 cars, if they do start to work together, whilst also letting these faster cars through, including I think looks like John McCutcheon, or at least one car that's lost its front section, if they can start to close in and bring that gap back down, because it was 2.7 last time I looked at it, it's now gone out by another 0.4.
Absolutely. It's like we've been talking about throughout, is sort of being able to keep the pace, but then also let the faster cars through, and working together will definitely help keep the speed in and keep you sort of out up in front. But then when do you want to pull out and make that move and kind of take advantage once there's no Radicals in the way and you can carry on racing.
This group that's been battling for 2nd place has now gone from a trio to a quartet, because despite all the dramas that he's been involved in, early leader Charlie Devlin is right on the tail of them once again, as now he looks down the inside, makes that dive for 4th position on Bunyan. And will he try and slot himself in front before they turn left for the next corner at the loop? He tries, breaks it a little bit later, does complete the pass. So the number 9 machine into P4, one more place gained to his earlier dramas. Now, what effect can he have on the battle in front? Because and Whitehead have been pretty much glued together since the start of the race for several laps, and I wonder if Devlin can be the 3rd element in this scrap. And Whitehead now covering the inside line, as Devlin really closes in under braking. He knows there's an opportunity, and these two might be well distracted, and there's a key example of it. Bennett just was so fixated on Whitehead in front of him, he didn't realise that Devlin had such a run on him up the inside that through he went. So in through Woodcote, Bennett will try and fight back, but the better momentum off the corner through Woodcote has given Devlin the place again, and it's 2 positions gained in a few corners for Devlin. So next, of course, is going to try and get back past Whitehead to then start to set off after the lead once again after that earlier battle with Greydrick. So the 2 classes seem to kind of have moments where they take turns on which one's causing the most entertainment. We've had the Radicals with their 4 wide moments exiting Luffield and plenty of spins and incidents. And now it's the Mazda's turn to go nose to tail, 2nd to 5th as they wind their way through Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel. As Devlin is on the charge here to try and reclaim 2nd.
Absolutely. There's definitely no settling in period for either class. They're absolutely on it consistently, and great for us to see.
Got to wheel for 2nd. Though before this lap is even done, it's going to be 3 cars in 1 lap for Charlie Devlin. Up the inside through Stowe Corner. Up to 2nd place goes the pass on the grass racing car. Didn't need to pass on the grass that time. But as that happens, we've got a pit caller as Darrell Bennett brings the number 7 Bennett Motorsport at Matt Mazda into pit lane. Now this, I think, might be one of the first official stops. Also in pit lane, by the looks of it, I think is the Sim Racers room car as well. That was just something on the timing screen. No, that's just a change of position. So into the pit lane comes Bennett Motorsport. I think this is their first official pit stop. And that is the Jaden Harris Sim Racers room car. That's the 38 car with severe damage. It's done the fast tow back to the pits. Jaden Harrison, despite starting from pole, and that's the reason why, clips the back of the MX-5. Incredibly airborne, and it continues on, but yeah, that car's severely damaged on the front. And I was trying to catch the Mazda that was involved in that as well, but that car obviously getting cut. I think it might have been the Mark Blunt car, possibly the MBM number 22. Whilst the Harrison car is back to the pits with early repair he didn't need. This is the fight for the lead now. It's between Thomas Merritt and Will Blackwell Chambers, who quite well versed, having battled against each other a handful of times in the BRSEC Winter Esports Series. And Merritt, again, impressively, with plenty of track time here. Of course, his debut, his first event of the season in Fiesta Juniors next weekend on the Snetterton 300 circuit. So this is plenty of pre-season virtual track time to keep his hand in, as he has been doing all winter. So I imagine he might well be one of the sharpest Fiesta Juniors out there in terms of being ready to go on track. Towards Copse Corner they go. And Blackwell Chambers just steadily keeping the pressure up. Two vastly different experience levels in both real and sim racing. Very evenly matched as they turn their way through Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel. Look who they've caught as well. This is the fight that's going on now for 2nd, 3rd and 4th, because in the Mazda class, because of Bennett's pitting in. They power past with zero drama. Back up through the gears again. Merritt trying to break the toe of Blackwell Chambers as they now put the lap on the MX-5 leader. And here comes Blackwell Chambers with that dive inside Stowe Corner, finding the gap, shooting through and making the move stick initially. But we know Merritt will come back on the outside line. Has he got the racing line and the braking to get back around him? The answer is no. Blackwell Chambers is back into the lead of the race. So once again, another lead change, but a twitch of oversteer from Blackwell Chambers gives Merritt the chance to slip back alongside again. Now as they cross the line to start that 24, Merritt back through into the lead at Abbey Corner. Back and forth here after 45 minutes of racing. There, of all people, was Jaden Harrison, who has just exited the pits after his fast repair after the incident exiting Chapel. So he's now back out on track, but he's now down to, looks like that's about roughly 12th or 13th place. He's outside the top 10 definitely in the Radicals, as one of the faster cars tries to get around the 2nd, 3rd and 4th battle, which has changed again because now Whitehead is in front of Devlin. No change for Bunyan, who remains in 4th. But we're now in a phase now, Katie, where both of the classes are having very frantic battles at the front, and as you mentioned, not quite sure where to look. But at the moment, it's getting pretty tense out there for positions, as I imagine the first few pit stops aren't far away.
Absolutely, and oh yeah, what have we got coming up? Oh yeah, that's the Charlie Devlin out in front, getting up into 2nd position.
It's a clean pass up the inside into Brooklands, so back through he goes into 2nd.
I feel like Charlie is definitely on a charger at the moment. I think he's wanting to catch up to Paul and get back out in front.
Yeah, definitely. Although possibly, even though there'll be part of him that will be enjoying this battle, there'll be a small part that also thinks, I kind of want to break away from this, because the harder I battle with you two, the easier advantage it is for Paul to stay out in front longer. Personified by the fact that, that was Whitehead just slipping back past into Cox, and on the exits, the little love tap, a friendly love tap between the two of them. Now they're side by side again towards Maggots, and Whitehead just backs out enough as a flick of the brake lights, but we carried a little too much speed through the first part. Just had to back off a little bit, and that now brings Bunyan back into play now as they come through Chapel and onto the Hangar Straight once again. More faster radicals coming past to put laps on the MX-5 class. And Devlin now will hope that he can start to use some of the clear track that he will have in order to try and pull away a little bit and catch up to that gap. It's 3.5 seconds out in front for Greatrix. As further back, this is Craig Starkey battling with the Mission Motorsport car. So this is now the fight between Starkey and Lyndon Noble. This is over 7th and 8th in class, and again doing it whilst they've had one of the faster radicals still without a front section heading through to put a lap on them. And they're coming up to, who's that just in front of them there? That is in fact the Team Shift Motorsport car by the look of it. So Alex R. Walker in car 95 is not that far away from possibly being involved in another multi-car battle just behind him. So lots of battles up and down, but I imagine the order will start to shift a little bit, and the racing might start to settle down a tiny bit once we get into the first proper round of pit stops for our leading cars that haven't quite made it just yet. The only kind of leading car we've seen making pit stops was the Bennett Motorsport car of number 7, and that's now dropped down to 9th after Darryl brought the car in a few moments ago.
I do feel like though when we get some driver changes, I think it's going to reignite the racing again as the second drivers get in and want to kind of make their impact. So I think I don't see us settling down very soon. Scott, I don't know about you.
No, I think that until we get to those pit stops, it's still going to be quite back and forth battling all the way. This is a fight going on for, I think, 13th and 14th place in the Radicals. This is Cameron de Bastos battling with Martin Corkwell, and battling with Jaden Harrison, who are, I think, a couple of shows are possible on the same lap, or at least they're a lap behind. But that was Harrison back into 12th place, so he is now across the line, and I think that fast repair must have certainly helped him, because he's still on the lead lap despite the incident. But you only get a limited amount of fast repairs in a race like this, and once you get more damage, you have to sit in the pits and wait for it to be repaired, and even then it might not be fully repaired in iRacing. You have to sometimes hope with some damage where if it's going to be too long a repair, just get out there and get back on the track and not lose too much time. As Blackwell Chambers continues to hold the lead into Brooklands again. This is now on lap 26. We've passed 25 laps of the Silverstone GP circuit, coming up towards the end of the first hour of the Willpower 6 hour. Been action all the way in both classes at the front. The Blackwood Chambers in number 43 hitting the front. Merritt still keep giving chase as we head towards the first proper set of pit stops for our leaders.
Absolutely, I feel like I need to lie down and I'm not even the one racing, just watching. It has been constant throughout both classes, up and down their grids. It's been absolutely fantastic to see so far. No one is letting up. I think they all think they're in a sprint still, even though we're coming up to the first hour in, and absolutely sort of hands off to them all, really sort of going at it, and not letting up. There's definitely no settling in, no kind of let's get the consistency in. They're consistently battling with each other at the moment.
For me, lots of back and forth as Blackwood Chambers again turns his way through. Blackwood Chambers has done some endurance racing before in the real world. He's also done a few iRacing sim races too. He has done some real world endurance racing. He has done a couple of C1 endurance races. He's also he also shared the MX-5, which took a class podium at the last year's Race of Remembrance with, from North himself, Mr. George Grant in the MX-5. Those two made quite a formidable duo. They even finished, I think, somewhere in or around, I think, just about the top 5, which is pretty impressive for one of the cars in, arguably one of the sort of slower classes. It was a Super Cup spec Mazda MX-5 Mark III, and good to see that that Will is using all of that experience in a much faster car than you might expect to use in an endurance race. But even so, it is nice to see him at the front and using all of his expertise to full effect. There was a little shot there of third place team Radline, John McCutchinson, who is a bit of a gap away from the cars around him. He's got a 5.5 second advantage over fourth placed Alexander Manalut for GSG Racing. And then nice to see the RAF Motor Esports, e-motorsports car up into the top 5 now. He is how many seconds is he away from in front? He's another 6. He's about 13, 14 seconds off the lead. So it's looking still pretty close in terms of the gaps in between cars at the moment in front. This battle hasn't let up at all in the last few moments. This is still the gap that's going on between the Charlie Devlin number 9, James Whitehead's number 26, and Mark Bunyan in that second of the SR Donation Society yellow cars. And now again Whitehead looking to the inside. Still no way through as they turn out through Stowe Corner. And Bunyan just sitting back, keeping his powder dry a little bit, trying to see if he can find a way through. Interestingly enough, the lead group are only 3.3 seconds behind leader Paul Graytrix in car number 8, the first of the SR Donation Society cars. And he hasn't really extended that gap too much. I think the fact that Charlie Devlin is leading that group and setting the pace for these three is allowing him to drag them towards the leader to make it possibly a four-way fight for the lead once again. And Devlin, after his issues, having been caught up in other people's incidents, now has an opportunity to not only close up to the back of Paul Graytrix and reclaim the lead after he started from the front of the grid, but to also try and bring two more cars into the mix and make it a much more entertaining fight.
Absolutely. And at what point in the gap does Paul start looking behind him and seeing what's happening?
I don't think he wants to look back because he wants to keep his eyes forward and try and not be distracted too much. As I say that's Whitehead off the road. So that's the ultimate commentator's curse. That was the fight for second has now taken a sharp nosedive for Whitehead. Here's the reason why. Replay. Did he go for a move? Did he just lose the back end? Turning in through the loop. And just puts the power down a little too heavy and round it goes. So to the answer to the question, he jumped or was he pushed? He jumped all by himself and lost the back end. So that now puts him back into fourth. And that has now left him some 18 or 19 seconds off the back of so 8 seconds off the car in front in third, which is now Mark Bunyan. He's got work to do, but he might well try to get that back in clear air, particularly before the pit stops. So, winding the way back again through Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel, Blackwell Chambers and Merritt once again. Nose to tail in the Radical class out in front. This is the fight for the overall and class lead. Down towards Stowe Corner again. They've put 27, nearly 28 laps in the books. This is lap 28. And if Merritt can keep up this sustained pressure and this sustained pace for 6 hours, he's quite a young chap. He's only still at junior racing level, kind of 14, 15 years old. I'd say to be able to keep up 6 hours worth of racing in a car with as heavily downforce dependent as this, the Radical, pretty impressive feat. And I think he might well go into the season as one of the potential favourites for the Fiesta Junior title. He was very quick and formidable last year at times, managed to get himself up there into the mix and score a couple of podiums. So I think that Thomas could be one to watch for in 2025 in Fiesta Juniors. And of course, Will Blackwell Chambers, as we've already mentioned, has made a strong start in the MX5 Super Cup this year with 3 wins on this circuit just a few weeks ago for Clapham North. So I think these two possibly could be in for quite a positive season if fortunes go their way, at least will continue where Bull left off when he gets back behind the wheel of the MX5 next time out in a couple of weeks at Brands Hatch.
Absolutely. And, watching Merritt at the moment, he's just not giving up. He is not letting Will get even more than a few extra inches ahead of him. He is right on his tail. And, he wants that lead. He wants to get it back. So, I think we're going to see some spiciness coming up very soon.
Nothing too spicy, but hopefully we get a good battle that gives us a good bit of entertainment, as it has done plenty throughout the race so far. Here's a car that's also been steadily moving its way up the order. James King in the RAF e-motorsports car, number 86. And James, when he comes to his first pit stop, certainly will be looking to hand that car over. I think they possibly might be the last minute entry, because I can't see their information on the comms sheet that I've been given. So I think there might have been a late entry into the race. So James, we haven't quite seen who his co-driver is going to be just yet. This is the 11th placed Baller Squad racing car. This is Nathan Smith-Adams, and I think there's been a driver change for Baller Squad because, let's see, they have got 3. Yes, Emre Burak Sonmez has handed the car over to Nathan Smith-Adams, and he's now taken 10th position. In fact, in that move he's just made there from the Resilience Racing with Morland Motorsport car. So I think that's actually the number 20 machine that he's just made a pass on. So we talk about racing driver excuses, Katie. I think Nick's going to have to work out one as to why he's racing without a front nose section, because also, he's lost a position and now he's got to try and get it back again. But I think his first pit stop might well be a bit of a lengthy one whilst they replace the nose on that car.
Yeah, that's number 20. That is my brother, Alistair, in the car at the moment. So I'll be interested to see what's happened there.
As for the driver change, that car has been in the pit lane. So Alistair now at the wheel, and whatever's happened to that car, I'm sure that we'll have some answers later on in the race as to why it's running without a front section. It's not slowing him down too much, but of course compared to the cars around him that will have a fully complete Radical SR8, it's not going to be that aerodynamically efficient through the corners. You can see the difference there of the speed that they can carry through the corners. Plenty of rear end grip, but the front end will be understeering a lot more than he would prefer.
Yes, it definitely would be. It would be feeling a bit horrible at the moment.
Down towards Stay Hill go, continuing on in 11th place. We could see that car still soldering on. And the interesting thing is, in terms of the Radicals, we've only had 2 of them up down a lap. One of them was the Jaden Harrison car, which had the earlier incident. And the other car which had issues was the I think it was the Cameron de Bastos car, and also Martin Corkwell's car, the 777, which is 2 laps down, or quite further back from where they are. Charlie Devlin, meanwhile, is now into 2nd place and has brought the SR donation car. That's because of James Whitehead having the spin earlier on. I wondered why I couldn't see James, but then quickly remembered the spin that he had at the loop. So Devlin now has some clear air, and right in front of him there, just 2 seconds away now, is Paul Greatrix. So looking at his lap times, the last lap time, in fact, he was half a second slower, was Devlin. So was Greatrix. It was a 2:27.9 for Greatrix compared to a 2:27.4 for Devlin. And Bunyan went even quicker, was on a 2:27.3. So 2nd and 3rd place, closing in on the MX-5 leader as he heads towards Copse. We are approaching the end of the first hour. And at the moment, it's nose to tail between the 2 Radicals, and potentially going to be nose to tail very soon between the leading 3 Mazdas, as we see, hopefully, our leaders make their first pit stops in the next few laps.
Absolutely. If you've just joined the live stream watching what's happening, you wouldn't know it was on. It's been an hour, and we've still got some close racing up front. It's definitely been non-stop since they started racing. It's been exciting to see, and yeah, if I was Paul right now, I'd be starting to get a little bit worried because that gap is definitely closing.
Yeah, he was wiggling the car a little bit there on the exit of Chapel. I'm not quite sure if that was just an issue with the car or speed just getting a little bit loose on the exit as he's pushing. But the number 8 machine certainly holding firm as they allow a couple more of the lapped cars through, and that was close between one of the Radicals trying to pick his way past. Thankfully, does so. Has an easier time past the leader. In fact, that was actually the battle for 10th and 11th. That was the I think that was Nathan Smith-Adams and the Yanaman Pruis cars just squeezing through. So again, the number that's number 20 car. In fact, that was Nathan Smith-Adams and Alistair Ramsey going past the lapped cars there as the leaders start to close in. And the gap really has come down by a full second, because on that last lap, courtesy of Greatrix trying to let the lap traffic through and also possibly having 1 or 2 mishaps, the gap has come right down what was just over 2 seconds to now just over a second, because Devlin took just about a second out of Greatrix of that last lap as we go on board with Devlin. So there's the view that Devlin has as they now make their way up the order through the left-hander at Aintree and now onto the back straight once more. And the gap's gone back out to 1.3, I can see, so just eking it out. So whether or not it was simply just a combination of a small mishap, I thought the car was wiggling around a little bit exiting Chapel, but also having to deal with more lap traffic in front of him. It does appear, though, that through this section here, through these slightly wider, longer corners, initially under braking and through turning, that Devlin has a bit more advantage, bit more pace, but it's on corner exit where Greatrix has a little bit more of an advantage. So it's very much back and forth at the moment, but Greatrix now might start to feel the pressure a bit, and if, speaking of feeling the pressure, Devlin hasn't shaken off Bunyan just yet. And if anything, Bunyan's going to go on the attack in a few moments' time if Devlin's not careful. So this is exactly what we talked about this earlier on, Katie, where it's looking basically in your front and rear view mirror. But of course, as well, in this case, it's a different scenario. It's not just lap traffic they're coming up to, or at least having faster cars coming up to lap them. It's also in a battle of their own. And what's crucially going to come up behind them right now, Katie, is the lead battle for the Radicals. So this will be interesting.
It's definitely going to, throw the cat in amongst the pigeons. I think we would definitely have a mix of wanting to keep their position, but also stay out of trouble of the top two in the Radicals, which I think they've managed to navigate pretty nicely.
They've managed to get that done pretty cleanly. Into the pits is the number 3 positive perception esports car. Dave Wrestle looks like he's about to take over that car. And also in the pit lane is the 1-2-3 Craig Starkey RDC Endurance Racing Mazda, which I think has had a driver change. Also in pit lane, crucially, come the leaders, and they're both in together. So Will Blackwell Chambers and Thomas Merritt both deciding this is the moment to do so. At the end of lap 32, so 32 laps for the leading pair. Should make a note of that so we can keep tabs on who is pitting when. And their pit stalls are pretty close together, so this is going to be a scrap of who's going to be able to not only either change tyres or refuel quickest. You see Matt Kendall will jump into the number 43 car. Because remember, Thomas Merritt is not changing drivers, so that will possibly save him some time. But he'll be in the pits for just as long. In fact, I think possibly Merritt is already off the jacks, ready to go. And Merritt might, I think, jump. Is he about to jump the Clapham North car in the pits? Because his car did, I think, come off the jacks quicker. Also in the pit lane, I think, has come the number 20 car, Driven Minds machine. In fact, everyone apart from Team Radline is in to make their first few stops. It looks like 32 laps is the length of stint that you can make on length of time that you can make a stint on fuel. And just the fuel continue to go in. And in fact, Kendall has left first, only just ahead of Merritt. Merritt just about gets underway again. I thought for a second on the tyre change that the Motorsport squad were going to be a little bit quicker, but the Clapham North squad have got the Matt Kendall car back out in front. He's gained roughly about a second or so on that pit stop, but at least we now see that it's the range of these Radicals can run for just about 32 laps before they have to come in for a fuel stop at least. So Kendall has got the chance to try and get himself out in front and extend the lead. Meanwhile, for the lead in MX5s, as we look back to our other class battle, Devlin has firmly caught Greatrix. He's up on the rear bumper through Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel. And Devlin now, if he's got enough pace within him to start pressuring for the lead, he'll try and do so. Another one of the laps, the faster Radicals goes through to put a lap on them. This is the fight that we're looking for here between the two of them.
And obviously Mark just waiting just behind. I think he's definitely still in the mix and ready to take advantage of any mistakes that the two up front might make.
Good shout for Bunyan. In fact, he's going to be team support effectively for his teammate up in front. So this is now the Charlie Devlin number 9 pass on the grass machine, finding itself at an SR Donation Society sandwich at the moment. Car in front, yellow car behind. Let's see if they can put himself back to the lead, because Greatrix, I'm certain, will not make it easy for him. And we also have pit stops for the two cars that came in a lap later, so it's 33 laps on a tank for Team Radline and REF Motorsports. Stephen Place takes over from John McCutchinson in the number 69 in Radline car. As for the REF machine, there is Nick Ramsey-Goff getting back behind the wheel of the number 20 car as he brought that car into the pits. And the REF E-Motorsports car will also have had a driver change too, I'm certain. As we look back to our MX5 battle on track. And we'll wait for these kind of pit stops to shake themselves out before we do a quick rundown of where we are in classes. Although, if these MX5s continue battling as they are, Katie, we might not get a proper chance, because they might start changing order just as I'm reading through the top 10. Oh, in fact, there it goes. There goes Devlin. Predicted that straight away up and towards Brooklands corner. Devlin has the line, has the run he needed, and diving past to retake the lead in the MX5 class. Matrix is trying to get back at him on the exit. Now he might get a push from his teammate Mark Bunyan on the exit if he's close enough. Greatrix now locked onto the rear bumper of Charlie Devlin as they turn out through Woodcote and up towards Ops once again. Matrix now just putting himself into Devlin's mirror. Does he dare go up the inside and towards Cops? He's thinking about it. Looks to repass with a move inside through the right-hander and gets the move done. But again, Devlin sees that coming, does the switch back, and now they're wheel-to-wheel again. Up towards the complex of Magnus Beckers and Chapel. Look through your fingers. Who lifts off first? It's going to be side by side, and Devlin just about makes it stick. There was the tiniest of taps, but they both survived. Devlin sweeps back around the outside through Maggots, Beckett and Chapel and reclaims the lead out in front. But I'm certain, depending on how long these cars have got left on their fuel tank, one of these three might actually end up doing exactly what Blackwell Chambers and Merritt did in the Radicals and possibly pit together. Speaking of which, there is the top two. Kendall now still ahead of Merritt. Of course, remember, he's driving this race solo. They're about to come up to put a lap on this intense lead battle. The leading groups all together. Now, how do these two Radicals negotiate these three Mazdas? Well, that's how they do it. And they keep firmly on the inside line. That was clever driving from Kendall. And just to mention, they're all coming in together. So it's at the end of lap number 34. To 34 laps for the Mazdas on their tank. Only a couple of laps longer than some of the Radicals. And this is key, because look at them in perfect formation, line astern on the pit limiters. First, second and third in the Mazdas, Katie, all together making their first stops. Absolutely,
and depending on how quick these pit stops go, we're going to see possibly a change in order as they come back out again. And yeah, be interested to see how this all plays out and everything. Oh, the pit stops happen and people start to get back out on circuit again.
One of the three had to reverse and miss their pit box because of that one, so a bit of time lost. But in terms of driver changes, the number 8 car is going to be handing over to either Lewis Park, to Rudy Breedveld. That's the number 8 car that's taken over from Paul Graytrix. Number 9 is going to hand over, haven't quite seen the driver yet, the number 9 car, see a driver change, and then we'll also have number 23, which now has Andy Gushwind at the wheel. So also through these pit stops, James Whitehead has now gone past and taken the lead through these stops. Also into second place, impressively up through the order, slowly but surely, has come Lyndon Noble in the 101 car. And out first in the pit stops actually is the car that entered in third, because Andy Gushwind in the SR Donation Society yellow car has now made it up into third. So he entered the pit lane to the back of the group, Katie, and after some slick pit work, he's out in front.
Absolutely. And like we said, going into the pit stops, it definitely will shake things up a bit. New drivers in cars, back out onto the circuit, and yeah, obviously we've seen a change.
It's Nathan J. Williams who's taken over the number 9 car from Charlie Devlin, so he'll try and make as strong an impact as Charlie did before. There is the Stephen Kernick number 19 Team Heat Together South African entry. Really nice to have a couple of international entries from South Africa competing. Into the pit lane has come the 8th placed Positive Perception Esports blue car. Tristan Dasher has taken over the 751 machine. That car back out once again, and he has taken over from looks like Freddie Coleman Evans. So those two sharing that car for this race. But as we now look back to our MX5 leaders, so the two SR Donation Society cars have literally swapped places. It was the number 8, the 8th car initially leading, or they came into the pit lane in second place, so they dropped to third. And the Pass on the Grass car, now with Nathan J. Williams at the wheel, has now dropped to second, because the big leapfrog came from the number 8, the 23 squad. Andy Gushwind also not only taking the lead, but now also pulling away quickly out in front now. So it looks as though that Gushwind has got some good pace on what will be relatively cold tyres, trying to get these up to temperature on the opening lap out of the pits. And we've also got in the pit lane the Mission Motorsport car as well, 101. So Lyndon Noble will be handing that car over in this first pit stop to take their stint to Klaas Hartmann. And looking at some of the information on this duo. And between this duo, and talking about how after they'd been discharged from the military with PTSD alongside other health conditions as well, they've been a part of Mission Motorsport since 2018. And they've done all sorts between them. They've done test driving for Morgan. They've been a world record holder for hypermiling and car control and skid pan instruction as well. They've taken part in the Race Remembrance for 4 years. And they run plenty of karting days and track days, and also represent the charity as a qualified track marshal at Croft Circuit as well. And they're quoted in our notes saying they usually found the pit lane scolding drivers while occasionally throwing a self-funded Toyota Aygo around with a fellow beneficiary. And casual racing fan who does it for fun, help cope with day-to-day issues. And that's what it's all about in that sense. This is obviously what Mission Motorsport is, and also not just Driven Minds, but Mission Motorsport as well is helping. Mission Motorsport, of course, is more focused on their primarily or specifically the ex-serving military personnel that have come that wanted to kind of find a new life working within the automotive and motorsport industries. But this is ultimately what the two organisations have a similarity on in terms of the mental health aspect of it, because of course, you know, people have mental health challenges all the way through and cope with them in different ways. But obviously the biggest mental health challenge for some people, particularly from the military, is having gone away into conflict and fought in battles and come back and trying to adjust to a normal regular life. And some people have difficulty doing that because for most people the army is all they've ever known in their life and their career. So I think it's very vital, not just what Driven Minds is doing on top of that, but of course what Mission Motorsport is doing to help those people who've been through those kind of most unimaginable and awful situations to be able to as their motto says, to go racing, but also to retrain and learn new skills and use the existing skills they've had from working on military vehicles and military equipment, then retrain and rediscover not just a passion for life, but also a passion for motorsport and engineering, to be able to use it in a different way and make a difference in a different way. I think that's quite important, how both organisations in some way, shape or form are quite well aligned for various different things, but for the same reason of wanting to make people's lives much better, not just for themselves in general, but also for their mental state as well.
Absolutely. We're so grateful to see Mission Motorsport with us today, and absolutely fantastic what they do. And I think, you know, particularly the motorsport community is such a great place for the likes of Mission Motorsport. Obviously in Driven Minds as well. You know, it's a fantastic community to be a part of, and brings in, you know, transferable skills, but also a completely different environment. You know, those who work and race with motorsport, definitely the difference between your day-to-day and then jumping into a circuit on a weekend. And yeah, no, absolutely, definitely so happy to see Mission Motorsport today with us.
Yeah, excellent stuff from them, and of course, and they managed to get the car up in quite a decent position before they made their pit stop, and Klaas Hartmann has brought the car back out in 9th place, currently in a battle at the moment with Craig Stanley in the GRDC Endurance Racing the 1-2-3 machine. I think it has now calmed down enough so that we can now do a rundown of where we are after an hour and 13 minutes of racing at the moment, and it is currently at the moment in the lead in the Radical class. Number 43, the Clapham North squad, Matt Kendall now at the wheel after an impressive first stint for Will Blackwell-Chambers. He holds a 1.2 second lead ahead of the solo running Thomas Merritt for Sim Motorsport in car number 12. Third place at the moment is Stephen Place, who's driving number 69 Team Radline machine, taking that car over from John McCutchinson. To fourth place now, quite a solid run up the order, has been the Baller Squad team. They had some earlier troubles, but now up into fourth has gone Nathan Smith-Adams. They might be a bit off sequence with pit stops, since things they pitted earlier on to replace their front nose section. Now, they could be in fourth place for now, but they might drop back, being off sequence with the rest of the Radical teams in pit stops, because everyone's pitting at around about the 32-33 lap mark in terms of fuel at least. Into fifth place has gone Tom Goldsborough, who's taken over in the number 10 GSG racing car, holding the top 5 places at the moment. Sixth now is Colin McCarthy, who's running in the SM Corsa car, another car that's been slowly but silently moving up through the order with some solid lap times and keeping the nose clean out of trouble. Seventh now is number 3 Positive Perception esports car. Dave Russell currently has the wheel of that machine. They're about 5 seconds ahead of the Sim Racers room car, which is steadily making its way back up through the order. The pole sitters, Jaden Harrison, who had an earlier incident hitting the back of an MX-5 and a spin and getting involved with other cars. He is now trying to make his way up through the order once again in 8th. He currently looks like on the lead lap, so impressive driver from Jaden to keep himself in contention potentially if other things happen around him. 9th is the RAF e-motorsports car, which currently has Chris Boland at the wheel after he's taken over from its initial co-driver. And rounding out the top 10 is another car that's made steady but unspectacular, but not for bad reasons, of course. Cameron de Bastos and the team heat together again. Esports car number 25 after they started a little deeper in the field, and that was Cameron de Bastos, who I thought was backing off for a reason. That's exactly the reason why, because James Whitehead has gone for a spin at Maggotts Beckett's in Chapel just before the exit of Chapel. Number 26 car was facing completely sideways on the road, And good reactions from Cameron prevented a rather inconvenient race halting incident between the two of them. Whilst that happens, we can quickly run down through the MX5 running order, and currently at the moment, having made their first pit stop and actually got quite a good undercut on everyone else, is the number 7 Daryl Bennett Motorsport car. That car now in the lead, but it might be a little bit off sequence. Yeah, just hearing on our ears from our producer Lee Thompson that yes, they are off sequence by about 10 laps or so. So yes, they are leading. It's probably a similar situation to the likes of Baller Squad and SM Corsa, where they're pitting a little bit off sequence, therefore they're higher up than maybe their pace possibly would suggest at that point. But still, Bennett leading the class, but effectively once he pits, the de facto lead might all go. So that 3-race scrap that's been going on for a while between this car, Nathan J. Williams, number 9, having taken over from Charlie Devlin, which initially took pole position in qualifying earlier on. In fact, back ahead of the SR Donation Society yellow car, which has Andy Gushwind at the wheel. And then in 4th position is their teammates, SR Donation Society Black with Rudy Breedveld. And then in 5th position, again, Mickey Steady Six at the older. And as we speak of SR Donation Society Black, very kindly of them, they have actually put in another £50 into the donation pot for the event. So thank you very much to them. I mean, if you want to support Driven Minds in the event and all the work they're going to do, all this work is going to go towards giving motorsport marshals the mental health training that they can give in order to help drivers on the circuit, whether it's after an incident or whether it's in the paddock or any time they might need it. That's what all the donations and all the proceeds for this event is going to go to. So just be sure to visit the link below, which is justgiving.com/crowdfunding/driven-minds. Doesn't matter how much you give, whether it's £1, £5, £10, or anything, as much as little as you want. Every little helps, as the saying goes, and you'll certainly be helping to ensure much better mental health provisions for those at racetracks around the UK, and training up marshals to be able to handle it much better going forwards in future. So thank you very much to them. 6th place, going back to our rundown of the top 10 in the class, is Paul Willis in the Wizzy Motorsport number 24 Mazda, and he has got about a 7-second advantage over the Positive Perception Esports blue car number 751 in 6th place. 7th, obviously there's the Positive Perception car, Tristan Dasher at the wheel. 7th place, the Team Shift Motorsport car just behind them, car number 95 with Alex R. Walker at the wheel. Then it's 8th place. There's been a change there, I think, between GRDC Endurance Racing and Team Sakura Engineering. So whatever's happening with James Whitehead is an inconvenience for him, because he's now lost another place to the 1-2-3 machine. Whitehead's still circulating in 9th, but he was as high as running in the top 5 at one point before a couple of the mistakes have hampered his progress. And rounding up the top 10 in car 101, just behind Whitehead on track at the moment, is Klaas Hartmann, the car he shares with Linda Noble in the Mission Motorsport 101 squad. So an hour and 18 minutes into the race, there's still a little bit way to go, but I think as we anticipated and quite hoped, Katie, even though we like the action, it has calmed down somewhat at the front. Now the first couple of pit stops have been put together, and now everyone's a little bit more spread out, as you can see on the track map to the right hand side. The closest battle appears to be at the front, at least still, between Matt Kendall and Thomas Merritt, but so far it seems, Katie, on this stint so far, Kendall has the advantage out in front, with Merritt just trying to keep tabs, only a second and a bit behind.
Absolutely, and I think if I was Merritt right now, I'd be sort of taking this moment to settle in a little bit. You know, he's got a long race ahead of him, so I think he needs to sort of, conserve the energy, refocus, and then can go back at Kendall. But no, it's good to kind of see people settling down a bit. We've had pit stops, which obviously has shaken up the order a little bit, and we've got new drivers in cars, so they'll want to pick up where their co-driver had left off and not make any silly mistakes or sort of lose places as they settle in and get used to the car again and get those tyres warmed up.
The Radicals certainly have their tyres firmly warmed up, at least in this point of the stint, because Matt Kendall powering his way past our MX5 de facto leaders once Daryl Bennett does make his next stop. As we informed by our producers, they are about 10 laps off sequence with pit stops, so they're very much not on the same strategy exactly than the rest of the field. Whether that pays off towards the end remains to be seen. The wayward there for Williams is now might invite up the inside the SR Donation Society yellow car, and up the inside goes number 23. So that was Andy Gushwin back to 2nd place, which we said is the de facto lead. The one car that has really dropped off is the SR Donation Society black car. That's got Rudy Breedfeld at the wheel. Hasn't quite had the same pace that Paul Greatrix had earlier on, but that car still running in a very solid 4th place. But looking at its lap times, yeah, it's dropping back by about roughly, it's on the same sort of pace, but the last lap was a 228.2 for Nathan Williams, compared to a 228.9. So Williams' pace has dropped a little bit. It's actually Gushwind who is still lapping the quicker. He was the quickest man on track in the MX-5s last time by, on the last lap, 226.8. And Darrell Bennett, in fact, he might well have a 15-second lead, but he lost 7/10 on that last lap on a 227.5. So fluctuating lap times now that the second drivers are in the cars, for most at least. For those who do have second or even third drivers, they've made their driver changes and seeing what a fresh driver can do to try and increase the pace a bit more. Williams now under threat again from Gushwin. He's retaken the lead position once more. But these two might be the new kind of de facto lead battle, in inverted commas, once the Bennett Motorsport car does make its second pit stop in, I imagine, several laps' time. It's closed up a tiny bit more again between the top 2 and the Radicals as well, because the gap is still 1.1 seconds, but it's hovering between a second and 1.2 between the leading 2 Radicals as we continue to watch the MX-5 battle for currently second place. But we anticipate this will become the lead battle when Bennett does make that stop. And it's good to see in the live chat we've got plenty of people watching as well and commenting. Good to see. Interesting that we had a comment there from Denise Devlin. So he got hit hard twice in the pass on the grass car, and he still clawed his way back up to first for the initial pit stop. It's pretty impressive stuff. It just shows the resilience for some of these drivers, Katie, that despite 1 or 2 mishaps, they're not one to give up. There's a long race to go. They know it's a long race. We're coming up to almost a quarter of the way through already, in fact. And the work from Charlie Devlin certainly has helped to make sure that Nathan Williams, when he took the car over from his pit stop, that it's still in a very strong position, despite all the incidents and spins that he's been involved in that first stint.
Absolutely, and we talk about, as part of Driven Minds, we talk about resilience, and it can mean a lot of different things. And I think a good example is if you've had a couple of bumps and scrapes in a race, or you've had an incident, you've spun or had contact or whatever, and that ability to dust yourself off, take it to the back of your mind and go, do you know what, this is what I've got ahead of me, this is what I want to focus on, and sort of continue going. So it is all about resilience, I think, particularly in an endurance race. And then also taking over from your teammate as well, and making sure that you want to keep up the pace the best that you can and continue to move forward.
When he's still moving forwards as well, as we just seen now on screen, is the recovering the 38 team, which is the Sim Racers room car that had that incident that forced him to be fast towed back to the pits. And Jaden Harrison still on the lead lap, incredibly. Just taken 7th place from Dave Wrestle in the Positive Perception esports car, number 3 machine. So fast laps from Jaden Harrison. Definitely one of the fastest cars on track at the moment. His last lap was a 155.3. The only 2 cars that are even matching that pace remotely are the cars out in front in the top 2. I think we should look at the top 2, in fact, in Radicals, because Thomas Merritt was about half a second quicker last lap by, to bring the gap down from what was 1.1 to about just under 0.6 of a second. It's now Matt Kendall coming under pressure here. You can see in the bottom right of the graphic how the gap has fluctuated and stayed pretty consistent in the last few laps. It's only the last couple where Merritt has started to turn on the pace and find a bit more consistency in the traffic compared to Kendall might have. He has to come up towards a couple more lapped cars. Kendall not wasting any time to power his way past them. Getting past the Alex R. Walker car that's currently sat in 6th position, the Team Shift Motorsport number 95. And now as they come out of Luffield and onto Woodcote, I think we're about to go battling all over again between these two, because Kendall now finds exactly what Will Blackwood Chambers was having to deal with, the black and red number 12 machine with the Sim Motorsport logos emblazoned upon it, looming large in his mirrors. On board with Thomas. This is his sight as they come up towards Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel for this very fast, high-speed, sweeping section of corners. Just winding his way through left, right, and left again. and then onto the hanger straight. He's not quite that close enough to have a full toe. You have to be kind of really within half a second or so in iRacing to truly get a toe from the car in front. You're very slowly edging back towards him as they come towards this long, powerful right-hander at Stowe Corner. It's a very fast corner. We have to be careful not to run too wide, or you might start to cop track limits penalties. And then back down under brakes through the gears into the first part of the Vale. This double apex right-hander of Club. And as they turn on through the final couple of the corners to end the lap, the last time by, Merritt was again another half a second quicker. Look at the update on the times. No, in fact, they were quite even in terms of times. Both 155.0s. Kendall was a fraction faster by a few thousandths of a second. So the two cars now at the moment, at this point in this stint, Katie, very evenly matched. And even though Merritt had a bit of a slower start to that second stint, now he's got the tyres into their operating range. Now he feels a bit more comfortable, and the other tyres have got their temperatures, got their pressures back up to where they should be. He now feels he's got that confidence in that pace, and now he's starting to settle into that stint like he did in the first part, battling Blackwell Chambers. Same car, different driver, so he's now trying to feel out and figure out the racing, the driving style, and how Matt handles this car in particular, in order to try and size him up for a possible move later on, if he can find a bit more pace and trying to lock in behind him in the toe.
Absolutely, they'll be learning sort of, Matt Kendall's what his lines are, where he thinks his weak points will be in order to take advantage. And when the time is right, the gap is close enough, being able to pull out and hopefully, hopefully for him, retake that first place. But we've had some change in drivers, but we're still seeing that really, really close racing, really small gaps in that tiny little concertina effect as that gap increases and decreases. But we're talking tenths of a second, so it's definitely all still to play for at this stage.
Definitely. Speaking of all to play for, here's another battle that's gone on here. This is the Baller Squad racing car that has caught up to the rear of Stephen Place in the Team Radline machine. This is for position. This is for third and fourth, the final step. That's quite a way away, the podium. Still 4.5 hours to go till we decide that one. But it's a battle going on here for third place between Baller Squad Racing and Team Redline. Team Radline. I made that mistake. Everyone thinking that the all-conquering sim racing team had joined in, but it was a slight play on words. Into the pits has come the Team Heaps Together Again machine. Cameron de Bastos hitting the stops. Just going to check and see how many pit stops they've actually made, because I think they have come in at least once before. If I just hear a confirmation me, that is their second pit stop, or their second visit to the pits thus far. The highest placed car that has made 2 pit calls so far is the number 3 machine, which has Dave Wrestle at the wheel. Everyone else in terms of the leaders has only made the 1 stop, particularly in the top 6. They've all made those first stops. Driver change also happening as well, so it looks like Liam Swinburne is getting behind the wheel of the 25 machine whilst that's happening. As we look back here, that consistent pressure from Kendall really is paying off, because they're putting a lap on one of the Radicals, which will be running at their pace, but Kendall might not have any chance to let Merritt through here, up and towards Copse Corner. Kendall fighting back around the outside, despite the lap car in front, but Merritt takes full advantage and takes the lead through Copse, using the back marker to perfection. And now it's Kendall now going from the hunted to the hunter, because he's now on the back of Merritt trying to repass him. And these two, of course, these two cars have plenty of back and forth with Blackwell Chambers at the wheel. There was a small slide there through the exit of Chapel for Merritt. This is the chance for Kendall to try and get back at him down towards Stowe Corner. More lap traffic in front. That is the MX5 leader of Daryl Bennett, who allows them through. Now in towards Stowe Corner again, keeping on this onboard, showing just what Kendall's looking at. He'll be laser focused on the rear end of the number 12 machine. Closes right up through Vale, through the first part of Club Corner, and through the second part to end another lap. The gap across the line last time was about 0.2 of a second, but you get closer than that. It's about 1.5 as they come across to start lap 47. So coming up to 50 laps already. Another twitch there for Merritt through farm curve. So Merritt's car a little more loose underneath him as they go underneath down the brakes. You can see every time he shifts down the specific flame as he punches down through the gearbox. And back up through the gears again. Out of a loop, out of Aintree, and then onto this long back straight towards Brooklyn. This is exactly where Kendall might start to line him up again. Again, an hour and a half in, and still no certainty as to who is the ultimate pace setter in the Radical class in this Willpower 6 hour. Through Brooklands, have to be almost never-ending right-hander of Luffield. Back on the power again, a little short shift to get back on to get the traction going. And now it's pretty much roles reverse because Kendall was the one that was having to try and defend the inside line. Now he's the one chasing down towards Cops. No traffic around them immediately in this part. And very evenly matched through here. And no matter what Kendall tries in terms of pace, it looks as though that Merritt has got this one at least under his control. But we know his car's been a little looser in some of the corners on exit. Let's watch them wind their way out of Chapel. This is a very strong exit here from Kendall. This is as close as he's been in the SO, I think, since he was passed by Merritt. And now he's locked on. Trying to put the pressure on, looking for the lead to try and put that number 43 car back to the head of the field. But Merritt keeps the pace nice and clear. Now as they make their way down towards the Vale. It's still these top two just choosing to run nose to tail. And I think that Kendall's strategy here, Katie, might well be not necessarily to make an immediate pass. He's probably just sat back thinking, if I try and battle back and forth, I'm going to use up my tyres, I'll use up more fuel, I'm going to be kind of pushing too hard and making a mistake. I suspect his strategy might be here simply just to run with Merritt, just to run a few laps, stay right on his tail and just apply that consistent heavy pressure to try and force him into a mistake, because he'll have seen that car getting a little bit loose a couple of times, so he'll know that Merritt's car is possibly prone to a mistake or two. Of course, Kendall with a lot more racing experience both in real and sim, I imagine, than Thomas, but Thomas certainly showing his ability and his mentality is kind of years beyond his age, being as young as he is a Fiesta Junior driver, as he comes up towards putting a lap on the Mission Motorsport car, which completely exits stage right, thinking has Klaus Hartmann wanting no part of a lead battle and just exiting itself out of the way immediately. It's good driving from Klaus, even though the extreme. This is really, I think the mentality for Matt here, and this is about to prove me wrong, is simply just sit back, just put the pressure on, stay on his rear wing, and just try and force him into a mistake, and force Merritt to drive at his mirrors rather than drive in front. And that was incredibly close. That was the MX-5. Car 123, I think that was almost getting very close. That was, yeah, Craig Starkey nearly tripped up on by both Merritt and Kendall, and they've done a lapped car there that I think gave Kendall a bit of breathing space. But to finally get my point out, I think that it looks as though that Kendall's taken the more calculated approach, not try and make an attack every point, because he knows the more he tries to attack, the more he'll use up his tyres and fuel. Just sit back, run at Merritt's pace, keep the pressure on, and hope that he makes a mistake, because that car has been looking a bit loose through the last few laps.
Absolutely, and I guess, from Kendall's perspective, he doesn't want to give, show his hand too quickly with the do and avoiding action to block him off from making a pass.
Yes, I realised I might have said all of that without having my microphone on, so apologies for that. So, just mentioning that there's battle going on between the leaders as we turn our way through the Double Apex right-hander at Club. As mentioned there before I realised that the microphone wasn't turned on, so was that just watching Jaden Harrison was in that battle between SM Corsa and Positive Perception Esports. Now we go back to our leading group, and there's seems to be kind of packs of 2 and 3 in these radicals that are just pairing off or moving off into trios that are looking to just have their own little private battles amongst themselves. Right now, again, keeping the pressure, keeping the pace up, but Kendall keeping the pressure on. And also looking back as well, I noticed that both we've got the Team Radline and Baller Squad Racing car still nose to tail. And then there's that 3-car scrap that's developing. And I think it's possibly just changed around because just on the timing screen there, Jaden Harrison's got ahead of Dave Russell. So there's a change there for 7th position. There it is. And they're both chasing down the SM Corsa car in front. And one thing I also mentioned before I realised I wasn't actually, Mike wasn't live, was that we had another donation come through. And that's taken our total past the £500 mark. So thank you to our latest donators or donatees. And again, if you want to support the cause that Mission Motorsport has, that Driven Minds has, my mind's everywhere, the cause that Driven Minds has, you can head to the link below, justgiving.com/crowdfunding/driven-minds. You can also support Mission Motorsport, we employees do that as well, but Driven Minds here to support motorsport mental health training for marshals to ensure that anyone at the circuit, whether it's a driver, a team member, anyone who requires a bit of mental health support, marshals are qualified to provide it in the best possible way. That's exactly the kind of cause amongst many which Driven Minds works towards, to ensure that there is adequate and sufficient mental health coverage for everyone in motorsport up and down the paddocks of the UK and even beyond the UK as well on top of that too. So battles for first and third continue on. This is the scrap for third, which now comes to an end because into the pit lane has come the Baller Squad Racing car. And I think they're also another team that is off kilter, because we did see, I think the first proper stop for them was when Erkan came in for his first stop, I think with some front end damage. So this car is one of a couple that are off sequence with the others. We anticipate that the leaders are going to be pitting about every 32 to 33 laps, given that's when the leading pair came in for their first stops. So Nathan Smith-Adams then will hit the stops to hand over either back to Erkan, or I imagine he'll hand over to their third driver to be in the pit lane now, the number 18 machine. The scrap that's now going on for second is still between these two. It's still Nathan J. Williams for Pass on the Grass Racing battling away with Andy Gershwind, and they're going wheel to wheel through Brooklands and Luffield. And now on the pace out through Woodcote, and there goes the Driven Minds number 20 machine powering through. That car is in 11th place with Nick Ramsey-Goff at the wheel, and he's got some 12 seconds to try and make up on the number 25 car, which is Liam Swinburne, to try and breach back into the top 10 if possible. And also while that's happening, just saw the timing screen there, and now on the screen in front of you, Jaden Harrison has picked up another place. So that is the number 38 machine through. In fact, the number 3, the Positive Perception Esports car also pressuring the Cohen McCarthy machine. This is now trying to get past Dave Russell, trying to make his way through to pick up another position. Down the inside he goes, and up into position he goes there. So it goes there. But just mentioning, of course, Katie, the fact that we've gone past the 500 mark now for donations, which is fantastic. So I guess while we've got a bit of a lull in the race here, whilst we're watching some of the actions going on, just talk us through, for some people who might not know about Driven Minds and what they do, what they have done, or what they're looking to do, what Driven Minds is all about, and so the reason why we're here conducting the 6-hour sim race, the reason why we're here to support this incredible organisation that you and Nick and others have contributed towards and put together, and what it all stands for going forwards.
Absolutely. So Driven Minds started a number of years ago, and how it started and how we are today, are two very different. It just shows the amount of support and opportunities we've been given by people within motorsport. And essentially, we are a mental health and motorsport organisation. So that is our kind of key focus. And mental health covers everything from your mental fitness, your resilience, your confidence, overcoming adversity, straight through to coping mechanisms when things get really tricky. and then also when to spot signs for extra helping. Something isn't going well. I need to speak to somebody who can really help me out. And I think we're very clear as a society that if your leg is broken or you've got an injury, that you go to the hospital, you get help, you go see your GP and you get that support. But when it comes to mental health, I think that's where people tend to struggle. And it's definitely at the heart of what we do at Driven Minds. We want to be able to have people to open up and have these conversations. And even from the very beginning of speaking to a family friend, a close one, loved one, your partner, your teammate, anyone who you feel confident enough to open up and say, I don't feel like myself right now, and to have those conversations and be able to find the support that you need. So we are really kind of big on opening up conversations and making sure that there's mental health support access around the motorsport community. I don't think it's outlined to say that, motorsport in general can be a very highly pressurized environment, whether you're a team manager, team owner, you're a driver, you're a mechanic, photographer, marshal. It's definitely a unique environment, and I think it's very important for us all to have the right mental resilience, that healthy mind to be able to go out and do what we do and really enjoy it as well. The moment racing isn't enjoyable, there's something that needs to change. And our drive most recently is seeing how far wide in motorsport we can get that mental health support. And marshals definitely are an amazing group of people, but we see them about 7 a.m. in the morning and they are having their marshal briefing, and then they go out on posts and we don't really see them again. And we want to make sure that they have the same support out on circuit that we have in the paddock, which is why we're really driving fundraising for mental health, first aid training for marshals. So throughout a circuit on a race weekend, there's a number of marshals who are trained in that mental health first aid training to spot warning signs with each other or with drivers or whoever they may come across, and also themselves as well. And that training isn't just in motorsport. The training course means that you can provide support outside of racing as well and look after each other outside of racing as well. So the more funds that we raise today, the more marshals we can put through mental health first aid training. Obviously, our focus at the moment is UK paddocks, but we want to be able to expand out, and we'd love to have a worldwide presence. That would be the goal one day. And we all know about St John's Ambulance, and our aspirations are to be the St John's Ambulance of mental health support. So the more that we can fundraise, the more we can get out there and spread awareness around mental health support and the great things that we can do together.
It's a great term, the St John's Ambulance of mental health in motorsport, which I think is a really great way to put it in that sense. And I know from this organisation as well, given that it's yourself and others within the kind of group of community people that we have, not just helped me, but there's a really tight knit community of people, which is yourself and Nick and myself and other people. Rob Lewis, who we wish well, of course. He was meant to be commentating with us today, but sadly fall ill. So fingers crossed he gets well soon. Hopefully, of course, he should be all being well. We're racing next weekend at Snetterton in the opening round of the Modified Ford Series, and his focus, fingers crossed, not only does he get the car finished, but also that he can be healthy enough to race on top of that too. But the support they've given, not just in a motorsport sense, but even in a personal sense between the collective, has been great. So to be able to share that same enthusiasm and that same willingness to help with other people, particularly in the motorsport paddock, and again, whether you say, as you said, whether it's a marshal, a driver, a team member, a mechanic, even a supporter, or someone else around the circuit, is pretty key to be able to do something which not many other organisations within motorsport are kind of putting as much maybe effort into. I'd say not purposely, but are not as fully focused and dedicated purely to mental health in motorsport as Driven Minds are. I think is the reason why I sort of often joke when I mention this, but I remember when the Driven Minds first stumbled across you guys, I didn't even have to wait for anyone to be asked if I wanted to be an ambassador. I wanted to be an ambassador given my own mental health struggles at times, and wanted to at least try and make an impact, and my love of motorsport on top of that too. So to try and combine two things that are very important in my life for various reasons was a key thing. And so to become a part of Driven Minds myself as an ambassador was a no-brainer. So to be here and to help you guys out and to be part of this event is something that's obviously very special and very entertaining. And of course, everyone doing here exactly what they love to do, which is, in a virtual sense, go out and race. But as with many, it's going to racing for a good cause. And I just noticed also again, whilst we've been talking, we've had another £50 donation, so we've now gone to £562.50, which is excellent stuff. And again, No one's obliged to donate, but of course if you do want to, there's no set amount that you have to, whether it's £1, 5, 10, doesn't matter what it is, you can do that as much or little as you want. There's no obligation to even have to donate, just being here and watching and supporting and giving nice words and giving nice comments is enough to showcase what Driven Minds are doing. And the fact we've had a great turnout of some 27, 28 teams across the 2 classes is excellent too. So I think it's all round so far, even though we've only had an hour and 45 minutes in this race, it's been quite a success, and there's still plenty of action, Katie, left to go, which way we could decide possibly the fate of both classes, given that these two, whilst we've been talking, have still been going back and forth, and at one point Matt looked as though he was about to make a move, but again sat back and decided to just think about making a pass a little bit later on. So these two going at it once again, but as we say, everyone here racing for one cause, a very worthy cause, and that's to try and make sure that everyone has the brightest of minds in the best possible way in motorsport right now, but also for the foreseeable future.
Absolutely, and I think what's really good to highlight, obviously, first of all, thank you so much for everyone who's donated. I've set myself a goal of not getting emotional on live stream commentating, but as that number goes up, it's becoming increasingly more difficult. But going back to our ambassadors, obviously, Scott, we're so thankful to have you. Obviously, what I think is a really unique part of our ambassador group is that we're all involved in motorsport in one way or another. So myself, sort of team managing, series coordinating, various social media roles. We've got marshals, photographers, commentators, drivers. I think it gives us that extra element of being able to show that real understanding of someone within our community that might be struggling. We know the ins and outs of motorsport. We know what the pressures are, and we can really relate to the people that we speak to and support, which I think really gives a really nice kind of opening it up to a conversation. You know, we don't just talk about mental health, we talk about all things motorsport, racing, drivers, all that fun stuff as well. So it's an absolutely fantastic community to be a part of.
And I know that every year you guys also open up for new ambassadors and for new champions and supporters to get involved. So going forward with those, I know you open up the kind of the tender or the application for those year on year going forward. So as we continue to watch this league battle, I'll keep an eye on it just in case Kendall does decide to make a move up the inside, this time on merit in towards Brookson's, which he doesn't this time, so he's going to keep close. Going forwards, once you open up that process again, if people want to be a part of Driven Minds as an ambassador or a champion or any other way they want to get involved, what's the process in which for them to get involved to potentially become a part of the community from start to finish in order to get involved in this?
Yeah, I think first of all, what's really important to say is that we love to have as many ambassadors as possible. We're purely restricted by funding. So the more we can fundraise in general, the more that we can bring ambassadors on board. Because what we do is put them through mental health first aid training themselves, get them the team wear so people can spot them out in the paddock. We wear our bright yellow and black polo shirts so people can see us from a mile up down the paddock or pit lane to be able to see, to be able to find one of us. And the application process is pretty straightforward. We do ask a number of questions around, what you do in motorsport, what's most important to you around mental health. So we definitely want to hear people's stories and sort of, people have their own aspirations of what support they want to provide, what time they want to give up, and if we can help support that, then we definitely want to get them on board. So it's typically an application process. We do a quick kind of Teams call as well. See, a bit more about our ambassadors and how they'll want to fit within the team. And then, it all comes down to how much we can fundraise in general, means how many ambassadors we can have. But we want to open applications up very, very soon and get more people on board. And what was really kind of key last year's recruitment of people not wanting to apply because they didn't think that their role was irrelevant or important enough in motorsport. And we had to highlight to them, it doesn't matter. You've got an interest in motorsport. You've got an interest in helping others, we definitely want to hear from you.
So if you want to get involved with Driven Minds, as we see the leader of the MX-5s in the pit lane, Darryl Bennett, off sequence from his pit stops, but he'll relinquish the lead to the battle between the Nathan Williams and Andy Gershwind. If people want to get involved, what sort of channels or routes can they do so in order to get in touch and to possibly get the ball rolling?
Yes, so we are very active, I say mostly on Instagram. I think that's where we find a lot of the people that want to reach out and contact us. Instagram tends to be the place to go. So obviously the direct message on there. We've got our email address, help@drivenminds.co.uk. and obviously a website as well to be able to get in touch with us. So Nick and I obviously have our full day jobs as well, so sometimes we can be a little bit of a delay in someone inquiring about wanting to work with us, but we definitely do want to get back in touch with everyone that gets in touch with us. We obviously do prioritise people who will contact us for that actual kind of personal help and support. So if, for example, you're struggling, you don't, it's not about being part of Driven Minds, but actually you want a bit of help, definitely do drop us a message, and we look to help you as best that we can.
I need to learn how to unmute my microphone rather than forgetting. But I'll say good to hear. And of course, do visit the website, drivenminds.co.uk, I think, or drivenminds.com, one or two, and find out more about Driven Minds itself and the team and everything that they do in order to get involved going forwards in the future. We've just seen the erstwhile class leader in the MX-5s, Daryl Bennett, make his pit stop. He's rejoined in what looks like 4th position. Not a bad stint from him to keep himself in the top 5. Daryl rejoining on track has now given the top 3 positions back to the Pass on the Grass racing team, with Nathan J. Williams in the lead, that car being shared with Charlie Devlin, and then the 2 SR Donation Society cars, yellow and black, in 2nd and 3rd place. And that battle between the top 2 in the MX-5s has been pretty much constant, nose to tail at the front of the field, as it has been for the 2 cars who've been leading the way in the Radical class. So this is the pit stop strategies in terms of who's been pitting as to when. And if we look at the MX-5 pit window, we'll be able to see on the strategy there on the bottom right hand side, once my screen refreshes itself, be able to see that interesting mixture of strategies, but you can see the difference in pit stop strategy in terms of the gap between Bennett's pit stops and the 3 cars that came in between each other. So despite this might be an interesting alternative strategy, I think, from Bennett, whether or not he's trying to just use as much clear air as possible, not get involved in with other cars. Maybe he realised, Katie, in that first part of that first stint, that battling too much amongst the cars around him was going to lose him time. So the fact he pitted early, off sequence with the others, but gave him the clear track he needed to be able to put some fast laps in, has helped him leapfrog himself up into 4th position. So I wonder if he's running that alternative strategy in order to try and benefit from not battling amongst other cars, and to be able to get up higher up the order compared to those who might lose time being stuck in battles or being nose to tail, as the current leaders are, 1st and 2nd.
Absolutely. If you're seeing a battle ahead that you can't get stuck into, or you feel like you need to do something different, take the risk, because it might just pay off, and it looks like it's definitely looking to do so for Bennett Motorsport. And sometimes it can definitely help you to just do the opposite of what the other teams in front are doing.
As the battle up's going on with the MX-5s, as we continue to watch the Radicals, who are still this close nose to tail, even though they are getting towards a third of the way through this race. And somehow Matt Kendall has been practically locked onto the rear wing of Thomas Merritt, practically almost this entire stint since Merritt took the lead. Kendall, these two just lapping in tandem with each other. And with it, it's just Kendall just biding his time, saving his tyres and fuel, and not wanting to make any silly mistakes. Just apply that pressure and see how long Thomas can cope with it. Well, at the moment, Thomas is coping pretty well with it, despite having the 43 machine tucked under his rear wing, just a 10th behind him, come down the back straight towards Stowe Corner, just pulling the toe off the lapped car in front. And I have to say, this is pretty impressive stuff. And whilst that happens, we switch back to our MX-5 leaders, who are about to be lapped again by the overall leaders in the 2 Radicals. And Andy Gershwin has now gone back to the front. It's not the first time he's been in the lead of the MX-5s, or at least ahead of the number 9 car, since he got into the car for his stint. As Nathan Williams continues to apply that pressure, the two leading pairs are about to come across each other, and Merritt does indeed sweep past both Gershwin and Williams effortlessly, with Kendall on his tail. As they head off for another battle, these two continue to stay pretty close, and they've got about a 30-second advantage plus over the other SR Donation car that has really dropped back in the hands of Rudy Breedveld to not quite the same pace that it had earlier on to lead the race. So I wonder if there's going to be some work that the co-drivers might have to do in order to do so. The car's still running in third place, so obviously, really Breedford is not a slow driver at all, but in terms of the other two drivers, they might have a little more pace. Rudy does, but Rudy's still lapping pretty healthily and still competitively to maintain that third place. So it's an interesting dynamic. We talk about mentality in motorsport in many cases, as I think there's been a change before we get to that, because into the lead has gone Matt Kendall, and that was a pretty rapid change that's happened. And that's happened, I think, just exiting Luffield. So into the lead after lap of consistent pressure. Kendall has finally pounced. Through he goes. If we can get a replay of that, that would be excellent. But here goes Kendall into the once again to put number 43 car back to the front. But that was after Katie's several laps of Kendall just staying on Merritt's rear wing. We're about to see how he did it. This was pretty much finding that ripe opportunity, and then maybe a back marker played its part here. We'll have to wait and see. Through Luffield, and yes, it was. Merritt tried to get up the inside of the Whitehead car as he went out of it, and either side of them, kind of Shimo Hakkinen style, Spa 2000, it was Kendall back in front, but Merritt's trying to get back past him. But as they continue to battle Kate, as I mentioned, Merritt to be able to resist lap after lap of that consistent pressure, that has to show a really strong mentality as a racing driver, both in the real world and in the sim, because to be able to race at that pace at the front of a field, battling for the overall lead and the class lead, to have someone a tenth of a second behind you right on your rear wing for lap after lap for several laps in this stint, that's not something that someone who is not as strong mentally can in a racing aspect can get involved. If someone's gone off into the barriers exiting Stowe Corner, possibly tripping up trying to get past the two lapped cars, the two leading Mazdas, that's not an easy thing to get to be able to handle. No,
and I think it's a good example of resilience and focus as well. The resilience element to say, I know someone is right on my rear bumper, but I'm not going to let them pull me into a mistake or me deviate from what I'm trying to do, and to keep that focus in. And that's what we talk about within racing, is that mental resilience and be able to keep that strong.
Well, unfortunately, the car that had the off whilst we were talking there is, of all cars, number 20, which is the Nick Ramsey Cough car, which has gone off. So I imagine he'll be rather frustrated. But that's the reality of trying to make it through. And it looked as though to me is that he just simply put the power down and possibly got a little bit put off by the two lapped cars in front, and just tried to put the power down, got loose, and from there he's again, like an earlier instance in a similar vein, just a bit of a passenger.
Yeah, and I think, lap after lap, you almost have to turn into a robot, but we're all humans. So just a split second of a distraction can be the difference between staying on track and going into a barrier, which Nick, unfortunately, has just seen happen to him.
He's in the pit lane getting a fast repair, so he'll be back out on circuit pretty soon, I'm certain. He was trying to challenge for a top 10 spot, but he's now put himself back down to around about... And that's about sort of 13th place at the moment, so he'll try and charge back through if he can. He's got plenty of time to try and make up the time, still 4 hours to go. Already we've come up to a third distance, which is pretty incredible. This is the 5th place car, which is lapping in a bit of no man's land. This is the Chris Boland number 86 machine, REF eMotorsports, one of the possibly later entries in the field. Good to see that car running solidly within the top 5 in 5th position. And again, if there's any... for people that know resilience, it's the RAF, because it's doing everything they've done over the years, and the countless number of soldiers and members of the RAF that have come through and served to protect their country and their fellow servicemen and women has been pretty important. This is the Sim Racers room car, which did have Jaden Harrison at the wheel for a couple of stints. Now it's the South African Morna Deploy, as I got behind the wheel. He's currently running in 8th at the moment. Remember, that car took pole position in qualifying, but after he got caught up with a back marker exiting Chapel, it had a fast repair quick and has been steadily moving up through the order again in the hands of Jaden Harrison. So he's now trying to put his way through. This is another battle on track, I think, going on between between 10 and 25. This is now between 10th and 11th. This is between Team Heat Together in car 19, another one of the South African entries. And this is the GSG racing car number 10, which has Alexander Manalu back at the wheel again. So he's taken over from his co-driver once more. Wind the way out through. He's taking that wider approach to get the undercut through the loop and trying to just get better traction. Looks as though at the moment Stephen Kernick, who's at the wheel of the number 19 car in front, got enough about him to just hold on. as they head towards Brooklands once again. We're on to lap, about to start lap 63 out in front, and still the battle's in front as close as ever as more pit stops take place for some of the more off-sequence radicals that are down the field that might have had problems on a different pit strategy to some of the leaders.
You definitely wouldn't think it would be lap 63, and I don't know how these guys are doing it. We're a couple of hours in and I'm already knackered from watching them. They are absolutely non-stop. Really, really fantastic to see.
Also fantastic to see whilst we continue to watch the battle for 9th position. We've had another donation come in as well, so we're up to 577, so thank you for our latest donator as well. Again, as we stress, donation is not mandatory at all whatsoever. There's no obligation for anyone that's watching donate. If you wish to do so, then feel free, but of course just being here and supporting the stream and supporting and with kind words of just being here to watch is enough to support Driven Minds and what they do. But if you do wish to donate, of course, then you're more than welcome to. If you choose, just head to the link below, justgiving.com/crowdfunding/driven-minds, and that money being raised is going towards helping to give motorsport marshals mental health first aid training to be able to aid just about anyone on a race circuit whether they need it, in order to add to their toolkit and their skill set for being able to keep drivers and teams and everyone else safe, and to make events run as efficiently and smoothly as possible, because as we know with motorsport, without marshals we simply can't go racing. So that's full stop. So to give as much help, as much support as possible, and to give them the ability to help look after drivers or anyone else that's been involved in an incident or anything that might have happened that may be affecting them mentally as well as potentially even physically, although we hope not, then that's certainly the help. This fundraising is going towards helping them to be able to help others, so that's a key thing to do so. So again, feel free to donate if you wish, no obligation to do so, but feel free to if you'd like to. The donation can be no set amount, it can be £1, £2, £5, £10, as much as you wish. Any little helps on that side. Now, interesting enough, a split strategy for the top two, because Thomas Merritt has come into the pit lane, but Matt Kendall has carried on. So Thomas Merritt, who'd been leading for quite a while, remember running solo in this car, the number 12 Sim Motorsport machine, to make his second stop, but Kendall carrying on. So interestingly enough, either Thomas Merritt has gone for an undercut whilst in the lead, Kendall's trying to stay out and do a couple of clear laps in clear air to try and leapfrog him into the pit stops. What Thomas can do on fresher rubber, Kate, is going to be interesting. So splitting the strategies rather than pitting together, interesting strategy change possibly from one or the other team.
Absolutely, but like what we said earlier, why not do something different? Particularly in an endurance setting, you've got the time, try something different. Let's see if that gives you that edge and gets you a bit more of a comfortable gap. Because we've obviously had a lot of close racing. It's been so close, so why not? Let's give something different a go.
So let's see how this strategy plays out. Whilst that's happening, Kendall just also putting a lap on the continuing lead battle in the MX5 class, still between Nathan J. Williams and the number 9 Pass on the Grass Racing Mazda, and then just behind him, of course, Andy Gushwind in the SAR Donation Society yellow car. Out of the pits comes Merritt, his pit stop complete. That's his second stop of the race in the books, and he's got to try and now pick up as much as possible. He rejoins back out in, that's interesting, they're round about roughly in second place, but he's now just in front of 3 cars that are battling amongst each other. This is the battle between, looks like, the Sim Racers Room Happy Minds Racing number 757 and the GSG Racing car. In fact, this is actually, I think, the 38 car Sim Racers Room, and the 2 cars behind him are battling for position. That's still GSG Racing battling with Team Heat together. Lots going on here between this group of cars as they turn their way through Luffield. That's number 10 car, which I think is again, they're kind of getting around the 38 machine and putting a lap on that, or taking a lap back. Whilst those two, the 10 and the 10 and the 19, once again just trapping amongst each other. But I think actually it's the Happy Minds Racing car. There were 2 or 3 green cars in the field, hence my confusion. So apologies for that. But it's actually GSG Racing, Happy Minds Racing, and Team Heat together, all battling together for 9th, 10th, 11th. There, we've cleared that up now, much better. So that's Jonathan Bennett, in fact. So Jonathan Bennett, who we saw, I think, his sibling Darryl competing in the Mazda, who was leading court for quite a while. Jonathan now getting behind the wheel of the Happy Minds Racing car. It's now breached the top 10. And interesting enough, just looking ahead there, Thomas Merritt almost about to be unlapped, I think, by the GSG racing car in ninth than he has been. So Thomas Merritt, rather than lapping the cars in front of him, as another car's gone off there to the right-hand side in the barriers, can't quite see exactly who it is. But Thomas Merritt here, compared to the fact that Kendall has yet to make his stop, this is traffic and battling with a lapped car he really doesn't need at this stage, particularly when Kendall is yet to stop. He's probably trying to extend that gap as much as he can while he makes his pit stop and possibly is able to leapfrog him if Merritt gets stuck in this traffic. Yeah,
that's the risk. What happens when you pit just at the wrong time, you come out in that traffic, and that can definitely slow you down, as we've seen today.
So Merritt, again, has managed to clear 2 of the 3 cars that were around him, but it just happens to be that the GSG racing car, which is running around him, Alexander Malalou, that's probably the reason why he's having to struggle a tiny bit, because Alexander is quite a quick driver, just that car's been a bit off pace. I had 1 or 2 mishaps that's dropped him down the order. That's the reason probably why he's struggling a little bit to try and get through, because lap time wise they're probably quite evenly matched. I mean, the last lap for Malalou was a 1:59.032. If you look at Merritt's last lap, that was his out lap anyway. It was a 3 minutes 7.769, but that was his time out of the pits. So we'll see his proper first flying lap when he crosses the line next time by. Meanwhile, back with our Mazdas, they're still nose to tail. They have changed around now, so it's now Andy Gershwin in front of Nathan Williams. But I imagine that Nathan here is not going to stay too long behind him unless they decide to pit both again at the same time as they did before. Remember, pit stop wise, that's a little bit sort of shorter than we anticipated for them to go in, because although it's kind of a little bit on strategy, because we saw that was Merritt pitted at lap 64, so that's about 32 laps, whereas I think Kendall, what looks like he's done, we saw him staying close to the rear end of Merritt's car, possibly running in his tow. I think what he's done is he's stayed in the tow, saved a little bit of fuel and saved his tyres a bit more, purposely followed Merritt and stayed close to try and minimise any, try and save a little bit of fuel on tyres and run at Merritt's pace rather than try and go ultimately quicker. And that's going to help, that's trying to help him run 2 or 3 laps in clear air to use it, burn off the extra fuel and to be able to try and find a gap without having to mix up in traffic. And I think the fact that Merritt's also been caught up in that lap traffic as well on top of it, and unable to fully get past Alexander Malalou and kind of keep him behind him, that's what I think is putting this firmly into the advantage of Clapham North's Kendall right now, because when he hands that car back over to All Blackwell Chambers, I anticipate, unless they make a mishap, touch wood, they probably are going to come back out in the lead with a small advantage, given that Merritt stopped before and he's not being able to fully make use of the advantage of the fresh tyres around him because he's been held up trying to get around lapped cars.
Was that a risk of the commentator's curse just then, Scott? Possibly.
Never. Don't know what you're talking about. Speaking of pit callers, here comes Matt Kendall. So I think he has managed to eke out a couple of extra laps from the fuel tank of the number 43. In he comes on the end of lap 66. He's done 33 laps. I think possibly even 31 maybe from the Merritt before. So around about 31, 32 laps. And I think that Thomas might have used an extra lap of fuel, given the fact he's had to push so hard to try and pull away from Kendall. Into the pits comes the current race leader. Now the key thing is going to be where exactly is Merritt at this point in time on the circuit. And see if I can find him on the track map here. Here he is. Now he's lost time to Malalou, who's pulled away from him. I think he simply just let him go and just tried to use the clear air he now has to try and push on. As they come down the Hanger Straight, going to keep an eye on where Kendall is, or when Blackwell Chambers gets back in the car, and when he actually exits the pits, because of course they'll be doing fuel and tyres. This is going to be the crucial part here, because the pit exit is right at the end of it. Now coming across on the Mazda MX-5 leaders is not quite what he needs. It should also mention as well, as Blackwell Chambers does in fact leave the pit lane, so the cars around him are not going to cause problems as Merritt thumps the curb on the first part of Club Corner. That has definitively lost him the race lead, because Blackwell Chambers comes out and the gap that he's now got to Thomas Merritt is absolutely phenomenal. So the extra couple of laps, saving the fuel and Merritt getting stuck behind lap traffic, all culminated to quite a substantial change in the lead gap now between Blackwell Chambers and Merritt. And I think now that Merritt's going to have a real task in his third stint. It'll be tougher than the last 2, because now he's got to try and find the pace to not only pretty much get around and get by these back markers, but to now try and catch up to Blackwell Chambers. Will have the full advantage of having no pressure, no cars immediately behind him, now trying to extend that gap even further. But by the time the next pit stop comes around, he hands it back to Kendall. It's in an even stronger position than it was. The time he's at the moment, Katie tells me, 10.5 seconds is the gap. That's how much time Merritt has lost, both from getting stuck behind back markers, making mistakes, and also from Kendall using those extra couple of laps in clear air to pull that gap and to really firmly put the 43 car into the lead of this race.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a series of unfortunate events for Thomas Merritt. I think, pitting maybe at the wrong time, getting stuck in traffic, I think has really kind of hurt his race at this stage. However, definitely can't count him out if we draw back to that mental resilience that we saw the last couple of hours. Definitely still to play for, and I think he can to get that gap right down and be right on the tail of Will Blackwell Chambers.
We'll see. He's got 10.5 seconds to make up, and interestingly enough, the Team Heap Together car there, Stephen Koenig, has essentially passed him on track. But I wonder if Thomas might use him as a bit of a tow over the next lap or so to try and recover a bit of pace. James King has taken back over the wheel of the number 86 RAF E-Motorsports car, so after his strong first stint, he's back behind the wheel to continue on the good work that his co-driver did in that second stint. He's rejoined in 6th position. Got about 10 seconds to make up on the number 3 Positive Perception esports car, which is Simon Wilkes currently wheel of that one. And also a car again that's we think is very much off sequence with pit stops due to its earlier first impromptu stop that it made. Is the number 18 All Squad racing car, which now has its original driver, Emre Burak Sonmez, back at the wheel. There is Emre. And that car was missing a front section earlier on, but it's had it replaced, and so a nice clean stint from his co-driver helped that car move up the order once again. It's about to come up on the MX-5 leaders. They turn their way out through first 2 apexes of Club Corner as he now heads down towards Abbey. Ray has got the advantage he needs. In terms of gaps around him, he's got a clear gap of about some 37 seconds to Simon Wilkes behind him, and he's about 14-15 seconds behind John McCutcheon, who has retaken over the Team Redline car now. So McCutcheon back to its original driver in this stint. And this is the part of the race, I guess, now that there's solid gaps between at least the radicals in terms of how they're lapping out on track. This is the kind of the part of the race where everything started to settle down. You've had the initial couple of battles, the initial couple of stints to feel everyone out. Now that the pit stop sequences are starting to take effect and the strategies are starting to fully take effect, no one's running that close together again now. We've still got the 2 Mazda MX-5s running quite closely, but they're still yet to make their second stop. In terms of the radicals, they're all quite neatly spread out now, settling into the race now. They've had each driver's had a stint each. At least the 2 driver teams have had a stint each. Because they have a third driver, might not have let their third driver in just yet. They might be doing so until the end. Now the cars are quite well spread out. This is now a chance for some teams' cases to really kind of take advantage of clear track to try and run their own races rather than have to worry about cars battling them behind. Though I wonder if this is going to be that part of the race where we start to look at apps and how much they come down, and who's got the good pace and who can work their way through the traffic without the pressure of cars behind. How much that affects them going towards the next pit stop, where drivers can either lose or gain time, as we saw with that lead battle with the radicals.
Absolutely. Clear track means, great opportunity to really kind of knuckle down, get those good, clean, consistent laps in, and try and make up some time and really sort of, try and catch the car in front. However, I think the flip side of that is maybe getting a bit too complacent. Your mind might wander with a clear track and not a car in front for you to focus on. So it's all about balancing that focus with getting those consistent laps in.
What else has been consistent as well? We have to say a big thank you to those who have been donating recently. We've managed to actually breach £600 in the last few minutes with a few more donations. So thank you very much, genuinely a massive thank you to anybody who has taken the initiative and the decision to donate something. As I say, there's no obligation to do so whatsoever, but the fact that those of you that have actually entered the race is a great donation in itself, and also those who've been additionally donating and supporting it has been great. We should give mention obviously to the main sponsor, supporter and sponsor of the race, which is Clapham North, of course. Thank you to George Grant, who I believe is down my neck of the woods this weekend, racing in a historic keep racing at Brands Hatch. I just see him on social media, so fingers crossed to him and Rob Boston Racing. But a big thank you to George, to everyone at Clapham North. Do be sure to go and check them out. They're staunch supporters of British motorsport and club racing, particularly at the RSCC level and other places too. And great to have their logos on the cars, and also to have a Clapham North team in the mix. They're currently leading the way in the Radical class in front by about 13.4 seconds. And, of course, they've made their own donation themselves as well, which is absolutely amazing. And, of course, thank you to everyone else that has also put their own donations in. Again, no obligation to do so. You do so at your own free choice. And also, there was no set amount. It was £1, £2, £5, £10, £15, £20. Doesn't matter. Little or as much as you want to put in that you feel that you can or want to. It's entirely up to you. Just visit the link below, justgiving.com/crowdfunding/driven-minds. And remember, all the proceeds that we're raising money for here, this is purely to go towards mental health first aid training for motorsport marshals. Because we love the marshals. Without motorsport, they couldn't happen. They're a fantastic group of people who give up their free weekends and time to support and be part of the sport that they love. And so without them, we genuinely couldn't go racing, and events couldn't run as efficiently and as safely and as smoothly as they do in motorsport. Without motorsports, literally, motorsport events cannot happen full stop whatsoever. So to have them not only supported, but also to train them up so they can give drivers, team members, officials, anyone that needs it, the best support possible, both not just physically, but also mentally as well. In particular, as this is what Driven Minds is all about, is an important thing. So if you do feel like you want to donate, it's entirely your choice. But if you do want to, there's the link or the web address on the bottom of the screen, justgiving.com/crowdfunding/driven-minds. And as you can see at the top of the screen, we've already breached £600. So for everyone that has donated something, I'm sure Katie will echo it. Thank you ever so much for all of that, and continue doing so if you wish throughout the rest of the stream. Let's see how close we can get to our goal, which is at the end of the screen, which is £1,600, as the league group battle in the Mazdas breaks up. And just like the Radicals, Katie, it's a split strategy, because in the pits has come Nathan Williams, but Andy Gershwin carries on for a couple of laps. So I wonder if Gershwin has played exactly the same strategy at Clapham North in the Radicals, sit behind the race leader, save a couple of laps of fuel, and try and get an overcut when they come in later.
Absolutely, definitely looks like it. So it would be interesting to see if the same can happen in the Mazdas as it did with the Radicals. See if that that overcut really makes that advantage to get out in front.
Let's wait and see. Driver change taking place, and Charlie Devlin jumps in. You'll see obviously with iRacing they don't have not yet at least, they haven't got animated pit crews and stuff, and that's something I think they've been working on in the background amongst many other things that iRacing are working on. I have seen some motion capture they've been doing for pit crews, not quite for regular circuit racing as far as I can see, but have done it for ovals as far as I've seen before. You can see there the car, when it gets lifted up like that, that's the car having a tyre change, and also the car's been refueled naturally. So that is an interesting point with strategy. So the number 9 car came in at the end of lap, I think it must have been 69, lap 70. So that's another 36 laps also on the fuel for us on the grass racing. And out goes Devlin. One of the Radicals also making one of its mandatory pit stops as Devlin comes back out again. And looks like he'll come back out in around about 4th place. There is Alex Walker in the Team Shift Motorsport car. He will top 5 quite neatly. As that happens, you might as well give a quick run of where we are then, with 2 hours and 18 minutes run in this race. At the front of the field in the Radical class, having put on a great overcut strategy of a couple of laps, is Will Blackwell Chambers, recently taken back over Matt Kendall in the Clapham North Radical. He has a 14-second advantage over the team that they've been battling, the driver they've been battling throughout the race, particularly in that second stint. That's Thomas Merritt, running solo for the 6 hours in car number 12 with some motorsport machine. The brilliant young junior driver racing Fiesta Juniors. He's going to try and see what he can do to close the gap in over this stint of some 14.5 seconds. 3rd place is the number 69, which is the Team Radline car. John McCutchinson back at the wheel after he took over from his second driver just now. The pit stops up into 4th, but again we think very much off schedule, is the Emre Burak Sonmez driven number 18 All Squad racing car, but we're certain that car's got to pit very soon, given it did so very early in its first stint after it had some damage to the front. Into the top 5 has also gone the number 3 car, which is the Positive Perception esports car. Simon Wilkes back at the wheel of number 3, running strong in 5th position. 6th, steadily moving up the order, has been the number 86 car, the RAF Motorsports machine, with James King at the wheel. And he is also trying to charge after Wilkes in that class. Gap between them is around about 15 seconds, and he's off the pace a bit by about half a second or so, trying to close that gap in. He has got behind him the number 38 car, Morna Deploy, who is also trying to make up positions after Aiden Harrison had all sorts of adventures in that car, taking pole position in qualifying, and then finds itself back in 7th place after 1 or 2 mishaps for Jaden out on track in his first couple of stints. 8th currently is Saul Mattila from Finland. He's currently in the SM Corsa car and running in the top 10 ahead of the number 10 car of GSG Racing, which is only about a second or so behind him. This is the fight for position for 8th and 9th places. Alexander Malalou back at the wheel in the GSG Racing machine, and rounding out the top 10 in 757 is Hamish Easner, who has retaken over the number 575 car from Jonathan Bennett, and that car running inside the top 10 in the Radical squad. In the Mazdas, as we saw before, we've just seen the pit stop for Charlie Devlin, so this is the current race leader, Andy Gershwing in the SR Donation Society yellow car. He currently has at the moment on track a lead of just over a minute on the second place car, Darryl Bennett in car number 7. That car is looking to try and make up some strategy. Again, he's about 10 laps off schedule with the rest of the field, trying to make that offset strategy work as best as he can. And currently, he seems to be working thereabouts. He's in second place and running quite strong. Into third place after its pit stop is Charlie Devlin. That car had led from pole position early on and been involved in the opening battles, but that car now in podium place, but looking to try and use the clear air on fresh tyres to try and close back into that gap from the leading car of Gershwin. Fourth now in the pit lane is Lewis Park. That's the SR Donation Society black car. That's the third of those drivers taking over. So that has been a car that's been taken over. It's started by car number 8. Started by, if I get my driver sheet up, started by Paul Greatrix. And that was just been taken over from Rudy Breedveld. And Lewis Park is the third driver in. And then we'll come back to the rest of the top 10 in a moment, because into the pit lane has, as I predicted, the number 23 car of Andy Gershwing. So again, just like the Clapham North team in the Radical class, a couple more laps over their teammates. The difference I think might be here is that Devlin will have had a much easier time enduring traffic, being he's the slower of the two classes. So he would have been able to drive at his own rate in traffic. We'll see what Devlin can do here. Now his gap was a minute and 15 seconds or so. It's roughly around about half a lap. So depending on how long this pit stop takes will determine whether or not he's able to get back out just in front or just behind, or whether or not the overcut has worked again. In this instance for the Mazdas, as Gareth Ronda is taking over in car 23. That's the third of their drivers. So Andy Gershwing has finished his first stint. And once that stint from him is done, they'll hand it back to Mark Bunyan, who started the car for stint number 4. There is Alex Walker. We'll get to it in a moment whilst that's happening. Whilst those pit stops are happening, Klaus Hartmann is in 5th position, and he is in the Mission Motorsport 101 car. That's again a car that's been very steadily and quietly moving up the order through the pit stops. Good to see the Mission Motorsport car running really well at this point in time in the top 5. 6th position is Daniel Moffat, and he's in the Wizzy Motorsport number 24 car. And it's the Team Shift machine of Daniel Moffat, Alex R. Walker just behind them in car number 95. Whilst that's happening, here come the leaders, and Devlin has made the undercut work. He came in 2 laps before, and the overcut hasn't quite worked. SR Donation Society yellow in the same way that it did for Clapham North. The difference there being that Merritt was caught up with back markers. Devlin, no such problems whatsoever, and he now reclaims the de facto lead of the race, because Darryl Bennett does have the front lead, but we know he's off schedule by about 10 laps or so. So he currently leads on the road and on the timing screen, but he's set to make a pit stop very soon down the road in order to turn the lead back again into the number 9 leader, back into the number 9 pass on the grass racing car. The rest of the top 10 in the Mazdas, we've got to Alex Walker in car number 95. He is currently 7th at the moment on the road at this point in time. There is the car that's running in 8th position, which is the RDC Endurance Racing car of Craig Starkey. So good effort from him so far to get up to 8th position. 9th at the moment now in the Mazda MX-5 class is Fred Coleman-Evans in the number 751 Positive Perception Esports blue car. And then rounding out the top 10 is MBM Racing car number 22, which has Mark Blunt back at the wheel after getting caught up in 1 or 2 incidents earlier on with some of the faster radicals, but still surviving and holding on to 10th position. So that is the top 10s at the moment as we see them, as we approach 2.5 hours of this 6-hour endurance race. We're getting closer to the half distance mark, and so far, as we said, Katie, the pit stops are starting to flow. The first couple of pit stops now for each of the teams. Each team has had at least one, it's now got to the point where all their drivers are at least having one stint or have had one stint at this point in time. The race has relatively calmed down quite a bit, but there are one or two quite close battles on track, this being one of them, for 8th position between Saul Matilla and Alexander Manalou over 8th position.
Absolutely, and I think, having a break from the car, you can regroup and sort of reassess, okay, where can I improve, where can I make up time, where can I avoid silly mistakes, and sort of plan your next stint going forward. So that refresh, just see an impact in what we see in the timing screens. But no, it's good to see the next round of pit stops going through. Obviously, we've just seen where the overcut didn't work, so it doesn't matter if it works one time, it might not work the second time. So it'd be good to see how everyone settles down, and let's see some more racing.
Certainly seeing more now. This is the scrap that's going on between Saul Matilla from Finland and Alexander Manalou for position. And Manalou almost being forced towards the pit wall by Saul Matilla, but I think that was more out of him trying to avoid back marker that he was trying to get past in one of the Mazdas. Now as Manalou continues the pressure on Matilla as they head up towards Maggots, Beckett and Chapel. There's the tail. This is one of the closest battles on track, given that everyone else is relatively spread out for their pit stops, as charging his way there past the Mazdas that has fallen quite far down the order. That's the 20. Yeah, that was the Whitehead car that was quite far down the order. Number 26, James M. Whitehead, who is quite far down the order, it seems, at the moment. He's showing down quite far outside the top 10, so he's got some work to do to try and get back up the order. He's had one or two spins, one or two mishaps, so he's got a little bit of a challenge to climb back up the order and maybe have some clever pit work to get there. Be a clever move here being pulled off by Manalou as he looks down the outside for the first part of Vale, but he's trying to force himself at the inside for Club Corner, which he has just about done, but the better momentum from Matilla puts him firmly in front still as they come onto the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight towards Abbey to complete another lap. As of the leaders, we've completed 75 laps, so we're marching towards the magic number of 100. Oh, and that's Saul Matilla losing the back end. I didn't quite catch whether he got tagged or not, but at the very least, Saul was going through the high-speed sweep of Farm Corner, and just as he came towards corner exit, the end got loose. Whether or not he was helped or just lost the back end due to being a bit pushing a bit too hard. Either way, Saul has now lost the position. That's him down to 9th place with the 8th place car of Alexander Manalou now firmly holding an advantage of a few seconds out in front. So interesting sequence there. Saul making a bit of a mistake, and even in this part of the race. So whilst we are watching this race, I think we'll have one of the first interviews of the event, which is one of the drivers from the mix as well. We've got Stephen Koenig, who's in the mix for one of the teams in the Radical squad as well. Stephen, great to have you on the broadcast. Great to have you in the race. Just tell us how you're finding things so far and how the race has gone for you up to this point.
Well, thank you very much for having me on the broadcast, and thank you very much for having the team in the race. So far, been a good one. Our sister cars had a little bit of a problem here and there through the race, but going well. And the little car that Janneman Price and myself have been driving in so far, all looking good. I can tell you that spinning doesn't really work to warm up the tyres too well.
That's nice clarification for those of you who might have been wondering that, I think, of that one, Stephen, but good stuff. Just tell us about some of your history. You gave us some history before the event as well. This is your third generation racing driver that's come to sim racing a few years ago. Tell us about your history in racing and sim racing and what's brought you to this point.
So, much like me, was racing in the past, started racing when I was about 4. In go-karting, moved into a little bit of oval racing, and then continued the line through single-seater racing, which my family's been involved in for many, many years. Did some historics and sports cars. Unfortunately, the COVID virus came and kicked in, and we weren't able to get to the track, so got involved with sim racing. And it's actually where I met up with my teammates that's in the car with me, Janneman Price. We were meant to do a 24-hour on a set of course competizione. We didn't know each other from a bar of soap. We got put together by a mutual friend, and we landed up racing in a 24-hour as 3 of us. And it was just incredible. And we came up with the team name as Team Heaped Together, as we were just a bunch of drivers all heaped together. Later on, we had Cameron de Bastos and Jaco Krobler join us to be a part of the show with sim racing. Been enjoying racing with a lot of the overseas stuff. as there's not much iRacing here in South Africa. But going and enjoying racing with Motorsport UK and starting to see a lot more what's being done, and been helping out with getting the sim racing here for our own ASN Motorsport South Africa. And yeah, just been thoroughly enjoying sim racing as a great way to go enjoy racing door to door. And even though, like Gentleman Price, no real racing background, Cameron as well, you get to feel the same adrenaline rush as you do climbing into a real car. You get to work just as hard. You might not feel all the G-forces coming through, but it gives you a proper workout. You've got to keep your head on your shoulders and have a ton of fun. So that's pretty much a short brief of how the thing is and where I am.
It's great to hear the fact you got done so much in the short space of time, particularly with the teammates that you've had grouped together. When you tackle a race like this, because you've done endurance races before, you've done long distance races, particularly in a car like this with the Radical, how are you guys attacking, or how do you attack races like this in terms of strategy? We've seen a couple of teams who try and follow what leaders do, or they try and split strategy to try and. I've seen even the leaders have been back into the slipstream with each other, trying to kind of pick up a couple of extra laps to save their tyres, to save fuel, and try and get a bit of an overcut and to work better through clear air rather than through the traffic. But for a team like you guys, how have you approached this race in terms of the strategy and what you want to run? Is it simply just, have you thought about it lots, or is it kind of basically go as the fuel gauge goes, or have you kind of worked on a strategy or a system since you guys have been working together?
We've been working on a system. So for our sister car, they've got 3 drivers in the car, so each driver is going to do about 2 hours. Liam Swinburne, who's currently in the car, it's his first time doing a his first time doing a league race. He comes from the world of Assetto Corsa Competizione, and their one is pretty much see how far you can go. Unfortunately, due to a storm, they had to switch up their plans, as one of the houses got smacked by lightning. So they turned off the equipment, and that changed the driver roster up a little bit. For Yanaman and myself, we've got two very different driving styles. He's incredibly quick, always on the power, and extremely. He's able to put in the lap times, but he uses a little bit more fuel. On the other hand, I drive with a lot of lift and coast, so we're going more for a hammer and anvil sort of approach to the race. So whenever there's a faster car, try and get in a slip, save his tires, save a bit of fuel. But Yanaman get in the car, absolutely floors it, gets as fast as he can go. For myself, it's coast as much as we can to save as much fuel as possible. If we're able to get that extra lap over the grid, we're hoping that's going to pull us up through it. But the competitors are incredibly quick. As we got Ramsey on the back of us now, it tells. Just because he's had a little bit of a rough race, he's really, really quick. So the consideration would be to let him go ahead of us and just try and utilize him to save a bit of fuel.
It's interesting you mentioned about the competition levels on that side, because of course we've got mostly drivers from the British Isles, we've got a couple of drivers who from Europe and a couple of American drivers in here, but predominantly a lot of British drivers on that side. Obviously South Africa has its own sim racing scene, regardless of how big or so it is. You have your own scenes and leagues that you compete in. Even just in these first couple of hours racing, what have you made of the competition, particularly from the British drivers here? You mentioned about how strong they are and how quick they are, but how much would you say they compare, if at all, compared to some of the competition that you face when competing in your own leagues in South Africa?
I would have to put majority of the drivers here are equivalent to our pros. I participate in a couple in the Apex League for some of the 2.4s, and I would say these are drivers that generally at the front that you look up to. And even for the South African drivers, this is incredibly quick. So rather fortunate to get to see what the pros are doing, how they get to race. I mean, I was hanging on the back of, I think it was first and second, no, it was fourth and fifth. And to see how they were giving each other room, fair play, but side by side the whole way through, I sat with a smile on my face, going, one day when I grow up, that's where I want to be. It's absolutely incredible. We have caught up to a few. There was one chap that I was hanging on the back with. who was running in 3rd place. He was a bit more on my pace. So there seems to be a good mix of drivers. If you compare it to endurance racing, you've got your bronze drivers, your silver drivers, your gold drivers, and that's what we have here. It's just absolutely, it's grand to have such a mixed mash of talent, and at no point you're taking a deep breath. You've got to be on the button the whole time, because one little gap and guys are going to start making up 2-3 seconds, and that's where it gets very interesting, because you don't want to interfere with the Mazdas, because they also in a race of their own. So you try and give them a little bit of room, and if you're a little bit too slow, you're giving the competition room to catch onto you or get away from you. So it's a bit of a twofold onto it, but absolutely incredible. And some of the saves that these drivers are able to do in Radicals and Mazdas, sliding it through totally cross arms, but they can keep it together, has just been nothing more than just incredibly exciting. And yeah, I speak on behalf of the whole team. We're just very, very fortunate to be able to be racing here with top tier talent.
Fully appreciate it, and we're glad to have you guys here as well. You talked about how taxing it can be in terms of keeping up that pace for quite long. Just to kind of finish up, obviously, I mean, the reason why we're racing today is to kind of help to support Driven Mind, which is the great organisation that Nick and Kate has built up together. From what you've seen and what you've learned of it, what do you make of Driven Minds, and how great would it be, do you think, to have a similar sort of thing for motorsport back in your home country of South Africa? Do you think it'd be great to see Driven Minds reach that far in South Africa, or have something similar that can also support drivers at the top level in your country as well?
I went and actually got hold of the ASNs, because I'm the chairman of the Sim Racing South Africa Association, who's involved with Motorsport South Africa. Now, I've reached out to our ASN and said, look, this is incredible. It's something that we don't have currently in South Africa, and it's one that I've only heard about in the past that someone tried to do here. So to get to talk to the organisers of Driven Minds and what they're doing has been incredible, and has definitely opened up the eyes of our own ASN and many of real life drivers, spectators, all on the incredible work that's being done and just how charitable people are. And it's definitely something that I want to try and start the initiative here in South Africa, and would love to work with Driven Minds because of the experience that they've got. It's priceless, and considering they're leading the charge, I'd prefer them to carry on leading the charge. I don't mind backing them up. It's incredible.
I think Driven Minds just gained a provisional South African branch, I think, on that side of things off the back of that wording, which is great to hear. But anyway, Steve, it's great to have you guys in your team, and also your fellow South Africans and countrymen in the race as well. Great to have you here, great supporting it. Great performance so far. Fingers crossed the rest of the race goes well for the remaining 3 hours and 20 minutes or so, and hopefully it's drama free for you. But Stephen, thank you for you and your team and your countrymen for being as part of the race. Thanks for the support, and best of luck for the rest of it.
Thank you very much, and thank you Apex TV on the incredible broadcast, and Driven Minds, thank you for the race. Good luck all teams, good luck all drivers. We'll see you on the other side.
Good stuff. Thanks to Stephen Koenig from the Team Heat Together squad, 2 cars in the mix. And I think, as I said, Kate, I think you've earned yourself a new base in South Africa, I think, with at least a new supporter in South Africa. I think that how great is that this race is already, with some of the international drivers we've got, it's starting to help them realise that what you guys and what Driven Minds are doing is something which other nationalities don't tend to have at the moment, because they haven't really, I guess in some cases, thought about it. So how amazing is that there are some of the international drivers who are realising how good a concept and how good a movement this is, that they want to try and take it to their own ASN to try and push for them to either something similar, or to at very least open communications. That's pretty fantastic.
Absolutely, and I know I said earlier I didn't want to get emotional on this stream comment, but listen to Stephen speak. It was absolutely wonderful, and I'm so thankful and so grateful that him and his teammates are taking part, and the openness to work with us. We absolutely would love to go international and to have some amazing people in South Africa that we could work with to kind of spread what we're doing in the UK and reaching out abroad would be absolutely fantastic. And, you know, we aren't where we are today without the amazing support we've seen within UK motorsport. We've got some absolutely epic people that we've been fortunate to work with. You know, for example, George Grant at Clapham North, you know, really has been a massive champion of ours from the very beginning when we first started having conversations a good while ago. So we're nowhere without the great people, the great supporters, those who donate to us, and those who are happy to have conversations with us and listen to us. And we've got some great events coming up this season, which we're very excited to announce over the coming weeks. And we'd love to spread that out far and wide as well. So no, thank you to Stephen and his team. And yeah, let's see how far and wide we can get Driven Minds.
See, indeed, I think we could be going international by this time next year. Who knows if we keep this momentum up? I think we need to put more stress on Nick and give him to do more sim races. This seems to be quite a success, and to get more people involved to do more and get more international entries involved and spread the word, which must be excellent. It's great to hear from Stephen Kurlick in that sense. Whilst that's been happening, you might have seen it on stream here too as well. As you can see, there has been a change for second place in the Radicals. We have had Team Radline. Tom McCutcheon at the wheel has got past Thomas Merritt, so a change of position. So the charging Team Redline team, who are trying to find a bit more pace, and are they ever? Because looking at the lap times, they've brought the gap down from what was about 30 seconds to about 23.5. Looking at the last lap times, the McCutcheon number 69 car was just over a second quicker than Blackwool Chambers last time. The last lap for Blackwool Chambers was a 156.3, at 155.2 for McCutcheon. So making the most of this stint to try and close the gap in. And I think possibly that Merritt's going to try and latch onto the toe if he can, via the course the fact that he's going solo. And there are a couple of other teams doing this solo as well, one of which I want to give a shout out to is one of the MX-5s we have out here as well, GRDC, which is Craig Starkey. He's also doing this solo as well. We talk about obviously resilience, that's obviously a long race for them to do, but some of these drivers to do this 6 hours solo, that's going to be incredibly taxing on them, just physically in terms of the energy, even in the sim, but of course tax on them mentally, because they've got to go to keep that engaged and that kind of fight or flight, that focus they have to keep for that long in the race. They don't really get a moment to let up, regardless of what car they're in or what place they're in the race. To have to be able to stay focused and to stay on it for 6 hours solo without a break, apart from pit stops where they get to refuel and change tyres and have a brief 90 seconds to 2 minutes of just be able to catch their breath for a second. I wonder for some of the solo drivers is possibly going to start taking its toll, particularly for drivers like Thomas Merritt, who, lost no doubt, but has been going for nearly 2 hours 45 minutes with barely a couple of very short 60-odd, 90-second-odd pit stops to take a breather. That's going to be possibly a factor going in, because he's now starting to drop back behind McCutcheon. And before, he was battling so hard with both Blackwool Chambers and then Kendall. I think maybe he's possibly exhausted himself possibly a little bit, or maybe just sitting back a little bit to save some fuel and tyres, because he's not running exactly the same pace that he was earlier on. Hasn't dropped off a lot, but he's not quite exactly at the same rapid pace that he was battling for the lead.
Yeah, definitely. I think both mentally and physically, a few hours in, are going to be really kind of struggling now.
Well, let's whilst we've watching the race here, let's bring in someone who Katie knows very well, because we're literally sat next to her right now, and that's her other half, the man behind this whole race, which is Nick Ramsey-Goff. First of all, Nick, do you want to get your racing driver excuses out of the way as to why your car is back down in 12th position? Do you want to just tell us from the book which ones you picked?
I went with it was anyone's fault except mine. I was lapping cars and they distracted me by being on the track.
Yeah, I'm surprised if we don't buy that, so we'll move on. But before we get into a bit more conversation about this race and Driven Minds, and so in general, just tell us about how this race has gone. Because of course, yes, you're back in 12, you've had 1 or 2 mishaps, but Alistair's in the car now, still putting some good laps in. So I mean, at this point in time, obviously everyone wants to be higher up in the race, but you're still in it. You're still in 12th. You're not at the back of the field. So it's been a tricky one, but you're still running. You're still alive, and you're still relatively in the mix to try and get at least something from this race.
That's right, yeah. We had, unfortunately, on lap 1, we lost the front clamshell. Just had someone have a bit of a half spin in front of us. There was a little bit of contact. So Al had a horrendous first stint with no front downforce and was a couple of seconds off what he is doing now, which was a shame. And then I got 56 minutes into my stint, which was the second hour, and decided on my in-lap I would just put it into the wall at Vale for no reason. So luckily we got quick repairs. I think we had a 50-second towback penalty, but yeah, that's lost us another lap. I think aside from that, I'm trying to keep an eye on incident points around us and things like that, because I think penalties will come into play at some point in this race. There's people who are pushing the boundaries of what's acceptable in iRacing, not controlled by admin. So yeah, we just kind of bide our time, try and keep to track limits, and yeah, see where we end up. There's some super quick people here. I listened to an interview a minute ago with Stephen, and he's right, the standard here is phenomenal in both classes. So yeah, hopefully it's made for some good watching so far.
Yeah, just on the spin that you had coming in for your pit stop, we definitely didn't catch it on the stream whatsoever. Didn't see it at all, and didn't completely call you out of it. Not at all, not whatsoever. But in terms of, we talk about this race in general, of course, the fact we've had, 27, 28 teams enter. I know there were some points before you were kind of, in the early stages, you were kind of a little bit worrying about how many we were going to have. But 28 teams, and not just teams in the UK, but international teams that have got drivers for a handful of European drivers. We've got entries from the US. We've got also US, as far as South Africa on top of that as well. How great has it been to have it not just reaching across UK entries, but also to get those overseas ones that are interested in this one? And it's having the effect even as much as Stephen's saying, look, this is great, why don't we have this in South Africa? How great is it? How pleasing is that for you to see that it's already had this effect with this many teams taking part and this much support for it?
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's unbelievable. I can't believe, like I say, we've got people from Cayman Islands and Jamaica and all around the globe. And you're right, there are people who are now dropping us emails saying, how do we get involved? How do we get this out to our motorsport provider in our country? So there's some conversations to be had. We've always spoken about how we can expand Driven Minds into other territories, so to speak. So yeah, hopefully this is a good starting point. It seems like we've got a great group of people who have joined us, who perhaps will be able to assist with that, because obviously it is difficult. You've got to have boots on the ground in a lot of these things. So yeah, unbelievable. I'm absolutely touched by the turnout more than anything. And like I say, I was stressing 2 or 3 weeks ago, thinking we was going to have a 10-car grid, and we're starting to worry. It's opened my eyes up to how difficult it must be for clubs in the real world when there's a lot more riding on it and entries aren't coming in early. Wow, the stress, the stress levels must be phenomenal. So maybe that's something we can work on with them as well. But yeah, no, I'm humbled by the turnout. Getting myself a bit emotional about it.
I was gonna say you okay, but it's understandable, because I think Katie said more than once that she's struggling not to get emotional either as well. But I mean, I think I can speak for hopefully everyone that's here and supported as well, is that they're all there for a particular cause because of what, you know, yourself and Katie and everyone else that's been involved in building up Driven Minds is to get to this point and have this much support. And it's you're opening the eyes for a lot of other people who, again, have not either heard of Driven Minds before, or what they do, or even just kind of anything similar like this in their own home country for their motorsport ASN, like of course Stephen mentioned with South Africa as well. I mean, obviously this is also going to serve as a great blueprint for, you know, future races on top of that as well, that I'm certain you'll want to run off the back of already being a success barely halfway through this race already. So I mean, how much confidence does this give you guys both, for not just for going forwards in terms of the connections that you're making just off this race alone, but also as well the prospect of doing a race like this again, or similar races, or a series of races, so to speak, that kind of not only raises awareness like Driven Minds does, but maybe becomes a little kind of a sim racing community in its own within the main Driven Minds community on top of that.
Absolutely, yeah. The Discord is full of fantastic like-minded people already, and we will be putting that out to perhaps try and expand the community with people that aren't sim racers, because I think it's a really great platform. It's opened up my eyes to how good a platform it can be for people to communicate in a way that isn't really social media. So yeah, definitely that side of things is brilliant. And I'd also I do need to take a minute to actually show some appreciation for all of our ambassador group. We've got a really diverse range of ambassadors in all forms, all walks, all job roles within motorsport, and we couldn't do a quarter of the things that we do without them. Such as yourself, Scott, agreeing to give up your afternoon to commentate on this, and the people behind the scenes who have put effort in to make this happen. But not just that, it's our events at tracks. It's unbelievable. So yeah, I definitely will have more of these races, without a shadow of a doubt. Maybe we look to, like I say, do a series. Maybe we look to do something a bit crazy and go longer, but definitely watch this space. Something will be happening.
Good to hear. I think for a first effort, it's a pretty damn good effort. So you should be very proud of what you guys should be very proud of what you've done. And I said, being an ambassador, I said this to Katie before. I said it on the broadcast as well. I mean, you guys didn't even have to ask me to be an ambassador. I saw what you guys were doing and I learned about it through when you made the kind of the partnership with BRSCC, and so looked at it and thought, yeah, but without having to ask me or anyone else, I wanted to be a part of it because, as I said to Katie, I said before, motorsport and mental health are two things that play big parts in my life for various reasons, good or bad. Obviously, mostly motorsport is all good, mental health is good and bad, depending. But the fact that even from a personal experience, of course, not just being an ambassador, but also the support that I've received, not just from you both, but everyone in the community on various different things. And also not just everyone supporting each other in the community of various things, depending on what's going on in their life, both motorsport related or personal related, is incredibly invaluable. And I couldn't put a price on the amount of support that you guys have given me, even me in particular, it's just speaking about me, but in terms of mental health support that I've needed in times I've needed to get something off my chest or just to kind of talk or things through, has been something that if I didn't have it, then my mental health will be in a very different place, so to speak. So it's very appreciative what you've done, and also again the fact that you're going forward to supporting another important part of motorsport, which is marshals, of course, helping them to be able to help other people even in more ways and add to their toolkit is something that's pretty strong as well on top of that. So I think this is not only, whilst the racing season is only just getting going, I think this is obviously quite a good start to the year for Driven Minds in general, as far as I can see. I know you guys got plenty of stuff planned throughout the year, other different exhibition shows and race events and other things on top of that. So I think it's going to be quite a strong year. I think we can agree that this has helped make it a very strong start to the first quarter of 2025 with this race. And I'm looking forward to see, even though this race hasn't even finished yet, I'm only just about getting to halfway, I'm actually looking forward to seeing what the next event like this will happen, and I've got every feeling that this will help spread the word for more similar events going forward for other ones in the future. Fingers crossed that will happen.
Absolutely, yeah. Oh, sorry. I'm going to shoot off because I've got a stint in a couple of minutes. So thank you so much for speaking, and I'll catch up with you later in the race.
Thank you, Nick. And again, Nick being one of the driving force behind this, thank you very much for all your efforts. So best of luck, go well, and try not to crash it.
Cheers, mate.
Thank you, Nick. And for those of you in the know, of course, there's plenty of ribbing and jokes that goes on a lot within the Driven Minds group, as we both know, Katie, in that sense. But but that's just it. But looking in terms of Nick's efforts, and of course, it's great to see him so proud of the fact that he's done a lot of work he's put in to make this event happen. And as I say, I think this is going to be a great blueprint for similar races, where whether it's simply just to raise awareness or just to put a race on, or to raise funds. Either way, I think that more races like this in the future will hopefully garner more support and actually get to the point where it helps get Driven Minds out in a completely different way to the way it has been up to this point.
Absolutely. All we want to do is get out to reach as many people as possible within the racing community, and that isn't just about physically racing on track, but also sim racing as well. And it's definitely opened my eyes of the opportunities that we can have here and actually how many people we can get to. And I think I'm definitely so proud of Nick. This is fully his baby. I know nothing about sim racing. I've done very, very little of it myself in the past, and it was his idea and he ran with it. And with our incredible support from yourselves, or other ambassadors, and people, like Rocket, Clapham North, Apex Racing, to really kind of bring it to light. And and it's absolutely fantastic, and absolutely thoroughly enjoyed the racing so far. We're just about touching on half race time, and I'm definitely looking forward to more events in the future. And as Nick mentioned, just looping back to our amazing ambassadors, the community that we have between us. If anyone is struggling or having a hard time, we've got our amazing WhatsApp group, and no one goes unanswered. No one goes without a response or a reply or anything like that. And I think to have that community has been so amazing for all our ambassadors. I'm definitely for myself. Last year was particularly tricky, and to have that support was amazing. And I'd love to be able to expand that out to as many people as possible. And so everyone within our community, within motorsport and outside of motorsport, they've got somewhere or someone to speak to if they really need some help. And I think that would be, absolutely amazing.
Yep, amazing is the word on that side, and lots of great work being done, and lots of great work still to be done, I'm certain, throughout 2025 in that sense. Whilst we've been talking, and I've featured a couple of interviews, thank you to Stephen and to Nick that have come and joined us in the commentary box. Just a quick update on where we are race-wise. We're looking at the leader in the MX-5 class. We know this car is off sequence by about 10 laps or so in terms of pit stops. But still, Daryl Bennett continues to lead. He's only got a 5.3 second gap as the number 9 car, Charlie Devon, passed on the grass racing, has been able to close that gap in. But there it is, just turning its way out through Brooklands and into Luffield. So he's been consistently lapping quicker. The last lap, in fact, was a full 7/10 quicker. And Bennett's last lap going past of a 2:27.5 compared to 2:26.8 for Devlin. And he's just put a lap on the recovering car of Whitehead, which is that's the Sakura engineering car that was running in the top 5 at one point early on and had a couple of spins. So second place for Pass on the Grass Racing, but they are closing in on Bennett Motorsport hand over fist by about a few tenths per lap. You've then got the two SR Donation Society yellow and black cars, third and fourth for them. Gareth Ronda in his first stint for the 23 car at the moment, ahead of the number 8 car, which has Lewis Park, also enjoying his first stint as well. So those two cars running in contention for a podium place come the end of the race. And then in fifth position, now again, possibly a little bit off sequence with some of their pit stops, but still running well, putting in the clean stint, is Daniel Moffat into fifth position for Wizzy Motorsport. He's looking to try and close in the 50-second gap he has now to fourth place to try and get a little bit further, but he has just been lapped by the race leader going down towards Stowe Corner. Out in front, mainly in the Radicals, it's still Clapham North who lead, just conveniently on track there behind them. It's good timing. And Royal Blackwell Chambers has a gap of over 20 seconds over the Team Radline car, which has once again John McCutchinson at the wheel, who's taken back over again from after that second pit stop. 22 seconds is the gap between these two. But on the last lap, in fact, McCutchin was a second quicker. It was a 154.5 compared to a 155.5. So McCutchinson trying to bring that gap down even quicker. And I think that car definitely is putting in some solid laps in this stint to try and put it so firmly into contention for victory. It back a little bit in the second stint. McCutchinson putting in the hard work here to his way through. I think the SM Corsa car just flashing into the pit lane in the background, so that will be Saul Matilla pitting from what will be 6th place for him. And then back in 3rd place, as we talked about, probably maybe struggling a tiny bit with the fact that he's going solo, particularly a car like the Radical. Young Thomas Merritt, remember he's only still a junior racing driver, about sort of 15 years old or so. This is going to be the Fiesta Junior Championship this year, and this is a bit of a pre-season warm-up. He did also compete in the RSCC Winter Esports Series for T12 Esports in one of the BMWs that everyone ran in that championship. And Thomas then using this as a bit more pre-season sim track time to get himself warmed up for next weekend's Fiesta Junior season opener at Snetterton, where I suspect he'll probably be touted as one of the contenders to run at the front this season. And Thomas, definitely a driver that I've heard a couple of people mention. In fact, not the driver, but as a young person in particular, who has a head that's years beyond his young shoulders. He's got seems a very mature and grown-up head on his shoulders, which is great to see. And the fact he's driving very even smart and calculated race is quite impressive for young Tom. So I'm certain he'll be in the mix for Fiesta Juniors this year, as he was at points in his full season debut last year. And let's see what he can do to try and get back up, at least maintain a podium place. He's got a minute and a half over the 4th place car, which again has very been steadily moving up the order and getting into a strong position. That's number 3 Positive Perception Esports car of Simon Wilkes, and they only have a 9-second gap, so one of the closest gaps in the field, to the car in 5th, which is number 86. That's the James King car. That's the RAF Motorsports esports team car, running the RAF roundels and the kind of the aggressive kind of teeth motif on the front corners of the car as well. Good to see that car has been running strongly and just as well as they do in real life when the RAF team gets out and Racing Club Motorsport itself. We are literally seconds away from hitting half distance in this race. In some ways, Katie, it doesn't feel like 3 hours has gone by. There's been so much going on, so much action, so much things to talk about up and down. And literally bang on the nose of half distance, Thomas Merritt decides now is the time to make his third pit stop of the race. So we are getting into that point now where people are going to start making their third pit stops. We tick over the 3 hour mark. Merritt the first one in. But plenty of action that you could have filled in almost a full season in just 3 hours of racing. And there's still 3 more to go in this race at Silverstone.
Absolutely. So it feels like 3 hours in the sense of, wow, so much has happened over the first half of the race. We're sort of, oh my gosh, there's so much to kind of go through. We're in some really, really close battles, great overtakes, and some absolutely great racing. And yeah, we've got another 3 hours of it. And I think as we get to this halfway point, we're really going to see, okay, who's got the stamina, who's got the ability to really stay out up in front. You know, are there only going to be some, you know, different choices in strategy? People are going to try something a little bit different. What we're going to see for the next half of the race, but it's been fantastic to see so far.
Certainly has, and now we're getting into another interesting part of the race. Another round of pit stops to be made. The pit lane comes 4th place Simon Wilkes, so he brings the Positive Perception esports car in to hand it back over to his teammate, to car number 3. We'll be moving that car back into the hands of car number 3. It's Perception esports. I think there's been a number change, I think, because there's been a number change because I had car number 3 down. This as being a different car, but it's been changed around. But anyway, so Dave Russell just jumped in, and let's see what he can do after a pretty decent first stint that he did earlier on. So good to hear that Dave is jumping back in to continue the strong work that's been put in previously. As Thomas Merritt has completed his third pit stop, he's already back out on track, so a very quick turnaround from the Sim Motorsport squad to get him back on the road. And he has retained third place. He hasn't lost any positions. He would have dropped to 4th had the number 3 Perception car not pitted as well, but he's come back out just ahead of, by the looks of it, just ahead of the RAF car, which is just behind him, and then the Dave Russell car has just come back out onto the track in, I think, 6th or 7th place. This is for position now on track at the moment. Just ahead of them, you've got 3 more Mazdas and a Radical. I think that's just behind in the top 10. That's the Happy Minds racing car, number 757. He's put a lap on 3 of those cars, one of which is the MBM Racing Mark Blunt car. You've also got the SR Donation Society Yellow Machine, number 23, tucked in there, and also the 101 Motorsport car, which is a bit further back in 8th place now, with Lyndon Noble back at the wheel. So they just made, I think, one of their latest pit stops. Linda's back in that car after he's taken from class. The brakes in towards Vale, and then the double apex right-hander of Club. And Rhonda now continuing on with the third stint of this car. I'm sure their third pit stop will come in a few laps' time, as it tends to be. But the lead gap's now looking pretty strung out at this point. The leader in Will Blackwell Chambers just at the top of the shot there in the leading Radical, number 43. And that key 22-second gap he's got over the Team Radline car with John McCutcheon at the wheel is definitely something which we'll be looking to try and maintain. We keep looking at lap times, and again, McCutcheon has been very steadily chipping away at that lead gap, but he hasn't been closing in at the same rate that he was before. The last lap he was, the lap previous to the one he's just completed, he was 3/10 quicker. This lap he was 3/10 slower. Blackwell Chambers is now put in a 154.9. I wonder if Will has possibly upped his pace a little bit just to make sure he can have a fast couple of in-laps to maintain the gap that he's got. McCutcheon might be off sequence in terms of pit stops, so he might well find himself possibly taking the lead in Blackwell Chambers pits. As we see the Resilience Racing with Morwin Motorsport car in, so we've just been speaking to Nick Ramsey-Goff, and he now takes over from Alistair Ramsey. And as Merritt now is again finding himself in a position he doesn't really want to be in, which is stuck amongst traffic that appear to be lapping at roughly the same pace that he is. That's the Happy Minds racing machine. He gets a tow from it, but he's also pushed by the RAF Motorsport car behind, which is then made its way up to 4th and has a peek up the inside. James King couldn't find enough gap to squeeze through. And no pit stop yet for Will Blackwell Chambers. He's carried on for another lap at least. So Merritt knows that he is good for another stint, but even so, look at where he is. He's about 1 minute and 40 seconds away from lead as Daniel Moffat brings the Wizzy Motorsport Mazda in the 5th position. And we're now in that kind of halfway point in the race now, as we say, Katie, where things are calmed down a bit. There are still 1 or 2 good battles out on track, like this one between Thomas Merritt and James King, but the two class leaders appear to be in very comfortable positions, and it'll have to take, touchwood, something drastic to happen in order for them to really lose time. The gap, I've just noticed, although before I just hand to you, I've just noticed also that McCutcheon has again gone quicker. He's at a 1:55.239, taking another second out of all Blackwell Chambers. So even though Blackwell Chambers is quite comfortable with a 20-second advantage, can't really afford to back off too much in this part of the race, because he knows that other cars around them are lapping pretty quickly, in fact even quicker than him. So he's got to try and take advantage of the traffic as best as he can, work his way through and try and hopefully get to the next pit stop with not too much more time lost, so he can maintain that gap when he comes back out again.
Absolutely, and as Nick demonstrated in his last stint, it just takes a lapse of judgment, lapse of concentration, and a trip into the barrier can really make a difference to your race. So not wishing any similar incident at all on any of our top runners, but it really shows that you never can be too comfortable out in front, even with a 20-second gap. That can change very quickly, and obviously it's an endurance race, so it's not as if they've only got to hold that gap for a period of time that's relatively short. They've got 3 hours left to go, so it definitely all can change.
It definitely can, and it might change here if Thomas Merritt doesn't defend strong enough from James King as they turn in through Millen Club. They're approaching, not far off, 100 laps in this race. We got Will Blackwell Chambers on lap 96 at the moment, and we continue to watch the battle that's going on here. What has happened? Just a reminder, you can see we've got our donation total at the top and a link at the bottom you can follow. That's to support Driven Minds, which is of course what we're racing for here. Obviously no obligation whatsoever to donate, but if you wish to do so, you're more than happy to. Any amount you wish, doesn't matter how much it is, literally big or small is welcome. Even if it's £1, £2, £5, £10, how much you feel that you want to or can donate, and that's entirely up to your choice. Just visit the web link below. That's justgiving.com/crowdgiving/driven-minds. We have breached the £600 mark, so thank you to all our recent donators and those who have donated already, including support we've had from those from the race entries and also from our main race sponsor Clapham North, and George Grant and everyone there. Again, we wish him the best of luck here today and this afternoon at Brands Hatch this weekend, my neck of the woods. So fingers crossed him and the Rob Boston Racing team are running well in there. I think they're in an MG Midget, I think, or an MGB, one of the two. But even so, hopefully they're having a great time. And again, all the proceeds, everything raised goes towards providing mental health first aid training for motorsport marshals. So it's all in support of giving marshals more tools, more skills and more abilities to help more people in a motorsport paddock, whether it's drivers, team members, other marshals, officials or anyone else involved should they need it. And it's as being an ambassador myself, it's a very worthy cause. That's why we're all here, and great to see that we've hit £600. Again, the closer we can get to our ultimate goal would be fantastic. Again, no obligation, no pressure at all to donate. If you feel that you wish to, please do so of your own free will, and there's no set amount you have to donate, whether it's £1 to as much as you want to go high, and however generous you want to feel. It's entirely up to you. So fingers crossed we get closer to that goal a bit more by the time we get to the end of the stream. Speaking of getting closer, this is the view from James King. He's staring at the rear wing of Thomas Merritt. This was Matt Kendall's view for a while when he was at the wheel chasing after Thomas Merritt in the pit stop strategy, the second stint. And Thomas here, remember, is running solo, as are a couple of drivers in this field amongst the entry. And we did speculate that whether or not, basically the fact he's now been running for 3 hours, which with a couple of short breaks, has been testing him in terms of pace. I mean, if you look at the pace he's running, he's still lapping in the 55s, which is exactly what the likes of James King and also Will Blackwell Chambers are doing. And it's pretty interesting to see that even though he definitely hasn't lost his pace, but I think it's some mishaps and mistakes from getting particularly caught in battling with the radicals he's trying to lap. That's cost him a bit of time through this race. He now finds himself in the second half of the race having to really focus a little bit more, and to try and fend off the cars around him. He missed out on the leads, missed out on second place. Now he's in danger of possibly even missing out third place.
Absolutely, and I think, as a shout out to all the drivers today who were flying solo, it's such a long time. The arms will be aching, the mind will be aching, and with Merritt to still keep a similar pace 3 hours in is absolutely fantastic. And no matter where he finishes, or where anyone who's flying solo finishes, is an absolute achievement to get through 6 hours. It doesn't happen in real life, so it's amazing achievement to be able to finish the race at 6 hours. So whatever they finish would be absolutely fantastic.
Now, whilst I was finishing that point before I handed it to you, Katie, I've just noticed on the timing screen, John McCutcheon, not only is he lapping considerably quicker than Blackwell Chambers, still by about a second a lap, he's also just pumped in the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 54.124, to bring the gap down to about just under 18.5 seconds, and he continues to lap a little bit quicker, particularly on these sectors at the moment. Also lapping pretty fast is Thomas Merritt. He's just actually put in 154.9. He's getting closer back again to his personal best of the race. The best lap times have all been in the 154s, which is crucial to see that even at this point in the race, the cars are still healthy enough that they are able to put these laps in as much as they can. So it's just testament to how well they've been driven, how well they've been set up, and how solid a job that they're all doing. Keeping tabs on lap times here, because of course the likes of Blackwell Chambers and I think McCutcheon haven't probably pitted yet. As we see here, Alex Walker, the Team Shift car, having a battle with the GRDC Endurance car. This is over 8th position, the Mazda class. That is going to be the 1-2-3 car continuing on in its current role at the moment, still with Craig Starkey solo at the wheel. He's another driver who is doing this race on his own. And we're intrigued to see exactly when leaders, particularly in the Radical class, start to make their pit stops. Thomas Merritt has made his, and he's lapping also faster than the leader as well, because he's both himself and McCutcheon were at least. So that's at least. He was at least about. Well, McCutcheon did a 1 minute 55.233, so he was a full 4/10 quicker on that lap to bring the gap down to under 18 seconds. Merritt, meanwhile, did a 54.931, so he was about 7/10 quicker. No, more than that. That was a full 1. I'm trying to work the time out, actually. Give me a second. Yeah, full 1.7 seconds, no, 0.7 of a second quicker. I'll get it right eventually. So he's got the gap between himself and the lead. It's round about, still hovering at around about 1 minute 40. But I think what he's trying to do, Katie, is use some of that clear air that he's got, and also push that he might be getting from James King behind him in 4th position, to try and close that gap in somewhat clean air, to try and make sure that he's closer, or as close as he can be, to likes of Blackwell Chambers and Hutchison by the time they make their pit stops. Speaking of which, Blackwell Chambers' car's just gone grey on the timing screen, which means you can see at the top of the screen, leader is in for his 3rd mandatory stop.
Absolutely. I wonder whether Thomas might have heard us talking about how he might be getting a little bit tired 3 hours in, so obviously has to prove us wrong and to get back on the pace, put in some quick laps, take advantage of that clean air, and try and close that gap down to the guys in front.
Interestingly enough, John McCutcheon's also pitting as well from 2nd place, so this is close to he'll get for a little while, considering that he was pushing on. John, of course, I think is about to hand that car back over to his co-driver. So from John McCutcheon, that car will then be handed back to, in car number 16. They changed numbers on that one, but the Team Radline car, I think that's another one of the later entries. Didn't have any full information on that car on the. Oh, there we go, 690. There it is. Hand that car back over to Stephen Place on the pit stops here, and without question, Kendall will be the one that gets out first because he had that gap in front of him. Merritt, meanwhile, is still here running through Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel. Now looks like he's quite off sequence with pit stops also, about a few laps. So whether he decided to get a little bit earlier, change the sequence, not try to be tied too much to the leading car of the Clapham North team, to try and use a different strategy to get a little bit closer, whilst others pitted and others tried to one over each other. Kendall has now left his pit stop, which means that he is clearly in front now by quite a few seconds. The difference is going to be, I suppose, is how quickly Thomas can close in on Stephen Place in 2nd place, even though Thomas, I think, has shown his pace for Stephen quite quickly anyway. I think the key thing is going to be is how quickly can Thomas reel him in if possible, and we'll see a clear indication of what the gaps are when they come to the sectors. So the gaps as they come out of the pits, the gap is actually closed a little bit compared to what it was at the end of when they both came into the pits. The gap was about 17 seconds when they both came in, Blackwell Chambers and John McCutchinson. Now they've both exited the pits. The Radline car has gained another 3 seconds in its pit stop, so it's now got down from what was 17.5 down to 14.5. And that's a key thing, Katie, in terms of as long as you can put in some slip pit work, or they've possibly either not changed tyres fully, or they've either done a little bit different in terms of the fuel strategy, you can get a slicker and better pit stop. It can actually gain you seconds rather than tenths. It's surprising how much time you can gain just from a slicker and better pit stop compared to others who might have had a poor pit entry, or overshot their box a little bit, or possibly be putting more fuel into the car, which might take longer for them to get away. It's surprising how much time you can gain just from one pit stop.
Absolutely. And if I think about, how I coordinate in a C1 racing series, and I always talk around the pit stops, you get them completely right, you time it well, you do the right things at the right time, that can gain you places out on track. So never underestimate the power of a 100% efficient, good pit stop, and it can really, really benefit you in the race.
Someone who's also benefited just now in this race, and that's James King. He's taken third place. There was a narrow miss there with one of the Nation Society cars. That was the SR Donation Society black car running in fourth place in class with Lewis Park at the wheel. But Thomas Merritt has lost another place now, so even though he's lapping at pretty much the same sort of pace as the leaders, the current fastest car on track right now is the number 86 RAF car, which is pretty strong. Not for much longer though, because into the pits comes James. He will hand back over to his co-driver, which now frees up Thomas Merritt once again to try and close in that gap on the top two. So lap times, we'll see as they come across the line in a moment. And the gap has gone out just on this lap alone to lead back out to 15 seconds. Just waiting for Kendall to complete a lap. He hasn't done just yet. We're just waiting for him to catch up a little bit. The gap's fluctuating at about 15 seconds or so. So even on this first couple of laps runs for Kendall, he has managed to get some time back. One of the 3 seconds back that he lost when Blackwell Chambers brought the car in for a stop. So we will keep an eye on how that gap continues to push on. This is another gap that's also quite close. This is for position in class for 8th between Team Shift Motorsport and the GRDC Endurance Racing Mazda Craig Starkey running solo. And at the moment, to keep where the Mazdas are, that's the 95 car that's currently in. It's Alex R. Walker who is just ahead and actually letting some of the lap traffic through before they get towards Cops. Starkey trying to get a better run on the outside line towards right-hander off the Heritage Pits. Just darting around, having a look. And as Chris Boland takes back over from his teammate, and back on track he goes. He exits just ahead of Dave Wrestle in the Positive Perception Esports car. So Dave now going to reignite his battle with the RAF car over this next stint. This battle continues on now between Walker and Starkey as they head on to the hangar straight now. And they've got the Driven Minds car, the Positive Perception, no, that's the Resilience Racing car. That's the Morwin Motorsport number 20 car that's just gone past. So Nick Ramsey-Goff taking full advantage of the clear track around him to put another lap on the Mazdas. And also there is the SM Corsa car, which has done quite strongly. Number 17, Owen McCarthy, is taken over from his Finnish teammate, and Craig Starkey going a little wayward under brakes. I think that's another challenge of the lap traffic on that one, Katie, is that ultimately these drivers are kind of keep their own racing line, but of course when you've got faster cars around you, they can crop up on you, particularly these cars with such a speed difference. At any time in the race, they can come up and spook you and try to make a move. So ultimately, all you can do is try and hold your line and move out of the way. But even then, some cars are moving so fast and so focused on their own racing line that they don't tend to realise just how much a slower car might still be alongside them when they try and retake their racing line. And that can sometimes mean that you trip up over lapped cars every now and again. So that's always a constant threat and a constant obstacle that drivers in faster classes have to try and handle when they're lapping slower traffic.
Absolutely, and it's depending if you're the slower car in the class or the faster, you you've got to keep your wits about you, and best intentions to stay out of the way, and sometimes it can not end so well, but sometimes it can impact your own race as well. So trip on the grass, taking the having to go off the racing line, and that compromises your lap and potentially sort of closes the gap to the car behind you. It's a constant battle, and the speed difference I think today between the two classes has really kind of highlighted how much of that a risk that is. So Thomas Merritt saw it when he came back into traffic, but then also the standards of driving that we've seen today, they've managed it extremely well. And like you say, that the faster radicals can come up so quickly behind the MX-5s, and for both to be able to navigate it extremely well, it is great to see.
Particularly on a circuit that's got so many fast and sweeping corners like Silverstone on the GP circuit. You've got those long corners like Copse, Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel, the fastest section before the arena. You've then got even corners like Luffield and Brooklands, where you've got them off along Wellington Straight. The fact the cars close so quickly means that you've got to make such split-second decisions as to where you place the car in both classes, and when you're on the slower car, where you put your car on the road and what line you decide to take to allow the faster car to get by. And for the faster cars, the radicals, to decide what route they take and to judge how predictable the car in front's going to be when you make that, just to put a lap on it. That's the key thing, and there has to be almost a sort of a silent kind of trust between the two cars when one's being lapped and the other one's passing, to try and know where the other car's going to be and not make any sudden movements. And that's one of the things I think they keep clearing any kind of driver's briefing, or when they kind of teach anyone about multi-class racing, or when you have a faster car behind you. It's up to the slower car to be as predictable as possible, but mainly it's up to the faster car to get around the slower machine as safely as possible, so that both elements of the move have to play their parts in order to make sure that they get through it without any dramas.
Yeah, it's teamwork with the absence of communication. You're relying on the car in front to be able to see you in their rearview mirrors. They know that you're there, and then they know to be predictable, as you say, stick to their racing line, continue doing what they're doing, and for the faster car to make the move around them. But the reality is that can be incredibly difficult, particularly if you're in a battle of your own. You're trying to get ahead of the car in front. That's probably the moment when you're going to be the least predictable. So it's having to balance I need the faster car to get ahead and get out of the way, essentially for them as well, to be able to continue with their race, but then also not compromise their own. It is a constant, juggle of priorities and like you say, that communication that isn't there between the two cars to be able to navigate that situation.
Definitely so. We're looking at Morn Deploy, who's in the 38 Sim Racers Room machine. Remember, that car qualified on pole position thanks to Jaden Harrison, but has had its own dramas and issues, which has dropped it down at the moment into currently sat in, was it 7th or 8th position at the moment? I'll look on the screen. 8th position at the moment. And it is the last car to still only be a lap down. The next car behind it is the GSG Racing car, number 10, which has 2 laps. As we now move towards into the second half of the race, 3 hours, 22 minutes and 55 seconds run on the clock. Just a bit of lappery going on here. You've got the SM Corsa car, which has Cohen McCarthy at the wheel, now with Chris Boland in the mix as well. And the SM Corsa car, who should only be... I know he's a minute and 13 behind. I was getting confused some of the gaps. The car that is actually chasing him right now, which is the Ball Squad racing car, which has Tom Goldsborough, Nathan Smith Adams at the wheel. That's a battle that's going on now for 6th and 7th position. And you've got the Sim Racers Room car not too far away from them either, try and close in. Some Corsa car just trying to do well. There's a couple of close battles, which is where I looked on the time screen and got a little bit confused, because it's close between Dave Wrestle and Chris Boland. We'll keep watching this battle, but Chris Boland and Dave Wrestle only separated by less than half a second at the moment. There's this scrap going on, which is between Cohen McCarthy and Nathan Smith Adams. This is also for position, and just behind them, not too far away, is the 38 car Morn Deploy. So we've actually got a 3-way scrap developing here for what is currently 6th, 7th and 8th. It's one of the closest battles on track, because the lead group, the lead gap between Clapham North and Team Radline, 15 seconds. As for the leaders in the MX5 class, it's currently the Pass on the Grass Racing team, which has a minute and 15 second lead, the Bennett Motorsport. with the first of the 2 SR Donation Society cars holding station in 3rd place. Just looking at terms of pit stops and who's done what at the moment, particularly in the Mazdas. Leaders in fact are in according to the time it's going. I've got the leaders, the Mazdas are in the pit lane, so that is going to be Nathan J. Williams who is taking over the number 9 car, and of course making their random pit stops. So the key thing to be here is where they come out in relation to this fight that's going on for second, because Bennett Motorsport, Daryl Bennett, has got Gareth Ronda on his tail. Now, whether or not Gareth, who's relatively has pitted roughly in the same sequence as Nathan Williams and the leaders on Pass on the Grass Racing, are they pit in the same one remains to be seen. Change of position imminent. Up the inside at Brooklands looks Nathan Smith-Adams. McCarthy will try and defend him, and there's contact. And that was, I think, McCarthy. An element of that, I think, was unintentionally was the back marker in the mixers. Oh, in the background, that was on deploy off the road as well. So it's all happened in this battle of what was going to be building for 6th, 7th, and 8th. First, there's a tangle between McCarthy and Smith-Adams. And I think McCarthy's just allowed Smith-Adams was, I think, in front at the corner. But looks like McCarthy has carried on. At least, no, I think McCarthy carried on because there was a bit of contact between them. So he's now kind of let the positions go back to what they were originally and then try and come back to them again. And then behind, in sympathy, Morn Deploy tried to get on the power, exiting Luffield, and made a mishap. So all happening in that sequence there, Katie. 2 separate incidents, but very much affecting what would have been, if they'd stayed as they were, a close 3-way fight for position.
Absolutely, and as soon as we talked earlier, well, not so long ago, about things settling down halfway through, and it's still things are happening and hard to keep up with. But obviously a couple of mistakes there, and a little bit unfortunate of events, but they'll quickly get back on the power again, get back up to speed, clear their heads, and get back on it again.
That battle, I'm certain, will close up a little bit more as it goes on. We look now to the MX-5s again, because Nathan J. Williams, now at the wheel of the number 9 car again, has taken back over. And he has now exited his pit stop, just perfectly in between, by the looks of it, the fight that was going on for what was then 2nd place between Daryl Bennett and Gareth Ronda. Bennett managed to leapfrog Williams as he exited the pit stops, but Williams is slotted in front of the SR Donation Society car. So the yellow machine in 3rd place still has about a roughly minute and 15-second gap over its teammate in 3rd place. Just going around them there was Thomas Merritt in the number 12 Radical in 3rd place at the moment. He's trying to close the gap down of about 13 seconds to Stephen Place in front. Everything's kind of stretched out a little bit here. You've got now this gap has stayed very consistent out in front. About 15 odd seconds between Matt Kendall and Stephen Place, so quite evenly matched between the two of them. And Thomas Merritt himself is lapping in the low 55s. Kendall has got quite a clear pace advantage in the high 54s coming through. And in fact, actually, Stephen Place lost a full second on that last lap. He was a 55.8 on the last lap. Stephen Place has got a little bit of work to do until he possibly hands that car back over to his teammate, which will be John Cutchinson. And look at some of the history of that squad. John says him and Steve have been racing the SR8 for a number of years, but it's their first team event. But their first team event together was the Daytona 24-hour event, and since then they've done a lot of special events. They've won the Bathurst 12 Hours before and done podiums and several others. And two of the more experienced drivers in the field, John 51, Steve 57. So into experience, as he says, between us old dogs. That's the wording he gave us on the commentator sheets. That's their words. It's not bad for drivers with that much of experience, and I think that's a key thing as well, Case, when you talk about drivers with different experience levels and different ages and so. I tend to say older drivers as more experienced drivers, because I think it's more respectful to them rather than just saying they're older drivers, because it can be regardless of age. You can be an incredibly quick driver. I've known drivers who are still racing in their 50s, their 60s, heck, their 70s, and they're still just as quick as anyone out there, regardless of what machinery they're in. And I prefer to use the term experience because it is experience. They've been racing for years and years and years. It's wisdom for them. It's the laps they've done. It's what they know about the car, what they know about the circuits, the racecraft they've built up, all the knowledge that they have. It all counts for something, and if they can couple that up with pre-existing speed and maintain that speed over a long time in their racing careers, regardless of what they're driving, it makes them quite formidable, regardless of how old they might be on track and how old they feel.
Absolutely, and we talk about obviously raw speed is great to have, but that experience can really make a difference between someone, getting the top results that they deserve. And I think that experience, that maturity, that understanding of the car, the track, the circuit, or predicting those around them, being able to understand, okay, this person's taking this line to this corner. If I'm going to take them, this is what I need to do, and that ability to kind of change what you're doing and be able to capitalize on things like that, I think it comes with experience and it comes with time. When you first pass your driving test, I'm sure a lot of examiners or instructors all say the same thing. They say once you pass your driving test, this is when you really learn how to drive, because the experience on the road is so valuable in terms of who you become as a driver that it cannot be underestimated. And I think exactly the same works in racing. I think there's definitely a lot to say around that experience that you have on track can really add to your performance.
I was also impressive as well looking at the timing screen that we have. Also, speaking about experience and what they've done, it's interesting that you also get one of the columns that you get in the live timing provided by our very gracious broadcast partners for this event, Apex Racing, and a big thank you to them, of course, for their support and allowing us to, with their support, to partner with us on this one to broadcast this race, which is brilliant. Look at the timing screen system that they have, which they were looking at here, is that it actually also shows the iRating. For those who don't know, if you race in iRacing, depending on the results that you've had and also how well and how cleanly you drive and how well you complete races, you have an iRating and different levels, different sides of things. The range of ratings for different iRacing drivers, I mean, look at the moment, the highest iRating driver with the highest iRating at a canter is Matt Kendall, because his is going towards not far off 8,000, where you've got a lot of drivers who are on average somewhere between the sort of mid to high teens when it comes to thousands, like 50, 1,500, 1,700, all the way through to some drivers who are into the 2,000s, even a couple into the 3. So there's lots of different experience levels here, and there's quite a few drivers here who, depending on their own pace, their own experience, might have lesser iRating, but they're still showing just as good speed out there. So you can have some drivers who are just naturally good at sim or naturally good at driving. So it doesn't necessarily have to be the driver that always has the highest iRating that is always the fastest. It can just be someone who's built that experience up from clean, good driving all the way through and getting good, solid results. But you're getting some very quick drivers here who might have done as much iRacing, but they're certainly showing quite plenty of pace as they take over and take stints throughout this race.
Yeah, definitely. It just all adds into that level of experience and how that can really play a part in your performance in a race. And again, going back to that maturity point, I think that really adds, from my understanding, sim racing as well, to keep your racing clean, stay out of incident, not making mistakes. All of that adds into your rating and how you are as a sim racer, and also obviously out in the real world as well.
Certainly does. Of course, we have our real world grading of licenses in real world motorsport, and it's a relatively similar way when you look at how they run it in sim racing as well, particularly in iRacing. We're looking now at Craig Starkey. Again, we talked about one of the solo drivers in the field in the GRDC endurance racing car. Reminder, of course, that we're doing this for the cause of supporting Driven Minds and also all the work to which motorsport marshals do, and to provide first aid training for them in order to for mental health first aid training, to be able to pay for them to be qualified for that. This is what Driven Minds and this event is all about. So if you feel like you want to donate to the cause, again, you're not obliged to. You can more choose to do so if you wish. And if you do so, there's no set amount. You can literally pay from £1 to 2, 5, 10, or as much as little as you feel you can or want to. Every little piece helps. Just follow a link below, which at the bottom of the screen, which is justgiving.com/crowdfunding/driven-minds, and you'll see we've breached the £600 raise from this one. And on top of that, of course, we've had the money raised from the entry fees for the race as well, all of which goes to the proceeds of training motorsport marshals, who are some of the best people in the motorsport, and in motorsport most valuable in the world, because without them we genuinely couldn't go racing full stop. Events couldn't happen without marshals at all. So it's not only to help to kind of support them in a way, but also to allow them to have a much more a bigger skill set and a bigger toolbox in terms of being able to help people for any given thing at any given time in motorsport, particularly to give them the tools to help somebody with their mental health, if they're having a mental health issue or a problem something which they need to talk about. They are there to be able to help them out as much as possible. So follow the link, feel free to donate if you wish. No obligation, no pressure whatsoever. It's entirely up to you, and you are free to donate as much or as little as you wish or can do. Every little will help to ultimately continue the great work the Driven Minds is already doing. Gone past 3.5 hours, 2.5 still to go this afternoon. Let's quickly again run down where we are with the order as we go towards the press towards 2 hours to go and third distance. Still in the lead in the Radical class still is the number 43 car of Clapham North. Matt Kendall, who's sharing with Will Blackwell Chambers, doing a fantastic job at the moment. Currently has the lead to 17.2 seconds. But that's kind of yo-yoing between 15 and 17 at the moment, because the car's in second place, which is Stephen Place's number 69 team Radline machine, has done well. Him and John McCutchinson, some strong laps, and Stephen's starting to find his groove in this second stint of his in this race. Currently running in P2 with a strong drive. Third at the moment, back into P3 is Thomas Merritt, solo running this 6-hour race in the number 12 Sim Motorsport Radical, the young Fiesta Junior racer, doing a grand job and getting plenty of online mileage before he gets into his race car for real next weekend at Snetterton. Chris Boland in the RAF Motorsports car number 86 currently sits in 4th place, and he has now got a more comfortable gap over the 3 Dave Wrestle Positive Perception esports car in 5th. That car I think has dropped back after a pit stop, even though it's I think right there behind him. It's showing as being he is 2.2 seconds behind. I was looking at the wrong gaps, looking at overall rather than individual ones. So 2.2 seconds is the gap between 4th and 5th position between Boland and Wrestle. Again, very even matched lap times at the moment. In fact, last time Wrestle was 4/10 quicker on that lap. 6th is the Baller Squad racing car, Nathan Smith Adams. Some early issues after it lost the front nose section, the front clamshell, but again, one of a few drivers that decided to go more of an offset strategy in terms of when they pit, kind of off sequence. They are currently at the moment sat in 6th place. 7th, just behind them, is the SM Corsa car. That currently has the American Cohen McCarthy at the wheel. He's running strongly in the top 10. And then the rest of the top 10 filled out by the 8th place car, which is the Sim Racers room car that started on pole position, courtesy of the co-driver for Jaden Harrison, and then Morn Deploy at the wheel at the moment, trying to pick his way back up through the top 10. 9th place is the GSG Racing car, number 10, which has Tom Goldsborough at the wheel right now. And then in 10th position, the team Heat Together, and we spoke to the man Stephen Koenig, who's at the wheel of the car right now. He's just jumped in after his teammates, and will now be doing his second stint in order to try and hopefully climb up the top 10 where he can. In the Mazdas, after that's changed around from their pit stop sequence, it is currently Pass on the Grass Racing who leads the way with Nathan J. Williams. They currently have a strong, solid gap of about 13 seconds over the Bennett Motorsport car. Darryl Bennett running solo in car number 7, and as again a little bit off sequence with the other cars. We think of roughly around about 10 laps compared to the other machines towards the front, but he's currently doing a grand job in second place. Mark Bunyan has taken back over the number 23 SR Donation Society yellow car for his second stint. He currently runs in 3rd place at this point in time. Just pitting from 4th is the number 101 car. That's the Mission Motorsport 101 Mazda. Lyndon Noble coming in to hand back over to her teammate, which is Klaas Hartmann. And then the rest of the order, you can see we've got in 5th position currently, or about to take 4th, is Paul Wallace in the Wizzy Motorsport 24 Mazda. 6th is the number 95 car, which is Alex R. Walker in the Team Shift Motorsport machine. 7th, just behind him, is the solo driver Craig Starkey in the GRDC Endurance Racing car in number 123. And then the rest of the top 10 is number 75, which is the Positive Perception esports car with Paul SR Donation Society Black, I'm getting the words out, in 8th position with Paul Greatrix, the man who started the car before and putting in some quick laps to try and get back up the order in his stint. 9th is the Positive Perception esports blue car, which currently has Tristan Dasher at the wheel in car 751. And then rounding out the top 10 is the number 22 MBM Racing Machine, which has Mark Blunt at the wheel, and at some point also he will have behind the wheel of that car will have been Carl Pilkington. So that's currently the top 10s in both classes at the moment, with 3 hours, 39 minutes and 15 seconds run in this first ever Driven Minds Willpower 6 hours on the full Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. And again, your overall leaders, Clapham North with Matt Kendall, by currently at the moment now 18.5 seconds as that gap begins to eke out further. So heading towards 2/3 distance of this race at the moment in time. There's Alex Walker in the Team Shift Motorsport car.
I feel like famous last words here, and I'm going to do a classic commentator's curse, but everything seems to be going good at the minute, settling down. I wonder whether we're going to see some exciting stuff coming up very soon. I feel like I'm just jinxing it right now.
There was I've done worse, and I've seen worse in terms of commentator's curse. I've done it a couple of times. I even did it, I think, at the season open at Silverstone a couple of times, but I mentioned someone was going quite well, and then seconds later it was an incident. So it is that point of the race now where people are starting to, yes, there are co-drivers, but it's interesting now we're cycling back into the kind of second or third co-drivers now. Well, teams that have 3 drivers are cycling back to their original start driver. One driver I'm actually intrigued to see how he runs in terms of pace is going to be Paul Graytrix. That car has slipped down to 7th since he was last in the car, and he was actually 1 point in the lead of the race. So the SR Donation Society black car going to try and hold on as much as he can and push forwards. His last lap time was a 2:27.068. And actually, that was the second fastest lap of fastest car of anyone on track at the moment. He's currently only 11.3 seconds back behind Craig Starkey, and he's definitely quicker than, at least, basically, apart from Nathan J. Williams, he's quicker than every other car in front of him. So I imagine that Paul will certainly be cranking him a laps in this stint to be able to get the car back up into at least the top 5, if not nearer the podium places.
Yeah, definitely seems to be on a charger at the moment, and I think he's got the time to do it. Buckle in and get those quick laps in, and we'll probably see him very close into the top 5, and then we've still got a number of hours left of the race. We could see him on the podium.
Wait and see. Paul, of course, was the main starter of the car, was involved in one of those really great battles up front. There is Craig again, who's had quite a marathon run when it comes to this one, and I'm certain he'll be welcome for a drink, I think, at the end of this race, whether it's non-alcoholic or not. We'll have to wait and see. I'm sure that a few of these drivers that have done well certainly want to celebrate their participation with that one. As we continue towards getting early into this second half of the race. Well, as we go into the second half of the race, obviously we've talked about a few times, in case of the fact that there's been a lot of great events that not Driven Minds, things that Driven Minds have done and achieved, but also things which are possibly coming up in the future, which there might be some plans that you're still working on that are still confidential, but other stuff that's possibly coming up in the future. Again, just to educate those who are learning about Driven Minds and learning about it for the first time, just talk us through just some of the things in as much detail as you wish to that not only Driven Minds has done to date so far, but also some of the things that they are hopefully planning to do or that they would like to achieve going forwards in the future, whether it's working with teams or organisations or other events or other things that's both happened and are looking to happen, to see what plans are in place possibly for Driven Minds throughout 2025 and beyond.
Of course, so the main basis of what we're trying to do is to reach as many people as possible, and we can do that in a number of ways within motorsport. Obviously, the biggest one is being present on at track on a race weekend, and with our ambassadors who are all part of the motorsport community, it means a lot of race weekends out of the season. You will see one or more of us up and down the pit lane in a racing seat, up in the comms box, or out on circuit as the marshal and looking after us all as we're out racing. If I look back at the events last year that we did, we had a lot of success in terms of bringing a lot of teams and drivers and people together through our track walk and talks. I, for one, learned how hilly Cadwell Park is when I walked it for the first time last year. I definitely got a leg workout, but what was really great to see with our track walk and talks is people from different race series, different parts of the paddock, having conversations and getting to know each other. It's not just about having serious conversations, it's just about building those relationships and building that network around you. And I think that is one of the best things that you can do to keep your mind healthy is having a range of people who you can interact with, speak with, and get to know. I know myself of, over a number of years for various reasons, getting to a circuit and being absolutely full of anxiety. And, the first thing I do is try and find a familiar face. You know where someone is in a particular garage or part of the paddock, you've got someone to go to and have a conversation with. And that can be the difference between being a big ball of stress and anxiety and actually getting buckled in and enjoying a race weekend. And the more that we can build relationships across the motorsport community, the more of a network people can have when they get to a circuit. And if they have had a bad week leading up to a race weekend, they've got someone they can speak with, and that can be the difference between a bad race weekend and a good one. So I think we'll definitely see more track walking talks this year. I think on the back of today, the support and success we've had with the Willpower 6 hour, I think definitely on the next mind we want to get some more sim racing events going and reach that sim racing community as well. Whenever we're in a racing paddock, we do always have people come and speak to us asking how they can get involved, and particularly a number of race teams who are wanting to do some fundraising events for us, and that's what we'd love to see as well. One team in particular, they're very much saying we want to do a charity challenge for you, we want to do some fundraising for you. We want it away from a circuit, what can we do? And we're so grateful for the support, and we're very open to, yes, you want to fundraise for us, absolutely fantastic, thank you so much. We're definitely open to the support and the help in any way you want to do it, so definitely open opportunities for that as well. And then the more people we can get trained up, the more ambassadors we can have on the team, it means more race circuits that we can get to and more people we can reach as well. So we've had some absolutely fantastic support from the SCC to date, and we want to see that continue and get into more race paddocks as well and speak to more people and see how we can help and support. But I think definitely this year the drive and that mental health first aid training for marshals would be absolutely fantastic, and as we continue to fundraise, the more marshals we can get trained up. We have a goal in our mind of how many people we want to reach, so hopefully we'll get there.
A lot of good work and a lot of key things happening courtesy of Driven Minds, so appreciate giving us more of an insight as to what Driven Minds has been up to, what it's currently doing, what it plans to do going forwards, both in motorsport, both in the real world and in the sim as well, which is always a key thing, particularly because I think even people forget that sim racers are in some ways drivers too. They need the help and support. It can be from a result not going their way, or even from, goodness forbid, in any kind of unkind words, shall we say, from other drivers or anyone else competing, if something might have happened. So even sim racers out themselves, and some sim racers need support and need the backing and the people around them in order to help them overcome any challenges they might have, whether they are professionals or just doing it simply for the fun of it. It's the key thing to look out for. And again, very worthy cause of Driven Minds, and something I'm personally proud to be a part of, and certain everyone else who's an ambassador and a champion, a key member of the team, is also keen to do as well. Looking back to our leaders, this is the closest battle on track at the moment. This is between Dave Wrestle for Positive Perception Esports and Chris Boland for RAF eMotorsports. This is the fight going on for fourth position in the Radical class, and overall, I dare say, because the Radicals are all in the top half of the field. The other closest battles out there too for position, to keep tabs on them also, for the record whilst we watch this one, are the battle that's going on for 7th position between Morn Deploy and Car 38. That's the Sim Racers room car. In fact, there it is, being chased down by SM Corsa with Cohen McCarthy, number 17. And also quite close as well is I think just towards the base of the top 10, or just outside it, which is the other of the South African piloted cars, Team Heat Together in Car 25, or is together again. Just behind them is a certain Resilience racer with Morwin Motorsport, 4th position, Nick Ramsey Goff. So these two battling quite closely at the moment for position, and that will be for 12th and 13th place. So they're sort of in the charge. So even though it might not be as totally close out in front between the leaders, lots of up and down battles going on, particularly in the Radicals, as we go into the second half of the race.
Absolutely, I think it's so great to see that even though we're we're just about to hit 4 hours into racing, and we've got some really kind of close battles, and we can see the times jumping around. So we can see, some people are catching, and it's definitely not over yet. We've definitely got 2 hours to go, and all can change.
Certainly can. Chase battle here as more deploy. I want to say there was a bit of smoke there. Someone's come off the road. I think someone's had an off somewhere. I think because there was some smoke or tyre smoke hanging in the air. So someone's either had a moment or a lock up somewhere. If you hadn't quite spotted on broadcast, this is the close fight going on here between Deploy and Co McCarthy, and that's not worked out at all. As the back marker, that was the Alex Walker car that was in the mix. And I think Morn Deploy checked up, not realising just how close his approaching speed was. And he will have to go to the pit lane to get that fixed. That's another second incident today that car's been involved in after Jaden Harrison also hit the back of, I think it was the MBM racing car exiting Chapel that sent that car airborne. Here's the replay, and you see there. Yeah. That's what we talked about as well with the predictability of back markers. Now, that might have been Alex Walker being a little bit sort of unsure where to go because he had two cars in the mix behind, and it can happen. But ultimately, it's the responsibility of both sides. One, to judge the car in front, but also as well for the car in front to be predictable. It might well have been just two cars coming together in literally the wrong place at the wrong time. And as a result, it ended up being, well, initially it looked like it was a free pass for the SM Corsa team, but they had to also pit as well and make a stop. So they've also got back out quickly enough, and they at least have retained their position. Whereas Morn Deployer's got a little bit more damage, I think, to recover on that car. It might be in there for quite a long stop.
Yeah, we go back to the speed difference between the two classes, and I think that can definitely play a part in understanding that difference in speed. If you're so locked in to watching the car in front, not so fully appreciating maybe the speed difference and how much they're going to slow down for the back markers to try and determine, how they're going to get around them. That can be the difference between a nice sort of easy sort of way through and contact, as we've just seen.
Well, that'll be something they'll have to try and recover from once more. That car will probably drop down to outside the top 10 possibly, unless that repair is only a simple refitting of the front clamshell. They are changing drivers, so Jaden Harrison is getting back into the car, so Morn Deploy as though he's done at least for the time being, and Jaden can jump back in. He's the erstwhile quicker of the two drivers, purely on pace and lap time, given that he was the driver that set the pole time to put that car on the front of the grid. They've got some work to try and get that car back up the order. They are currently sitting at the moment 2 laps down off the lead, so we'll see if they can recover a little bit more. Looking still at this battle that's going on between 4th and 5th. Half a second between Dave Wrestler and Chris Boland. This has been one of the battles of the race, these two. Hasn't been full side by side, but sometimes a good battle doesn't have to be fully side by side. It can just be two cars running in close proximity, just because that raises the tension of when is that move going to come. Is it going to come at any point in time? At what corner, at what place does the driver chasing decide to strike? Where's the defending car going to place it in order to try and prevent a move from the car behind? These things you have to think about as Boland turns his way out of loop, now through village, onto the Wellington straight once again. We have well past 100 laps, we're now on to 120, this is on lap 120, and still quite a long way to go. So if they keep on lapping as it is, there's a chance we potentially could get ourselves to maybe 200 laps, but we'll have to wait and see how the rest of the race plays out pace-wise. Here is Paul Greatrix, currently in 6th position, chasing down the 5th placed solo driver Craig Starkey in car number 123. Looking at lap times, Paul is still lapping now. He's actually lapping on the same pace as the leader. In fact, he was fractionally faster than leader Nathan J. Williams in the number 9 car by 0.02 of a second. His lap time last time was a 2:27.677 compared to a 27.679 for Williams. So he is literally the fastest man on track in the MX-5 class, and lapping quite strongly. Everyone else in front of him is doing 2:29s and 2:28s. So that across the stripe will go Starkey now to complete this lap, and he'll have done about a 2:29.605, and Greatrix did a 2:27.784. So again, he's taken 2 seconds out of the car in front. He's on the tail of the 5th place man looking for a move. I wonder when this move's going to come. It's going to be a case of when rather than if, because Paul has got the pace to make this happen. Maybe here at the loop, he's brave enough to dive up the inside. He thought about it. He put himself into Craig's mirrors, but not quite close enough there. And this is the judgment you have to make in this side, Casey. When you're the much faster car going for position, it's up to you to, obviously, again, it's the same as with back markers. The car in front has to be predictable, not make more than one move to try and defend. But ultimately, when you're the car chasing, you've got to try and make a move that you feel, if you're confident of, that you can dive down the inside or make a move, that one, the other car's going to know you're still there, but two, you can make it without making contact and know that you can do it whilst getting the car slowed, getting it into the corner and doing so safely whilst not being out of control.
Absolutely, and if you make the wrong move, it doesn't stick, you end up losing time and you have to try and make that all back up again. It's all about timing it right, getting your car in the right position and picking a line and sticking with it and hoping that the car in front can see you.
Looks like Craig can hopefully see Greatrix as he looks up the inside. They're looking pretty close, which is probably just getting close just to make a point. And then in towards Cop's corner they go, and that is a place back into the top 5. Place higher into the top 5 goes Paul Greatrix. There's a lot of gravel that's been dragged onto the circuit on the exit of Cops there. That's part of this. Some improvements to the iRacing system in the last few builds that have been released in different seasons. The last few, one of which was kind of more gravel debris being brought onto the track, which does indeed affect grip, it does affect traction, it affects racing line and kind of how dirty it can make the tyres. Just tearing past, I think he's one of the heaped together team cars that's just gone past for a lap. In fact, the two teammates are actually on the same straight. One's at the end of it, the other one just going underneath the bridge towards Stowe Corner. So Paul Greatrix then up into 4th position. His next target is going to be Paul Wallace in the Wizzy Motorsport Mazda. Between them at the moment is quite sizable. It's about, well, it's 11.19 seconds. Basically, it's about 12 seconds or so. I was getting confused because the gaps between, there's even larger gaps between first Paul Wallace and Mark Bunyan, and then Mark Bunyan and Daryl Bennett, because Daryl Bennett currently leads the way at the moment. He's got a 1 minute 25 second gap. But as we said, his car is off sequence with the others, so that car will have to pit several laps before or after the cars around it. So that car, when it pits, will drop further back down the order. That said, though, what's quite interesting, and I think this could be an interesting advantage of being a solo driver, Katie, is that the one thing that these solo drivers don't have to do is change drivers. Now, yes, they'll change drivers in between pit stops and in between whilst refueling and whilst tyres is going on. I think that what makes a difference is that maybe some drivers, when they get in, they have to have that adjustment period of like a lap or two to get used to the car, how it feels on new tyres again, how it feels after the previous drivers just got out, if there's been any damage, if the car's worn a bit more. Whereas with the drivers that are doing it solo, particularly Daryl Bennett, he hasn't got to do that. He simply just stays in the car, gets back out again. He knows what the car feels like, so he can get back up to speed fairly quickly again. He doesn't have to worry about getting the car back up to temperature. Anything he has to worry about really is just making sure the tyres get back up to temperature and pressure, can get back up to speed and just keep on going quickly. So this is a very interesting change in strategy for them and how it's all worked out in that sense. So I think that Daryl Bennett possibly could be a dark horse here in these next roughly 2 hours or so. If he keeps this offset strategy going, a real chance he could be a surprise victor here.
Yeah, I do think it's, as I've said multiple times today, I think it's been absolutely brilliant seeing the solo drivers. You're staying on it, and I think as much as they might be getting mentally tired, the eyes start getting tired, they've not had the decent size of breaks that the other teams have had to refresh themselves and get back in the seat and go racing. There is something to say about being constantly on it. Means you can really kind of understand the car. You don't have to get yourself back up to speed again. You're just fully getting your tyres warmed back up again, and you're back on it. So it'd be interesting to see, particularly in the final hour, what that's going to do for the solo drivers out there. And it's amazing for us to see today.
Certainly has been. Daryl has been put in quite an effort, of course, and so too is the other solo driver that we have. One of the other solo drivers we have in the field, Thomas Merritt. We're still looking at the current second place car. It's Charlie Devlin, but Nathan J. Williams has decided he wants to relinquish it at their last stop. Charlie Devlin, who was an earlier leader at one point, he technically has the net lead, but of course it depends on, with the sequence being so, with Bennett's strategy being so out of sequence of the rest of the typical front runners like Evelyn, Bunyan and Greatrix and Wallace and co.
whereabouts he'll fit in when his pit stop ends is going to be quite crucial on how long that pit stop is going to be. It's 1 minute 25 is the gap at the moment in terms of last lap times, and then Devlin are lapping pretty much identical lap times at this point. Dale's been getting purely quicker and quicker throughout the race as it goes, and finding more and more consistency, finding more and more race pace. That's really helped him out, just being the solo driver. And it also means that he hasn't really had his rhythm broken throughout this race either. But when you sort of change drivers, you have to kind of take a break. You kind of, all that adrenaline that's been pumping, you come down. You have to then take a break and relax, and then you have to start to psych yourself back up again when you get back in that car, and it all builds up again. So you kind of lose momentum a little bit, and again it takes you maybe a lap or two to get back into the groove. Not to kind of find everything else in the car, but to kind of get back into the groove and the flow of it. Once you've kind of had a bit of time off and watched your teammate driving, you might have sat there and watched watched in the server kind of how the driver's going and how the race is taking shape in terms of your strategy. Well, I think that.
Yeah, I was going to say, they do say practice makes progress. I don't like to say practice makes perfection, because, that's an incredibly high standard, which I don't believe personally exists. No one is absolutely perfect, but what you can do through practice is getting that progress, and that they've certainly had that today. 4 hours of essentially non-stop practice. They will be having Silverstone in their dreams for the coming weeks, as the amount of laps that they've done today.
They might start dreaming when they finish the race. They're probably going to cross the line and fall asleep at this rate. I think it's going to be quite incredible. I've heard of people who have tried to do 24-hour races, both in the sim and incredibly, decades ago, like back in the 50s in real life, trying to do 24-hour races solo, or long distance endurance races solo. And I think some find it possible, but you have to have an immense amount of mental strength and mental endurance, and also the physicality of it as well, not just in racing, but in real racing, but in the sim, because of the force feedback, because you have to kind of turn and brake and accelerate. You don't have the same G-forces, yes, but you still have all the kind of movements and having to focus for so long. And mental exhaustion can turn into physical exhaustion, because you have to try and focus for so long, it drains your energy, and so you actually feel physically tired, because you actually kind of spent so much energy trying to keep concentrating, keep awake, and actually not kind of drop off from any pace or performance whatsoever. So it's really key that some of these solo drivers have done quite a strong job to keep their mental strength up quite well. One or two of them, I'm sure, quite seasoned in doing this quite often. Looking here at the fight for fourth that's going on, but it's being interrupted briefly by the race leaders as Matt Kendall drives his way through in car 43. That's the Clapham North car that has pretty much led for quite a while, since pretty much the second stop. After the beginning of the second, at the end of the second stop, that car pretty much took lead again and has led for the last couple of stints. So this is now to stint number 4. We're now coming into a different stint 5. It's stint 5. No, it's stint 4 or 5. It's a stint rather than get tongue-tied. But he's now back in front, and he's got advantage. You can see in terms of actual a gap of about 0.6, 0.7 miles. Now I think that's possibly imminently changing, because Thomas Merritt's just come into the pit lane, so he's now in the pits. It was also showing that Kendall was in the pit lane as well, but he's not, so that's quite interesting. I know it's one of his lap time things. It's showing me something different on the timing screen. Thomas Kendall is in the pits. You can see him here. That's him making another pit stop. I think this is his 4th stop of the race. Also a car in there that's also lost a clamshell on the front of that car, and that's the car which the issue earlier on. That's the Jaden Harrison car. That's the Arctic pole position that had the incident with the Alex Walker Asda MX-5 whilst trying to lap it. So that car's been in there for quite a long time for stop. The repairs just put the front clamshell back on, so that car's just about to get back out, but it's lost several laps and is now quite far down the order anyway, back down in, looks like I think that's the lowest order, 13th place in the sim racers room car. Got a lot of work to do to try and get that happen. It looks as though actually that for whatever reason, unless it's still circulating, the only car that we don't have, it's probably still circulating I think, is the 777 Martin Corkwell car, which has lost a lot of time from incidents or from dropping back, but it's currently showing it's being some 68 laps off the lead, which looks as though it's had its issues, but tried to get in and out with problems. Back out on circuit is Thomas Merritt in the Sim Motorsport car. He's now got himself out on track again and still in 3rd place.
He's done so. Is that just ahead of the battle for fourth? No, it's not. It's another car that's a bit further back. That is the GSG racing car of Alexander Malalou, who was in the mix towards the front initially. Has dropped back a bit now and currently sits at the moment in 8th position. So he's going to try and close in if he can on the Motorsports car. Of course, Thomas Merritt will be at least a lap ahead of him, at least a couple of laps ahead. So even if Malalou does catch him up, it won't be for position. But we saw this before, Casey, when we saw that, particularly with Merritt, where he's got good pace, but then he finds himself getting out of the pit stops round cars that are able to match, if not sometimes better, his pace, but are not on the same lap as him and actually trying to unlap themselves, which in turn actually causes a bit of a nuisance, intentional nuisance for Merritt to try and put in some quick laps when he knows he wants to try and catch the cars in front, has to deal with cars that around him are quite simply showing the same sort of pace, even though they're not directly racing him for position at the time.
Yeah, I feel like he's been unfortunate with traffic today. Like I say, a number of his pit stops, he's come back out and having to battle with cars he shouldn't be battling with. Even when we interviewed him earlier, so talked around, letting certain cars through if they want to unlap themselves, and get them out of the way, which means you can focus on your own racing, getting those quick laps in, because the more you're battling with people, it does slow you down, and then that'll impact you for your next stint, and then where you actually end up in the pecking order.
Okay, speaking of the pecking order, here comes the man at the top of the pecking order in the Mazda MX-5s. Darrell Bennett is in for his next mandatory stop. Keep on saying his car is not really on the same pit strategy by several laps compared to the other regular leaders, and that's number 3 car off. That's Simon Wilkes off the road. Now, where's that? I think that's exiting Aintree onto the Wellington Straight. It looks like he's lost it on the exit of Aintree into the barriers. He's put the car in rearward, so it's lost the rear wing. Now, he was close before to Cohen McCarthy when they were battling. I guess the big question is, when he's battling with that one, did he do it by himself? It looks like he did. Exiting out of Aintree, just clips the curb. Now, he was coming up behind the back marker, but I'll be honest, I don't really think the back marker had any involvement in that. It was mainly just Simon Wilkes trying to move out. And I think as he tried to move out, Katie, he just lost the back end of the car. He's lost traction and he got it back going again, just sans a rear wing. And he'll have to pit to get that replaced because that's going to cause havoc on the balance of that car for the length of time that he's out again. Plus, it might well have damaged possibly something on the rear end suspension-wise if he's hitting the barrier hard enough in the gone in backwards. But even so, I think that was more a case of, Simon just trying to put the power down whilst he was trying to lap somebody. The lap car stayed exactly where it was. There's no fault, I think, on that car's part. Just simply pushing a little bit too hard on corner exit, and that was the result.
Yeah, and that car will feel horrible with how it's rear wing. That would be not enjoyable at the moment.
That car destined for the pits, and they have been running, as I said, in that battle for 4th place with the RAF Motorsport team car with Chris Boland at the wheel, so they're going to be out of contention, at least for this part of the race, so they can try and pick their way back through. I don't know how quick repair's going to be when they get it back to pit lane in order to refix and repair the rear wing and fit a new one. That's going to take a bit of time in order to get it. First, we'll get it back safely, which I think he will do at a slightly reduced pace, and then back in the pits in order to clear it up a little more. And speaking of which, there is Simon Wilkes, as he's brought the number 3 car back down the lane. So we'll go to work to have it repaired, and how quickly they can get a rear wing on that car and fix whatever other damage there might be towards the rear end is going to be something for them to figure out. Mark Bunyan in car 23, there he is in 3rd place in the MX-5s, and interestingly enough, looking at the timing screen, Katie, we look at where Darrell Bennett's come back out. They need to come back out still in the lead. He's still got about a 4-second advantage. So despite pitting and stopping several laps apart from the other drivers that are using a more conventional strategy of pitting towards when the fuel tank is low or how many laps they've done from the start, Darrell's making this alternative strategy work to the point where he was dropping down the order quite a lot. But the clear air he's had and the pace he's been setting in clear air has actually been more than enough for him to be able to actually get the lead by a few seconds. And I think also, in fact, looking at some of the lap times, I was about to say I thought he'd set the fastest lap of the class in MX-5s, but he hasn't. He's done something that's close to his, but he's done a better lap than his personal best, because his last lap was, it says 2 minutes 26.404, unless it's not counting the pit entry maybe, because he's done a bit quicker lap. But his last lap was a 2:26.404, but it hasn't counted as his best lap of the race. So I wonder if that's possibly either he
pit track limits, or whether it was his in lap or whatever, or out lap, whichever one it was, that didn't count the lap in that sense. Even so, Bennett Motorsport car not only back out in front, but still has a gap of about 3.5 seconds. So impressive stuff from Darrell on this solo run to be able to get himself still out in front, and that's a front section that's gone bouncing somebody on the front of the car from someone in front of him. But before we get to that, impressive stuff for Darrell to make this alternative strategy work and to still have a gap of about 3 seconds over second place when he came out.
Oh, yeah, that's yeah. So yeah, I think when he first pitted, we were unsure about whether this alternate strategy would work. You know, will it actually pay off? And I think we are starting to see that now. Like you say, it's coming out. Still got a gap of 3 seconds. So I think Darrell's on for a good result.
Certainly is. We just noticed that the car that lost the front section, that's also decided to fast tow back to the pits, we think is the number 18 car. That's the Baller Squad racing car, we think, because that car's just been showing us in the pit lane now. There it is. So the Baller Squad car, Nathan Smith-Adams, with more dramas for that car. Also in the pit, and I think that's still, the Jaden Harrison car now has a new front section. They're now possibly changing tyres on it now, but that car's been in the pits for quite a while now. I think that might be possible. That might be going out shortly. Team Sakura engineering car, haven't seen that for a while, but James Whitehead, another car that's seemingly going solo in the pit lane. It was a strong contender early on in the top 5, but then it's just dropped back with its own issues or pace drop off throughout the race. This is the Matt Kendall Clapham North Radical. He will hand back over to Will Blackwell Chambers in the next stint as they race towards the final third of this race. We're into the final third already. 4 hours, 10 minutes and 37 seconds on the clock in this first ever Willpower 6 hour. Driven Minds inaugural sim racing endurance event. And just 2 classes. We were set to have 3 classes. We also had a class with the BMWs, the M2 CS Racings, but there was a couple of late changes where the teams wanted to be in a class where there was a few more cars. So we sadly don't have any BMWs, but we do have 2 relatively strong classes up and down the field. So good to see we've got plenty of support in each. I think the great thing is that...
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know how I would have coped with 3 classes. I'm very secretly, I'm now not so secretly thankful that we've just got the Radicals and Mazdas. I think it has led to some absolutely epic racing. And just in top of our screen, we just had an amazing £100 donation from Chris Pearson, the father of Ronan Pearson, who you'll know from British touring cars. So they've been amazing champions, Driven Minds, over the last year. I was in the podcast with us last year and wanting to get more stuck in with Driven Minds this season. So absolutely fantastic donation, Chris. Thank you so much. And we're definitely looking forward to seeing you both more in the paddocks this season.
Yeah, amazing stuff and support for the Pearson family. Again, I'll echo that. Massive thank you to them for their support, not just there with the donation, but also from their association with Driven Minds. And I'm certain that Katie and Nick and co are looking forward to seeing what they can do together in 2025 and beyond. And as we mentioned, as we keep saying, there's no obligation to have to donate, but if you do wish to, you're more than welcome to, as much as little as you wish, whether it's £1 to as much as the Pearsons have. Anything is always welcome, and all you need to do is head to the link at the bottom of the screen, which is justgiving.com/crowdfunding/Driven-Minds. And again, feel free to give your donation. Again, no obligation, no pressure whatsoever. It's purely to go there just to remind you to support first aid mental health training for motorsport marshals, so they can give more support and have more skills and more of a toolbox to be able to help those at race circuits, whether it's drivers, teams, officials, even fellow marshals or anyone else at a circuit should they need it. And it's vital mental health first aid training so that they can not only help them to be better physically if they have an issue, but also as well if they're kind of having a mental health episode or a spell where they're feeling down or need some support because they are in shock or or not feeling great mentally for whatever reason. This is all the proceeds for this is going towards helping marshals train to have this mental health first aid support, so they can actually help more people at a race circuit. And as we keep mentioning, without marshals at race circuits and real world events, genuinely these events just couldn't happen full stop. So the fact that we are trying to support them as much as we can to give them as much skills and as many kind of abilities as possible to help, and qualifications means that they can do their job much better, much more efficiently, and they can make race events run smoother, better and more efficiently too as well. So
be sure to grab to the link. It'd be great if we could to get to £750 at least, or get towards at least half the total, which is around 800. So if you can, again, no obligation to one thing, but if we're able to push it towards 800, that would be magnificent. I'm sure we've still got an hour and 45 minutes or so to go in this race to reach that. So, and of course, donations are welcome after the race on top of that too. But for the moment, I don't think Matt Kendall or Will Blackwood Chambers need anything else from anyone. They're just happily spread eagling the field in car number 43. Just holding on with a 23.5 second gap over second place team Radline. Just to be fair, Steve Place, I think, hasn't lost too much time. He's got some very solid laps. His last lap actually was a 1 minute 54.642. Only 3/10 off Matt Kendall, and that was Kendall putting in a personal best last time, as it was also for the RAF Motors e-motorsports car, Chris Boland in car 86. We're looking at the 69 car now. Good to see that those two cars, again, even this later stage in the race, as we head towards the closing stages, are still putting in very quick laps with their drivers. And Stephen, I think, is another driver who's been getting quicker and quicker throughout the race. He's been getting more confidence in the car as he's gone through. And to be on the pace with the leader and actually matching him so far is looking pretty strong. Had he been able to keep close in the earlier part of the race in the opening stages.
It really emphasises that the more you get to know the car, the faster you become. You really get used to what the car wants to do under certain conditions, certain tyre wear, level of fuel that you have in the car. All those things all add up, and the more you're in the car, the more you learn what it's wanting to do, so you can preempt it and still put those quick laps in. So it's great to see, even over 4 hours in, we're getting some really quick laps in and some great racing.
From start to finish. Now this is a move on for position. This is now the number 8 Paul Graytrix car, who's been chasing down Paul Wallace for quite a while now, for a few laps, and he finally makes the move, diving up the inside into Stowe, and that is now him up into 4th position. They've now got the SM Corsa car shooting the gap between them, but they've managed to negotiate it beautifully. That is Paul Graytrix up in the mix, and further aiding the Paul Graytrix cause, Paul Wallace diving into the pit lane to hand back over to his co-driver from what was 4th position. So the 24 car is in for another mandatory stop. And the Wizzy Motorsport squad, he'll hand that car back over either to Paul Sims or Danny Moffat, one of the two. They'll go ahead and new tyres on, trim the tank, and get back out once again. We'll see who they change to. And it's going to be Daniel Moffat getting back in for the next stint in this race. So just watching here now, this is the Alex Walker car, who again also I think looks like he's running it solo, just letting the race leader effortlessly glide around him on the outside of Copse. And that car has had its one or two incidents it's been involved in, but these MX-5s, you can see there's a little bit of damage on the right rear of that MX-5, where he got clouted by the sim racing room car number 38, which had deploy at the wheel, and now that's still being repaired in the pit lane. I think it's back out on track now, because it's showing as being however the time screen reads. It sometimes brings up some of the cars in red, so it looks like it's back out on track and trying to bring the gap down where it can. As Walker turns in, I think we've had possibly another £10 donation in, I think, on Just Giving. I think that's taking it to 732, which is very gracious. Thank you very much. So it's another one in the pot. And if we get towards it, of course, the final pit stops are going to be quite crucial anyway. Speaking of which, right on time, here comes, it won't be the final pit stop, but it will be, I think, possibly the second to last pit stop I'll have to do. So Matt Kendall, with a very solid stint to maintain the lead for Clapham North, will hand it back over to Will Blackwood Chambers. And equally, I have to say, audits have to go to Stephen Place. A really good effort from him to keep the cars, keep it relatively in touch distance. He hasn't lost too much time, it's about roughly 8 seconds or so, but I think when John McCutcheon gets back in that car, there's every chance, I think, Katie, given the pace he was setting throughout his stint chasing down Blackwood Chambers, that John could definitely get in that car on fresh tyres and start to possibly close that gap in. And of course, how quickly they can work this pit stop will also be crucial too, because we've seen so far in this race, haven't we, cars that have gained literally seconds in the pit stop just for having a more efficient run through of what they want to put in, and putting in less fuel or a better tyre change, or have just better planned pit stops, to be able to actually gain more time and do quite well.
It's definitely adding up to be a fantastic sort of closing stages of the race. It's definitely what I love so much about endurance racing. You know, is still got the same level of excitement as sprint racing. I think it has more in a lot of respects because there's so much time available that anything can happen. And it's great to see in the closing stages we've still got some good battles throughout the different places. And yeah, we can obviously speculate on who's going to come out on top, who's going to hit the podium, but the gaps are close enough that, you know, something can happen and it can change everything up.
No, they can. And then we're going to see what the gap is. I think it stayed at pretty much 25 seconds or so. Initially, it's looking about roughly 24, 25 on pit exit, so no real change in the gap between the two. Two very efficient pit stops for the top two cars. So Blackwell Chambers is back into the Clapham North machine, and as predicted, John McCutcheon has jumped back into the 69 team Radline car. So those two are going to be quite close. Now the key thing is going to be is what pace advantage, if any, is McCutcheon going to have, particularly given the fact that last time he was in the car, he was actually closing in on Blackwell Chambers and lapping quite quickly. So on fresh tyres, what kind of pace he has underneath him, whether or not Kendall has handed over a car back to Blackwell Chambers that they feel is pretty much on the money now in terms of its pace and how it looks. Because Kendall did a really solid job of just putting in very solid laps, consistent laps, to not only maintain the gap but even increase it by a few seconds. So we'll see if McCutcheon has anything on this stint to try and close in. He was much quicker towards the end of it, so maybe if you get the beds the tyres in a little more, starts to kind of just heat cycle them in the first couple of laps and then start to get some warmth into them. As they start to kind of break in a little bit after a few laps, you might start to really find the benefit of the grip levels that will have underneath him when he gets going. I'm looking here at the second place car, the Pass on the Grass Racing team, Charlie Devlin. He's only 1.2 seconds behind Bennett Motorsport, so even though Daryl Bennett did get out of his pit stop by just about 3 or 4 seconds after quite a lengthy gap, over these last few laps, Devlin's just been steadily and slowly chipping away at that advantage. He's taken 2 seconds out of Daryl Bennett since they both exited the pits, or since Bennett exited the pits. So this could be an imminent change for the lead. So in many cases, it's not really set as to who's going to come out on top in either of these classes. Yes, there's a 25-second gap between Blackwell Chambers and McCutcheon, but we've seen the pace McCutcheon has, and he can bring that gap down if he's got the pace to do so. The Mazdas, it's been a constant back and forth between 3 or 4 teams out there that's kept it incredibly close, so that's going to be key to see. What's intriguing now I'm seeing is that Bennett, Devlin and Bunyan, Bennett we know is off sequence with pit stops. I think with Devlin and Bunyan, the gap between Greatrix and Bunyan is about 1 minute 38, 1 minute 40, so about 100 seconds or so. So if Devlin and Bunyan both hit, well, if Bunyan pits before Greatrix, then he should get up into 3rd place. Depends on whether or not Devlin and Bennett get involved in their own battle and lose time, remains to be seen. But they might be able to do that now because there's less than a second between them as they go onto the Wellington Straight. They're onto their 105th lap, whereas the leaders are onto their 134th. So several laps down, at least in particular, but they're on different classes with much different paces anyway. You can see from the rear view camera, watching back from Daryl Bennett, just that white and yellow number 9 MX-5 just starting to get closer and closer in the viewfinder. Just watching it getting closer. There's one of the that's the Happy Minds racing car, I think, going past in 9th. That currently has Hamish Easner at the wheel. Just watching back here, that's the sight which Daryl Bennett will have in his rear view mirror as we watch back from the rear bumper. Just the number 9 car just creeping closer and closer with every corner. Gap is under half a second now. That was the Positive Performance racing car. Back 3, still in 5th position. Positive Perception esports car, forgive me, in 5th place. Now through Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel, you can just see how much
he's getting really close now. Yeah, if you were Daryl Bennett right now, would you let Charlie Devlin through? Would you go, do you know what, it's going to slow me down?
Absolutely not. I'm a racing driver. Of course I'm not going to let him through. Actually, well, as you can see here, that Bennett might not have any choice because up the inside looks Charlie Devlin, and up into the lead through past Stowe he goes. A clean move, got him right in the toe, just looked him right into the right up to the rear bumper, and then straight down the inside into Stowe corner. That was a textbook move, clean as you like. So lead change in the MX-5 class. Back to the front goes the Pass on the Grass Racing number 9 Charlie Devlin. And if you look at the front, you can see actually the total gap between first and fourth is 2 minutes and 10 seconds. So even though Greytrix, he's fallen off a little bit in terms of pace. His last lap was 2:29.212, so he's lost quite a bit of time unless he's got caught up with somebody who has an issue or damage on the car. I'm not quite sure why he's dropped that far back, but he's lost pace by about 3 seconds or so. This is an on-track battle, I think, by the looks of it. This is, yes, between Alexander Malalou for GSG Racing and Saul Matilla in the SM Corsa car. And they've just come back through Copse Corner. I think somebody's been off the road and possibly thrown a lot more dust or dirt on the circuit. There's a lot more gravel on the exit at Copse than I remember seeing before. And there was a cloud of gravel dust, and that was Alexander Malalou almost tripping over the Craig. I forget his name. The 123 car. And because of that, that was an easy pass on Matilla, and he took full advantage of that. I mean, that's not the first time we've seen that before, Katie. Faster cars tried to make a move, but just trying to keep the position, but just catching faster, slower traffic, literally at the wrong moment, to nobody's fault of their own. And Alu determined to get that place back as he looks up the inside towards Bale and then through Club Corner. Just that moment when he just caught the MX-5. Absolutely the wrong moment, and just had to really back out the move, and just that car got very twitchy as he had to kind of stand on the anchors. Just about got it anchored up, but he ran wide. Because of that, it was a free pass for Saul to get past the exit onto the hangar straight.
Absolutely, that was just tripping up on each other. Unfortunately, he lost out, but yeah, we're going to see the next kind of couple of corners left. Definitely not letting that place go, and wants to regain it.
It'll be in the slipstream. This time it'll be roles reversed. Malalou then closing in as they come onto the Wellington Straight down towards Brooklands. More lap traffic in front. I think that's the Wizzy Racing MX-5, which is rejoined after its pit stop in 7th. This time it's much closer task this time. Matilla is holding a tighter line as he laps MX-5. Malalou follows him through. A little more caution around the MX-5 this time. Right on board with Alexander. Lapped car he's just swept past. I think that's the Positive Perception Esports blue car. I think that's the 751. That's their MX-5 team entry. Now sprint out of Copse Corner. Another lapped car. That's the Mission Motorsport car, I think. Yes, as they've gone past them. That car running in 5th position with Lars Hartmann at the wheel. A much tinier run all the way through. And Maggots, Beckett's and Chappell. You can see Malalou working the wheel. Turns onto the hangar straight, and this time it has to be a move he's going to pull off here. In the toe. In the inside line tight is Matilla, but down the outside looks Malalou. He'll be driving enough to go diving down the outside in towards Stowe Corner, and he tries it. Radical has the grip. He can put himself level alongside for the next corner at Vale, which is a left-hander. This has to be pass completed, and before they even hit the brakes, Malalou is through again into 6th position. So despite the earlier mix-up with the lapped car a couple of laps ago, Malalou back in front as if it never even happened.
No, that was very good. Very good racing to get back up in front. It was definitely great to see, and that'll obviously hopefully for him be back scampering down the road.
Certainly hope so. And looking at the gaps around them, the Perception Esports car, that's about a minute and a half ahead. So maybe in the sequence of pit stops, because that car also got delayed, the number 3 car after it lost the back end. Simon Wilkes lost the back end of the car going through just here, in fact. Exiting entry onto Wellington Straight and just put the power down a little too much too soon, too heavy, and just backed the car into the barrier. It lost the rear wing. It's still going. Just obviously had to recover some damage. Replaced the rear wing after it was broken off, hitting the barrier rearwards. And then back with our MX-5 leaders. This is now for position again, because Daryl Bennett, I think as you kind of predicted a little bit, Katie, he's not going to take it lying down, because he's now right on his tail, hassling him as he goes through Chapel and out onto the hangar straight. I think we might possibly see a carbon copy of the move that just took place between Malalou and Matilla. He's in that position, and even though that Charlie Devlin is taking the traditional racing line, doesn't drive the car down the middle of the road to try and defend it, because he realises that he has just about enough to hold on. Bennett realises that too. Going to make a massive dive down the inside to steal the position. Try and calculate this one a little more, and just I think if he could at least stay in touch would be the key thing. And he's now got Radical to deal with here, trying to put a lap on him as he turns his way out through. I think that's John McCutcheon. I think it is, yeah, because That's the battle for second in Radicals going through them. Oh, as Thomas Merritt threads his way through like he's, well, I was about to say like he's playing a video game. He is in a way playing a video game, but the term still stands. He's working his way through like he's playing an arcade game. Basically, he's just weaving through cars to chase on. That's a battle that's going on for second in the Radical class. So that's between McCutcheon and Merritt for the podium places. They're still 27 seconds off lead that Blackwell Chambers still has. So even in this early part of the stint, even though the times are relatively even, I mean the top three are all doing low to mid 155s. Interestingly enough, in that last lap, out of the three, Blackwell Chambers was the slowest of the three on a 55.5. McCutcheon did a 55.3, and Thomas Merritt on a 55.1. Those three are lapping very similar, but it is Merritt who's the quicker of the three. There's Alex Walker, who is going into combat for position by the looks of things. And that's with Craig Starkey. That might actually be him. Yes, it is the position. So Alex Walker then moving up into 8th position. And as we've now got just about an hour and a half left, we're going to the last 10 seconds of the minute before we hit three-quarter distance. That was Craig Starkey thumping the curb on the inside of the first part, trying to chase after Alex Walker again. We've literally just ticked over to 75% race distance. There's still an hour and a half to go. I imagine still one more round of pit stops left. Well, I'm going to say at least, because I don't know if some teams will be that off sequence, that they might have to make a late splash and dash, or some teams have held back a little bit with some of their fuel usage and how they've paced this. They might even have to make a late change if they've been pushing a little bit too hard. So whether or not anyone will have to make a late pit stop, particularly if it has connotations of finishing positions, we'll have to watch how the rest of this hour and a half plays out. But incredibly, 75% race distance gone, 4.5 hours done, still 1.5 left to run. And these two are not finished, are they? Here comes Craig Starkey. We have to be careful because here comes one of the Team Heat Together cars. I couldn't quite tell exactly which one that was, or that either that or it might have been the RAF car. It's just gone past them. It might actually be the RAF car, I think, because I can tell they think possibly the roundel on the rear corners. And that would have been James King powering his way past. And more close battles going on up and down the field. You've got another close one not too far ahead of them, is the fight going on for 6th position between Dan Moffat and Tristan Dasher. But we'll focus on this for a second as Starkey tries to go back down the outside at Copse Corner. He thought he had enough grip, but he hangs back and actually tries to switch back. And for Walker to drive it down the middle of the road and deny him the opportunity. Now he's going to go daringly up towards the inside of Magnus and Beckett. That's not often a passing place you can make stick, but if you do, it is a pretty phenomenal move. Pull off. Now Starkey couldn't quite make that one stick, but he's going to be close as he's ever been in this current chase to try and make the move. Well, that's a good exit from Walker to about a car length between himself and Starkey. He will have the tow, but I don't think he's going to get that close to make that move, Katie.
No, I think that really highlighted that getting a good exit off a corner can really make the difference between losing a place and being able to stay ahead.
I think they've got some more attention from the leading cars. I think we've got both McCutcheon, I think in a second, possibly Merritt coming through, I think, or was that a different car that might have actually been, not McCutcheon, that might have been maybe the Ramsey Goff car possibly going through. It looked like it was, nope, there it is, I spoke too soon, there is Thomas Merritt. He's been delayed a bit there trying to get through these guys, so that gap was about a second or so, but he's dropped back on this current lap at the moment. He's now got, the gap's gone back out to 4 seconds, so he's lost quite a good bit of time on this lap. And interestingly enough, McCutcheon's last lap was a 154.946. He was a full 1.2 seconds quicker than leader Blackwell Chambers, so the gap was moving towards 30 seconds. It's now gone down to 27, and of course there's still the rest of this stint and another pit stop at least to make. We think everyone's going to make it definitely one more pit stop between now and the end of the race, but whether they have to make a second one depending on the length of the stint, that remains to be seen, I think. Although typically them pitting every roughly 30 odd laps or so, and the leading lap times for the Radicals are about in the 54s, 55s. That's not quite with 60 minutes. That's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. I'm going to see how many laps they can pick apart towards the end. Still, the leaders continue on in the MX5 category. This is still Charlie Devlin, holding the advantage ahead of Daryl Bennett, and he's now gone to the pit wall for some reason. Don't know why. Unless that's a signal that he's either trying to break a toe, or there's no one on the pit wall, it being a sim, so he's obviously trying to either just signal that he's maybe going to the pits next time by, or maybe he's just trying to break the toe, or something else, but it's just a clear signal that not coming past easy, you have to do it the hard way. Either way, that interesting sweep to the pit wall has seemingly given Bennett the incentive to close in through the arena section. It's a really twisty, winding part of the course as they make their way back onto the Wellington Straight. Once again, the leaders in terms of laps completed 140 laps now, so that's 140 in the book for Will Blackwood Chambers and Matt Kendall, and at the moment it will also be the same for McCutcheon Place. Last lap time across the line goes leaders, and it's a 54.9 for McCutcheon, 55.2 ahead for Blackwood Chambers, so another 3/10 lost. And interestingly enough, it's a 54.8 for Thomas Merritt, so he's turned on the pace pretty instantaneously in clear air. So it was McCutcheon that actually lost the pace last time by, so actually he lost a second through traffic. It was Merritt who was quicker than the leader by 0.8 and quicker than McCutcheon in front by about 1.4 seconds. He's got the gap from what was about 4.5 to about 2.8, 0.7, and just closing him back in at this point. And I can see the individual sector times, and in sector 1, they're all very evenly matched. That very fast, high-speed sector through Abbey and through Farm and up through the arena section. It's then when they get to sectors 2 and 3 that there's a little bit of a difference, and Merritt is fractionally faster. And where did he gain all the time in that last lap? He's gained about 4/10 in that other lap. If I try and scroll up on my timing screen. So he gains the time, I think, mainly. Yeah, a lot of the time was lost in that last lap in the final sector, because the last sector for Will Blackwood Chambers was 21.7. The cars behind did 21.3. So it's interesting looking at the gaps fluctuating as they are. And I think also watching the lap traffic there going through from McCutcheon has allowed Merritt to have a clean run through Maggots, Beckett and Chapel, because the gaps come down by another 0.5 on this sector alone. So he might be getting close here, and I think despite the early mishap for whatever reason, Katie, I think Thomas is still in contention for this third place and definitely trying to chase down Merritt as the pair still try to close that gap to Blackwood Chambers in front.
Absolutely, I think he's done an absolutely phenomenal job doing this solo and still keeping that, relatively consistent pace throughout. We're over 4.5 hours in. He's not going to have much of a break and just continue to put those laps in, and definitely still in contention for that podium. He's doing extremely well. And just sort of, continuing on to everyone who's out there solo driving at the moment, I think absolutely amazing what they're achieving. We're going to have to do a bit of a shout out for Chip Howland in the SCR Mazda, who is on a borrowed sim rig with very little time or ability to be able to practice and going out there solo and putting those laps in and still going around. Absolutely top work.
There he's on screen, and I think it's all that C1 endurance experience that he's got that he's staying as strong as he is. So good solid work in the C1 has helped him to put in decent solid work in the MX5, and good to have him on the grid as well. And his other half, Rebecca's a keen member of the Driven Minds ambassador and champion group, so good to have her on board. And she's also quite a strong photographer as well, so good to have her in the mix. And that car, I think, Chip's only one position off the top 10, so you think he's not just happy to be there, he's actually trying to push on and not be too far off. If I look at where he is in terms of how far he is to the cars in front, I mean, Chip is only 12 seconds off the... Oh, there's that minutes in front. I think he's... Yeah, he's about 4.5 minutes behind, we're hearing, so he's quite a bit far back from 10th place. But still, he's got quite an advantage over the James M. Whitehead Secure Engineering car, which is still out on track, but it's fell back quite a lot and hasn't quite had the same kind of luck as anyone else. They're steadily keeping strong without any issues has Chip, and let's find the top 10. He's going to have some company in a minute because he's got the leaders in the MX5 class right behind him. He's got both Charlie Devlin and Daryl Bennett in there too. Just a couple bits of info that have come through on the live stream, looking back at some of the comments section. Thank you for those who have been commenting throughout the race on the Apex Racing TV stream. Just a couple of info from drivers. Nathan Williams, who's the co-driver for Charlie Devlin, said that he had a game crash or sim crash whilst leading They lost 2 minutes dropping into seconds. They've been actually quite on a real charge since then, getting back up to the lead, which is impressive. Also, we saw the incident earlier on that involved the Sim Racing Room number 38 car. On Deploy just mentioning, thanks for the info, he actually got hit from behind apparently, and he slowed in time for the MX-5. So interesting enough that sequence of events took place, and he was unfortunately hit from behind rather than being involved in that or misjudging anything, which is a shame to see. Sometimes it can be attributed sometimes to what they call net code, so it looks like the sim shows a collision, but if you look at the actual replay, it shows the cars are not touching, so it can be down to connections or packet data, things like that comes through. The sim has to kind of predict where the car is based on its a range of different factors. But also on top of that, it's just unfortunate that happened, because that car, as we said, Katie, it started the day on pole position as one of the fastest cars out there. Just bad luck and misfortune just left it in a position where it's far off the lead, it's out of contention whatsoever, and it's outside the top 10, and sadly not have the day they were hoping for.
It's the cruel side of motorsport, whether it's on track, physically in a circuit, or in sim racing as well. There's several things that can be in and outside of your control, and when things don't quite go your way, that's when the real kind of focus needs to get in of, okay, what result can I get from this position? What can I do between now and the end of the race, and how do I keep myself on going? And we go back to that resilience point and the ability to go, do you know what, that didn't go my way, that wasn't how I wanted today to go, but do I throw it all away and rage quit, or do I go, no, actually, what can I do here? What can I do to get the best result I can in this situation?
Yeah, it's more about that mental toughness and, as you say, resilience in order to keep on going to the end. Just even finishing an endurance race is a result in itself many times. There are a lot more closer battles in the MX-5 class than there are on the Radicals. The two closest as we watch this one. This is between Moffat and the Motorsport car class Hartman. This is over 5th position, and looks like Moffat is not quite ready to give up that place just yet. Moffat tries to fend off Hartman, which he does, and Hartman looks like he had to back off a little bit through there. This is another close battle coming towards Brooklands. This is now Walker versus Starkey for 7th position. Walker this time has the inside line, but Starkey likes to go deeper on the brakes around the outside line, but of course it then puts him on the inside for the next corner, which is a right-hander at Luffield. As he turns his way in, Walker trying to stand his ground, had to turn out of going towards the apex to take the line he wanted. Starkey was still there in the way. And they make the charge through Woodcut and up towards Ops corner again. Walker in the tow. Arts out, has a look, at very least he'll put himself into his mirrors. He's alongside in towards Cops. Here he goes. Walker does make the move stick, but what will Starkey do? Will he try the undercut, the up and under? He thought about it. Can't quite move out too much. He's got a faster car to his right as the Radical goes past both of them. They charge into Magnets and Beckett's. Hard on the brakes. They swing right and left, and then right again. And the quick left exiting the Maggotts, Beckett's and Chapel complex. Back onto the hangar straight. They continue on. They are currently running on their 111th lap at the moment. Video's currently on his 145th. As they charge down the straight again, and Walker not quite content on just letting the place go. He wants to try and get it back here if he can. Again, put himself off the racing line, but it's only just at the very least as a distraction technique to try and force him offline if he can, to force a mistake. Now he's down the outside. Now if he can put himself firmly alongside for the next corner, he will have the position back again, and looks like possibly Starkey will have to yield, which he has done. That's still wheel to wheel up through the second part of Club Corner, but I think Starkey would just have the overlap as they turn across the apex, which he does. But it's still going to be Starkey ahead of Walker as they head back towards Abbey Corner. They're going to keep out of the way because they have got one of the faster Radicals too. That's the... that was the car that's back in 11th or 12th place. That's the... back in 12th place. That was the car that had the issue early on at the beginning of the race, which was the number 274 Baller Squad racing car, which was going past to put a lap on them. And then past them there, that I think is one of the Team Heat Together cars. But both of those cars have steadily worked their way into the top 10, so not a bad effort from our friends from South Africa, Katie, to get both cars with steady, consistent performances and keeping out of trouble, whilst others have kind of lost their head a little bit at times. Both cars that were top 10 at this stage, with still about roughly an hour and 15 minutes to go. It's pretty solid effort from them on their first time out.
It really highlights the importance of consistency. You know, I say all the time with the C1 racing guys, the more consistent you can be, put those laps in. It's not about chasing the fastest lap when it comes to endurance racing. It's purely down to consistency, good pit stops, good strategy, and you'll see naturally it will take you higher up the grid, and that's what they've seen today.
What we have, another lapped car going through. That's the Happy Minds machine going through as another position change happens. There goes Walker in front and holding the place, exiting Cops. See Starkey just moving around, posturing, looking for an opportunity to get back through as they head back into, I guess, Beckett's and Chapel. This is the great thing, is that even after 4 hours and 45 minutes, you still have on-track positions, positions battled for this late in the race, which is great to see. There's the competitiveness of the field in terms of just how strong it's been. It's an incredibly varied strength of field in iRacing for this particular event. It's not those events where it's like a ranked event where they go based on the strength of field, but it's more a lot of variety of different skill levels, from experience to rookies having one of their first races in iRacing. Nonetheless, it has been quite competitive in both classes across the board from start to finish. And as we said earlier on, it's clear that out of the two classes, the MX-5s are the more competitive. I think that was one of the Together racing cars almost giving Walker a playful little shove into the into Vale before he turned in. He got caught in the middle of the two MX-5s and had to try and find his way out of it, and had to the brakes, and might have just ever so lightly just nudged to the back of the Alice Walker car. But Walker now has got about a car length or two over Darky as they turn back into the arena section.
Yeah, he's managed to get himself a slight bit of breathing space, but I don't see Craig giving up for one moment, and I think we'll see that gap sort of slowly closing.
I think you're definitely right. I think this is certainly going to be a battle, at least, that will go on until the next it stops. Also mentioning that, just looking back at our donation total, had a couple more donations come in, so we are very close to hitting halfway mark of £800, which is phenomenal. So once again, just a reminder, any money that's donated today or any money that's raised is purely going towards first aid, mental health first aid training for motorsport marshals here in the UK. Because of course, without marshals, we couldn't go racing. We couldn't have races run at all, at the very least, if not the very least as efficiently as they are, because marshals are lifeblood of the sport. They are sometimes wrongly the unsung heroes. They should be ones who give up their free time for the sport that they enjoy, the sport that they love, and they really do need all the help and support that they can get. And of course, this is to help them, give them the ability to do their job better than they already do. And so to give them the mental health first aid training, it means that they can help support drivers, they can help support teams, team members, they can support officials, other marshals, other people that might be there that not just might need help potentially physically, but also as well if they need mental health assistance and advice, or someone to be there to put them or console them, or to kind of help them overcome any mental challenges they might be facing, both at the track but also as a result of things away from the track on top of that as well that could be affecting their performance. So it's very key that any support they get is vital, and we're hoping to do so. Now this is interesting. The leader from we'll come back to that point in a second, because the leader in the MX-5s has fortunately got up in a tangle with what looks like, I think, is that the second place Radical? It is. The leading MX-5 has got tangled up with the second place Radical. That was the John McCutcheon car. And again, I think unfortunately two cars trying to go for the same piece of tarmac in the same point. Fortunately, I think Devin didn't really realise the closing speed fully, I don't think, of the car behind. And therefore, I think McCutcheon also wasn't anticipating him to turn across like that either way. So two cars have come together, and that has now put McCutcheon down to third. He's carried on. He has got some light damage to the rear wing, so he might well be able to nurse that at the very least to the end of the race, and he might not even bother repairing it too much, if at all, to save some time. The pit stops, it might well be something he can drive around the rest of the race. But as for the car, for the pass of the grass team, fortunes in this race with about an hour and 10 minutes to go, Katie's taken a severe nosedive. It's being lapped by one of the front-running Radicals.
Yeah, I think that incident that's just happened just now has impacted both classes in terms of the who's up top, and it's shaking things up a fair bit, certainly. Obviously, with Charlie really sort of feeling it a lot more than Hutchison.
But Hutchison does carry on. He's back to the pits for number 9. That, sadly, I think, has put them very firmly out of contention. They're now down to 9th, which is very unfortunate. And they're now, 2 laps off the lead, which is really puts severe dent in their day. And it pretty much has put them completely out of contention, which is a shame because they've been one of the fastest cars out there in the field and had an earlier issue when Charlie's co-driver was at the wheel. He had a disconnect, or he had a connection issue. So that's unfortunate. Yeah, they lost 2 minutes in a game in a sim crash. The simulation software crashed as a result of that. So they've had to try and battle their way all the way back through. And also, I think they might not be able to come back from that one. Unfortunately, at the very least, they're still going to try and get to the end, and they're also going to put the second driver back in, so they can try and at least get some kind of a strong enough run to the end if they can. They might need a splash and dash at the end, but we'll see how their race turns out. The second place car, which is the SR Donation Society yellow machine, with Mark Bunyan getting back into that car, he will carry on, I think, until possibly the last stop towards the end. They've still got an hour and 10 minutes to go, and they will try and hold on to second place. So at the moment, it looks like we're going to get potentially an SR Donation 2-3 with their car, yellow versus black. Rudy Breedveld has taken over from Ratrix, which means that he'll be back through. And I wonder also if possibly the pace he can put in might also not only try and secure place for him, but also as well whether or not it can help him to head of both Dan Moffat and Klaas Hartmann, who have been in their own kind of battle for a little while over the last few laps. So we'll see if Breedveld can hold on to third place for the team, if not try and gain a bit more time. In fact, Mark Bunyan actually handing over to Andy Gershwin. So Gershwin had done a grand job in his first stint, so let's see what he can do in the closing stages here with his second stint before they hand it back over to their final driver.
Absolutely. I think we're getting to this stage of an endurance race where we've started doing it already. We start to count backwards. We kind of talk about the final pit stops and what the kind of final strategy will be in the closing stages, and we're working back the final 1 hour and 10 minutes to see what people are going to do and what can happen in this time.
Very good point. It's in some cases becomes a bit of a watching game in terms of looking at the clock and watching it tick down. There's still an hour and 10 minutes left in this Willpower 6 hour. Looking at the SG Racing car of Alexander Mallory, who almost practically bullies his way past the Wizzy Racing machine to put a lap on him again. That would have been quite a surprise for Daniel Moffat, who saw that car charging along. He also had to move out of the way for 2 more cars. I think one of them would have been the team Radline car, and behind him I think he's possibly the SM Corsa car behind that's running in 7th place. He's put a lap on that. Through all that incident that happened between us on the Grass Racing and with Team Radline, it's actually promoted Thomas Merritt's Sim Motorsport car into 2nd place now. Also, I just noticed as well that I think it might have been a bit of a switch around with some of the timing system, because Nathan J. Williams, I think, has come back out. Yes, he has. And he's now still in 2nd place. So he was obviously far enough ahead with that kind of repair, the car back into the race. So Nathan J. Williams, that car, now it's been essentially, as far as I can see, as repaired as it can be, if not fully repaired, is now continuing on. And just behind it, not too far up the road there, just 5 seconds back, is Andy Gershwind in the SR Donation Society yellow machine. So he's actually trying to close him down. Look at lap times and see who's doing what. Last lap times when they came through, Williams was 0.8 of a second quicker. So he's been able to maintain the gap and pull away. And he moves out of the way for, that looks like, one of the team heaped together cars, either the one in 8th position or the one in 10th, one of the two. It is the one in 10th. And it's got Jaco Grobler at the wheel. I've not spoken much about the other Team Heap Together car, the Team Heap Together Again machine. That car is number 25. Look at how that car has performed so far. Look at some information for them. It says their arrival. The note said rivals join teammates. So, see, it looks like they were previously rivals before. Now, of course, they've become teammates again, or in the end, which is great to see. There's Bruce, who is continuing on with a fine effort so far in 8th position. The way out through Kitson Chapel. Now onto the hanger straight again, holding in 8th position. So we're getting close to this final hour, the Willpower 6 hour, and positions are just about starting to become sorted. We've still got 1 or 2 close battles in the field here and there in terms of positions. And Price brings the 19 car through Vale and through Club. Back on the power again. I was getting back towards the point I was making about the donation total. We're actually just very close to halfway, so if anyone wants to help us achieve the goal of at least hitting halfway, 50% on the donation total, that would be absolutely amazing. Of course, as we've always said throughout the race, no pressure or obligation whatsoever to feel that you have to donate. Just being here and supporting the stream and supporting the event is at the very least good to help spread the word of Driven Minds nonetheless. Of course, again, to remind, any money that's raised is going towards providing mental health first aid training for motorsport marshals, so they can help more people at the track for a variety of different reasons, whether having a mental episode or feeling down or just need some support after a bad race or a situation that's happened at the racetrack. And of course, all marshals are incredibly vital, and without them we couldn't go racing. So if you do feel like you wish to support Driven Minds, support the cause, support the ability to give motorsport marshals mental health first aid training, then feel free to donate. You can go to the link which is at the bottom of the screen, justgiving.com/crowdfunding/Driven Minds, and you're not obliged to give a certain amount. You can give it £1, £2 to 5, 10, 20, as much as little as you wish or you can spare if you wish to do so. Every little helps to get more marshals brains to help people in this day and age where mental health matters just as much, if not more sometimes, than physical health. Towards the last hour and almost hour 5 completed. There is Alexander Malalou, who is sharing car number 10 with the GSG Racing squad with Tom Oldsborough. As we spoke before, they've done some racing before. They also have the university has a Radical that they race as well, so they're quite well versed with these top sports cars. Alexander certainly working the virtual version quite well to put it just on the fringes of the top 5. In terms of the gap, he has got about 1 minute and 15 seconds to try and catch up if he can on Simon Wilkes. His last lap was actually 9/10 quicker than P5, so there's a chance that he could start to close in a bit more, but I think he might well run out of laps. He might well have to hope for an issue or much quicker turnaround in the pit stops when he makes his final stop within that last hour in order to be able to make the top 5. Also have to rely on an issue for the cars in front as well, because they are at least a lap ahead or so. As we look just behind him, trying to close in, only about less than 5 seconds back from Malalou after they had a battle earlier on, is Saul Matilla. Good to see he has been pretty firm in terms of pace. Talk about Saul Matilla and Cohen McCarthy. They're also due to have Josh Ferguson in the car as well. But Saul, 18 years old, lifelong passion for racing from Finland, casually karting since the age of 5, and sim raced for the past 5 years or so. He first of all kind of raced in 2010 on Gran Turismo 5. He's won multiple championships in various racing leagues, and he started to get serious about iRacing, and he prefers prototypes. That's probably the reason why he's running so well in the Radical, but enjoys kind of racing GT3s as well on top of that too. So good to see him in the mix. And didn't have any info on Cohen, his co-driver for this race, the young American Cohen McCarthy. They both put in some solid performances, and to be in 7th place should be a solid result. They should be at least
quite proud of achieving in a relatively strong field up and down the order. So he can carry on in 7th place. Threatened a tiny bit damage, I think, from 1 or 2 little glances he's had with other cars on track. But the fact they've kept it relatively trouble-free is quite strong. And I think it's also quite an admirable case that we have got 1 or 2 cars that have got 1 or 2 little scars, or have had 1 or 2 incidents in the pit lane, or in battles for position, or lapping other cars, but they've kept on pushing on. And again, that's again the personification of resilience and willpower that they've actually managed to kind of not just have an accident on lap 1 early in the race and think, right, that's my race over. Everyone that's kind of pretty much started the race is determined to get to the end no matter what the result is.
Yeah, I think naturally, as human beings, we're our own worst and biggest critic. And I think if something happens out on circuit, even if it's nothing that we've done or whether it is, we're going to beat ourselves up the most, probably more beaten up than how our race car looks. And it's how you kind of keep yourself going and dust yourself off and go, no, the race isn't over, there's still time on the clock, what can I do to make the most of the situation that I'm in, and see the cars with battle scars but still going round. It is fantastic to see, and really highlights that mental resilience. And I know personally it's something I've struggled with. You know, when one little thing starts to go wrong, it's very easy for me to go, oh, do you know what, I can't deal anymore, and throw the metaphorical papers in the air and go, I've had enough, I'm done. But it's definitely sort of a strong skill to have, to be able to go, okay, that didn't go my way, but what can I do from here? How do I redirect and continue on? So it's great to see that we've got so many drivers out there today who are doing exactly that.
Wrong. They're certainly trying to push on and at least gets the flag in one piece. We've just ticked over inside to the last hour of the race. 5 hours completed, 1 more still to go. This is where it all becomes closer and closer to the crunch point of the checkered flag, and who can make it to the end on top of each of the classes. Linda Noble in the poppy adorned number 101 Mission Motorsport. Mr. MX5, again, great to have a Mission Motorsport entity car in the field. Really, really nice to see. And that car actually running quite decently in 8th position. Has been as high as around about the top 5, 5th, 4th or 5th. Pit stops, some solid driving from both. With Linda Noble, who's at the wheel of that car again, but also from her co-driver being Ross Hartman. Two of them had a fairly decent run. Not spectacular, but also it's been unspectacular, but in a positive way, in that they haven't involved any incidents, they haven't got themselves into trouble, they haven't tried anything silly or kind of been erratic. They've just very simply just got on with their race, nice and calmly, nice and quietly, and again kept their nose out of trouble, whilst others have kind of theirs in battles or by being lapped or lapping other cars. Up there in 8th, there certainly could be a reward. And of course, we've still got, I think, potentially 1 more round of pit stops to go, so we could still see the order change depending on how that all squeezes out in the end.
Definitely, and you know, it goes back down to my word of the day, which is consistency. And with the Mission Motorsport team, they were a fairly late entry into today, so they've obviously been running on minimal kind of testing and just got really stuck in. So to see them going around and being consistent with their times is great.
Yes, consistency is what wins you races, what wins you championships in the end. I've always thought that consistency is one of the key things when it comes to being a racing driver, particularly in technique. You have to find consistency first before you then start to, in terms of a rhythm, before you then start to find a bit more speed and then pace. It's quite crucial on that side. Team Radline in for what I think might well be their final pit stop, because Stephen Place looks like he's ready to bring the car home in the last hour. Now, this might well be a standard pit stop. I don't know if they're going to be repairing any of the damage the car might have sustained in the incident with the second place to pass on the grass Mazda MX-5. Greg Starkey also in the 1-2-3 RDC endurance racing car for what I think will be his last stop. So this will pretty much be, I think, last pit stops for everybody here, unless there are 1 or 2 that decide they have to come in pushing a little too hard from the last hour and have to make a splash and dash for a little up of fuel to get them to the end. It will be, and you might well see a couple of times, or a couple of cars here hitting the closing stages, that will choose to see if they can play the gamble on who can run the fuel towards the end, if they can make it and to make 1 more stop, or whether or not you have to kind of back off a little bit and drop time.
because they have to make that late stop, and that could be the difference again between finishing ahead of somebody and finishing behind several seconds if they choose to kind of eke out the fuel, play the gamble.
We've definitely seen it in racing before, where someone is running on fumes in the final laps, and you can just see their pace completely drop off as they're just trying to get themselves over the line. And then equally, a final splash and dash can really impact those final few places and few laps. Where they've just not quite managed their fuel well enough to get themselves to the end.
So, seen that a couple of times in recent times in C1 Endurance Series, more specifically. Here a couple of 2 or 3 weeks ago at the opening round of the season, the Alpha Trojan winning team really backed off their pace in the final few laps because they didn't want to make a last stop for fuel, and they knew that the cars behind were lapping quite strong in this fight for second, third and fourth, for 2 Silver Lake cars and a couple of others in the mix on top of that as well that were in there fighting. So they really did back off their pace to the point where they were several seconds slower than the cars behind, but they had such a huge gap, there's such a huge circuit as Silverstone GP is, which feels gigantic on a car like the C1. It was interesting that they had enough pace in them to be able to, enough gap to be able to back off, not push too hard, and just get to the flag. And as you say, they were practically running on fumes at the end. Had enough to kind of, I guess, produce a sample if they needed to. But even so, it was a strong result for Alpha Trojan. This could be a similar pattern here if our leaders decide to get the fuel a bit more, or if they're confident that they can get to the end without having to stop again. The Will Blackwell Chambers back at the wheel of car number 43, the Clapham North Radical. A 25-second lead over Thomas Merritt. He's still lapping pretty consistently in the 155s, and actually lapped 3/10 quicker than Blackwell Chambers last time. Now, in terms of the hour, in terms of laps, that's roughly about, 30 laps or so. He would have to lap a little bit quicker than that in order to try and close that gap down. Even then, it's going to be quite close. Although his gap's going to go out even further now because Thomas Merritt had decided now's the time to make his final pit stop, I'm certain. Then, of course, it will be Matt Kendall in to take over the car. The final stint for the Clapham North machine. What we'll hope, Katie, is their final stint onwards victory in this Willpower 6-hour endurance race.
That would be their hope, but I'm not trying to predict anything or jinx anything, but you never know. We've still got just under an hour to go, and anything can change. I think now is really when the concentration really needs to kick in and go, right, okay, we need to just continue on, keep putting laps in, stay consistent, stay out of trouble, making sure we're racing as well as we were from hour one even into the final hour, and getting to that checkered flag.
Whilst that's happening with the Radicals, these two still leave each other alone. Craig Starkey won't leave the inside of that curb line either. That's about the second or third time I've seen him do that. But even so, he is still closing in on a potential move for... Well, he's been battling back and forth in this place for 8th position. 9th for Craig Starkey running solo, as has also been Alex Walker. So these are 2 more drivers that have been in this car from the start with no other drivers in the mix. And getting very close on the braking. I thought he was about to run into the back of him there for a second. That a little bit too late on the brakes, but he survives another day. It's now a chance to lap on the looks like the Sakura engineering car. That's again had its issues earlier on, but for whatever reason just didn't have the pace and has just dropped backwards and had issues as the race has gone on. They're not really ever on the same pace as they were before when started the race. See Starkey's working away at the wheel. Just turning it again. You almost saw there that was Walker almost inviting a gap up the inside through the entrance of Luffield. He ran a little sort of wider on the entrance to try and square the corner off, and it's sort of worked. Because come through Woodcote, he's got a better launch through Woodcote and onto Copse. There goes one of the fast radicals. That'll be the Radline car going through. Now with Stephen Place at the wheel. And a twitch there for Walker, puts him wide exiting Copse. This now brings Craig Starkey back into play. There they go. Right, through Maggots. Left through Beckett's. There goes the race leader, I think that was. The Clapham North car. With Matt Kendall at the wheel. And out onto from Chapel onto the Hanger straight. And the loss of momentum left him leader through. Now giving Starkey the chance he needs, and here he goes again. Puts himself alongside, gets the side draft down towards Stowe Corner. That's trap position, and just about as they hit the brakes, he is in front as they turn in, and the place is his. Asterisk for the time being, because we know how resilient Walker can be. Fire back to take a move. He looks down the outside. He knows if he can stay there, he'll get the inside line for the next corner, and he is sort of there. Backed out of it at the last minute, knowing he wasn't going to be fully alongside for a pass. They come onto the short, onto the pit straight, the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight. Complete another lap. Our leaders, meanwhile, have completed 158 laps, as Will Chambers is on lap 159. I don't think in that pit stop he actually changed drivers. I think he's actually stayed in the final stint by the looks of it. Pit stop for the 5th place Radical, number 3. That's the Positive Precision Esports car. Dave Wrestle looks as though he's getting back into that car. So I believe he'll be in that for the final stint. Probably drive for them to be in the top 5. They're just coming out behind the Team Sakura engineering car. That's the car with the kind of, I think the... I'm trying to... You have to help me, Kate. I can't remember what the the kinds of flowers are on that car at the front of it. It's almost like a cherry blossom. I think that's on the front of that car, given the Japanese theme of that car. So James Whitehead quite far back in the order. There it is. Oh, someone's had an off. There's a spin there for somebody. That's like, and that is the Positive Perception Esports car. It's just come out of the pits. Dave Wrestle on cold tyres. The first time it's happened to that car exiting that corner. He's managed to keep it on the straight and narrow and get it going again. Immediately repasses Whitehead's X5 and continues on. So quickly back on the circuit, as if it never happened. Away he goes again. So 50 minutes to go. It's under 50 minutes to go in the Willpower 6 hours. Let's quickly run down again where we are in terms of the running order in both classes as we head towards the finish. Out in front in the lead by, at the moment, 1.5 minutes is the number 43, Clapham North, of Will Blackwell Chambers, who I think has possibly stayed in for the final stint. And shares that car with Matt Kendall. He currently has a sizable minute lead of 1.5 minutes over the second place to Sim Motorsport number 12 car of Thomas Merritt, who is still soldiering on a Herculean effort in this car to do it solo. And he will continue on in second place in car number 12, hopefully looking for a podium finish, provided all runs well. Third at the moment is number 69, Team Radline Radical. That now has Stephen Place back at the wheel after they got caught up in a tangle when it was Hutchison at the wheel. And that car continuing on despite initially being damaged after a bit of a tangle with what was one of the leading MX-5 at the time. That car staying in third. James King is currently in 4th place in the RF Motorsports car. Again, not a spectacular run for them, but not in a negative way. They've definitely kept their heads down, pushed on, and that car is doing a fine job in 4th place. Not challenged by anyone at the moment. They've got a lap over the cars behind, which is Dave Wrestle, and they've also got about 18 seconds in front of them is the car in third. So again, if they can lap pretty quickly, they might even have a chance of closing in on a possible podium finish, provided that they don't fall back too much if they have to make a final pit stop. It's then 5th place for Dave Wrestle, who we saw had a bit of an off out of the pits, exiting the Wellington Straight. It's not the first time that car's done it, as it did that earlier on and broke the rear wing, but in the top 5 at the moment. 6th place and 20 seconds back or so is Saul Matilla, the Finnish driver in the SM Corsa car number 17. He is pressing on as hard as possible. He has a 40-second advantage over the car in 8th, which is the 7th place, which is the GSG racing car of now Tom Goldsborough at the wheel. Alexander Malalou was at the wheel of it for most of it and pushed on to get some solid results and be up the order quite far. 8th position is the number 19 Team Heat Together car. That's Janeman Preuss. Of 2 cars for entries from South Africa. Good to see them running strongly in 8th. Just behind them in 9th, looks like possibly for position, in fact I think it is for position, is the Happy Minds racing car with Hamish Eisner at the wheel. Hamish will try and line him up for a move here whilst we run through the rest of the top 10. And then into the top 10 running another pit stop actually is the Resilience Racing with Morwen Motorsport car, number 20, and that currently does have Alistair Ramsey at the wheel. I'll have to hand that to Nick Ramsey-Goff for the final stint when he comes in for his one as well. In the MX-5s, it is still Daryl Bennett who's on this alternate strategy that has made it work so far, in the lead now by 42 seconds from Nathan Williams in second place in car number 9. They're recovering after they had a tangle the Radline Racing Radical up at Brooklands, forced him into the pits for a fast repair. Andy Gershwind in the SR Donation Society yellow car, as we see he's battling with Preuss around the outside. Through he goes into positions. That was a clean move for Eisner. Let's see if Preuss can try and get him back on the exit. Stay close, but a move up into 8th for Happy Minds Racing. Solid effort for them so far in the bright green 757. The rest of the Mazdas, third for Andy Gershwin, who leads a SR Donation Society 3-4, which is the yellow car in third place with Gershwin at the wheel. Rudy Breedveld holding station in fourth after a great recovery effort from Paul Greatrix to get that car back into a possible top 5 contention. Fifth is Paul Wallace in car number 24, that's the Wizzy Motorsport machine. Then in sixth you've got Fred Coleman Evans, who is in the other positive perception esports car on the field, the Team Blue MX-5 in sixth. Seventh place is Linda Noble, currently in the Motorsport 101 Mazda MX-5. Eighth is the Team Shift Motorsport car with Alex Walker at the wheel. He's still battling hammer and tong with the Craig Starkey number 123 GRDC Endurance Racing car. And then rounding off the top 10, still running solo, is the Mark Blunt number 22 car. Was anticipating Carl Pilkington in that car, but I don't think he's actually been in there unless he has, and I haven't spotted him. But Mark at least at the wheel of that car, the ST150 racer, rounding out the top 10. As I predicted, Alistair Ramsey comes to pit lane, I think, to hand over that car for the last time, because it's time for Nick Ramsey off to take his turn and to bring the car hopefully home to the finish. Here is your MX-5 leader, Daryl Bennett. Again, running solo, has done a fine job all the way through. We're into the last 45 minutes now as the seconds tick away. And just last pit stops now in sequence for some people. Whether or not anyone will need a very late, very brief flash and dash fuel stop to get to the end isn't quite clear just yet, but in terms of calculations for fuel, I'm sure that the teams will have thought about how much we'll need to get to the end. So the first pit stops right at the start of the race, you saw the Radicals doing about roughly 32-33 laps. The Mazda's doing about roughly a lap or two more, depending on sometimes on traffic, or if they had a tow, or if they were battling with somebody and using up their tyres and fuel more. There's a few factors in there which kind of can influence pit stop strategy or how well you're doing at that point in time. There's Wellman Preuss, Australian for South Africa, and I think they'll be happy with an 8th place, with a 9th place in fact, with a currently 9th at the moment. If there's any way he can try and fight back against Hamish Eisner, he's got 45 minutes to do it. Looking at lap time, he was only a couple of tenths slower on that last lap. That was a lap after he'd just been passed. The Hamish did a grand job. If you look at his licence grade, Hamish is actually on a B licence grade, whilst quite a lot of the other drivers in the field are on A licence grades. And some quite strong drivers on A licences actually not towards the front, but it's good to see Will Blackwood Chambers, who's on a A3.05, so that's his licence grade at the moment for road racing. He's up there towards the front. Still, we look at this battle that's going on between Preuss and Eisner, and Preuss is gently coming back to him. And the pit lane, but not for the first time without a front section, sadly, is the number 18 All Squad racing car. Emre Burak Sonmez has had to come to pit lane. He might well take as his last pit stop, because he will hand over possibly, I'm sure, to one of his co-drivers to take the car to the flag. He will need another new front section. I think if this was real world motorsport, they might have run out of front nose sections by now.
have to go to Radical to get a new one. So interesting stuff. And again, this is the point of the race, of course, Katie, where regardless of how many driver changes you've made, it's been a long race. We're coming towards the final stages now, going towards the last half an hour. Drivers are getting tired. Cars in the sim are getting tired. Just everything's kind of getting a little bit tired, a little bit sort of lengthy, and just kind of action times are slowing a little bit. It's a long race, but ultimately they've got to keep pressing on to get themselves to the end. It's the definition of what the Willpower 6 hours is all about. Just get into the flag, to finish and a result in itself.
Yeah, definitely. And I imagine there's a mix of, okay, I've got 40 minutes left. Let's, in the words of, when Lewis Hamilton was at Mercedes, it's hammer time. What can I do in these last 40 minutes? What can I do in these closing stages to either solidify my position or try and get a position or two further up the grid? But then, like you say, they're tired, and, pushing too hard can lead to silly mistakes, and then you can equally go backwards. So it's all around, I guess, that balance of let's get ourselves across the line, but also what can I do in these final laps and these final moments to see how far I can get, and that's probably the internal battle that our drivers have, the innate competitiveness within them, coupled with the exhaustion, stubbornness, determination, that willpower. What is that mix going to result in?
We'll find out in 40 minutes' time when they cross the line. And I think every team will have a story to tell from this event. Positive or negative, or somewhere in between. Wizzy Motorsport, Paul Wallace. Again, another one of those teams that haven't been spectacular. But they've simply just quietly got on with their race and not had dramas when others have tripped up and stumbled and had an issue. They've managed to kind of just keep their noses clean. Just drive their lines, drive their race, and to let others have problems. Now, Will Blackwell Chambers is in. I think this is the final pit stop. I thought I'd seen that car pit in again, but I was thinking of another car which had a white front end. But even so, this is the final stop, I'm sure, for the race leaders. And as you can see, Kendall jumps in. So this will be the run to the flag now. And they'll be looking to seal the deal here. As well also this man, Daryl Bennett, who has been very impressive in this solo run in the MX5 class. Winding his way through Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel. He's got the SM Corsa car not far behind him. And I guess an advantage of being the solo driver is that you don't have to kind of share the car with somebody else. You don't have to set the car up so that it's balanced to work for two drivers. He's been able to set that car up purely for himself and himself alone. That's allowed him to be more consistent. It's allowed him to just press on. It's allowed him to think about considering the car for somebody else. It's purely been him alone in that car. Rail off for laps. And that alternative strategy when he pitted early, we questioned it towards the beginning of the race when he did come in early. We thought initially there might have been a problem, but he came in and made a full-on pit stop and thought, okay, this is going to be not quite like the others, and it actually worked out quite well indeed. He's got a 41-second advantage at this point over the rest. Now, whether or not he makes his final stop, he'll be very out of sequence of everyone else and be putting a little bit later. It might also depend on how well both Ethan Williams and Andy Gushwin do on their current stints before they possibly have to come in for their final stops. So I shall be very intrigued to see how this one ends. These guys. There is Andy Gershwin. A place for them. And Andy Rudy Riedveld in fourth has done quite a decent job too. His lap time not quite on the same pace. He's about some 1.82 seconds off the pace of the leader, but still doing a solid enough job to keep their car in a very respectable fourth place. They might miss out on the podium. Fourth is still a just reward for a very hard fought effort. A quick reminder again of the rest to donate, which is justgiving.com/crowdfunding/driven-minds. If we can get to £100 and meet 50%, past £100 by the end of the stream, that would be fantastic. Of course, having said that, there is no obligation or pressure at all to donate anything at all.
Of course, you're free to do so if you wish, and if so, you're free to donate as much, as little as you can or can spare. Whether it's £1, £2, £5, £10, doesn't matter. As little or as much as you wish to. All of it is generosity that is appreciated. And again, as a reminder, it goes to helping provide mental health first aid training for motorsport marshals. Not only can they do their job better in general as a marshal, being one of the vital parts of a motorsport race weekend, not just in the UK but around the world, but it also means that if anyone is struggling mentally for whatever reason, whether it's had an accident or an episode because of something that's outside of their control or outside of their of the racing world or their racing exploits, they just need someone to talk to and can help them, can give them a bit more more qualified and better help than they already can, then certainly the training that they provide will be able to make them more rounded and even more skilled marshals than they already are, because marshals certainly are the lifeblood of the sport. Do it for the sport they love, and they do it. They give up their free weekends and their free time to go and be part of big motorsport events because they love it and they want to make a difference, and they do. So be sure to head to the justgiving.com page at the link below. Again, if we can breach 800 and push it past 800 before the end of the stream, that will be fantastic. And we've still got some 35 minutes or so until the race comes to a close. It has been a lengthy one. It has been one that's had plenty of ups and downs for many teams in the field. Thomas Merritt continues pushing on, and is even still 2/10 quicker than Matt Kendall on the last lap. He will keep on pressing all the way to the finish if he feels he can. I think he might well be good enough to possibly maybe get to the end on the tank of fuel and tyres that he's got. And if we even look at his individual sectors, he was actually on this lap about 3/10 quicker on the first sector. He did a 12.8 compared to a 13.1 for Kendall. And he's matched him pretty much in sector 2, albeit a few hundredths faster. Looking at the times as he come through, we'll see if he can close that gap even more. Of course, it's a big task trying to close down 41 seconds. He needs some kind of a mishap in order to benefit from that.
And there's still 35 minutes for that mishap to happen, so it's yeah, it looks like 41 seconds, but that can definitely change in the final stages.
We've seen, particularly with the MX5 leaders, when they got caught up with the second place Radline racing car, it only takes one false move or one dive up the inside or one pass or one move, one decision that doesn't pay off. It can completely change the complexion of the race. And I think the fast toe that the Pass on the Grass racing team had was certainly their saviour, because if they hadn't had that, they'd had to be stuck in the pit lane for ages waiting for the repairs to be completed. It would have put them firmly out of contention. As it happens, they're still second, but they are 40 seconds off the lead, as is Merritt to Kendall in the Radical class. So ultimately, it's going to take drama, touch wood, if you don't wish it on anyone, but it would take a drama or a major mishap from either of the two class leaders, dramatically change the outcome of this race. Speaking of dramatic moments, that was Mark Blunt having a bit of a moment of his own through Brooklands. Only caught the tail end of that, didn't catch the start, but saw him recovering after he had a bit of a spin. And that car, again, he's another driver who I think has been solo in this race. He's found himself in 10th place. He's at the base of the top 10. He can stay there and grab himself a top 10 finish. But yeah, I think we are getting to the point now where reactions are starting to slow a little bit, particularly for the solo drivers, where just more prone to making a mistake or two more than they would do originally when they're fresh at the start of the race. Burden brings the RAF Motorsport, or Chris Burden takes over the RAF Motorsport car from James King. And Chris then back out on circuit. We will be hoping that he had about a 1 minute 45 second advantage over a Russell when he came in. I think that advantage is still the case. Fourth place looks as though it's on the cards for the RAF Motorsports team. Be fine for them. I think there was possibly a last minute entry. Either that or they're one of the teams that weren't able to provide us with comms info. But if there were a last minute entry, to put themselves on the grid at short notice, to be so competitive from the outset, just shows what a solid team they are in the world of esports, but also too it typifies and personifies the qualities that you need in order to succeed in a branch of the military like the RAF, in terms of it means precision, dedication, and also as well having a plan even if things change at the last minute.
Absolutely, it really kind of highlights those core skills that they'll have, and obviously we're seeing it today, which is fantastic to see. And obviously, yeah, we're just about 30 minutes remaining as we're counting down. I can see on top of the screen we have tipped over the £800 mark, which is absolutely incredible, amazing to see. And thank you so much to everyone who has donated today and this week. It's absolutely amazing. I am running out of words to say.
It's excellent. Thank you very so much for those who have done. We've breached 820 now, which is excellent. So great stuff. Have to say thanks to Carl Pilkinson for that, who has raced in esports. He is a motorsport photographer. I know we were anticipating him racing in this race, but Mark Blunt's gone solo, I believe, at least. But Carl, if you, seeing that you're watching, thank you very much for your generosity. It's great to see. I think others have also helped us tip over that as well. So past 50%, which I'm certain is going to be very much appreciated. Couple that with the money race and the entry fees for this race as well, and I think there's going to be quite a few marshals that will very happy do so. Also have to say thank you to Elaine. No surname for her, but Elaine, thank you for your donation on that one too as well, to help along with Carl's to tip it over past 800, which is great. And again, if you want to feel free to keep on donating for those who can or are able to. If you can't, it's not a problem at all. There is no obligation or pressure to do so. It's purely to show your support, to be here, and to any kind words, or even watching the stream or following Driven Minds on social media, or just some kind words on them on their posts or however, or for this event, is enough to support them, at least to push them forwards for everything they want to do for their great cause. So, but we still have about half an hour left in this race. And it kind of looks like a little bit that we are into this point where, again, touch wood, I don't want to put the commentator's curse on it, but we're getting to that point, Katie, where everything kind of, I'll say it tentatively, kind of looks about settled at this point in time. Although these two getting back together on track is not something I think either want to repeat. This is the Team Radline Radical and the Pass on the Grass Mazda that came together just a corner later up towards the Brooklands, finding each other again on track, but this time in a more civilised manner.
I was going to say, I thought that curse was about to appear then, and history repeating itself. But everything seems to have gone well, and people are still go round, and no incidents that we can see so far, which is all fantastic. I don't know how they're doing it. I can't imagine been racing for this long, either solo or part of his team, and it just highlights that that mentality and energy you must have to continue. I've team managed a 24-hour race before a couple of years ago in the C1s, and I found it a struggle myself, and I wasn't even in a car or even fixing one. So absolutely fantastic work today, and I think it's kind of definitely given us the drive and motivation to set up more throughout this season. So anyone watching today who wants to be part of the action and wants to take part in the next one, I would say 99.9, probably 100% chance there definitely will be another one coming from Driven Minds this season, and we'd love to see you on that grid.
Whilst you were talking there, another donation has come in. We've now gone to 850, which is magnificent. So another £30 in the pot. So thank you very much to the person who donated. It was anonymous, but even though whoever donated it, again, thank you so much, of course, for that. That's genuinely appreciated to do so. And again, we reiterate, there is, even though we keep mentioning it, obviously to try and raise funds, there is no obligation or pressure whatsoever to do so. We pretty mention it to kind of keep on raising the awareness of people who wish to do so, and only to for those who want to feel as though they can or they want to. But again, just being here, supporting the stream and supporting Driven Minds in general, at the very least, is enough to help push them forwards to carry on working on the projects they want to work through, working with the people they want to associate with, and ultimately to hopefully in the future put on more events like this, which we can see has been quite a success all round. I think for many people, it's run pretty much trouble-free. Obviously, yes, we've had incidents and one or two cars have problems, but in terms of the actual running of it, as far as I can tell, it has been pretty much plain sailing, and I'm sure that Nick and co are going to be very happy with how it's run so far. There's been practically zero dramas as far as I can see on the surface. I'm sure Nick's about to message me and tell me I'm completely wrong, but
I can hear him next door. I can't hear exactly what he's been saying, but I can hear when voice is getting loud and a few kind of animated moments. But by the sounds of it, I think it's all gone fantastically well, and it's been great to watch today.
I think we should also mention as well, we can see their logo in the top right corner. We have to give some thanks as well to Rocked It, who are supporting this weekend's race as well. I will just reiterate, we'll just double check with what the actual prizes were, but I believe we have some prizes for class winners who are taking part in the race, courtesy of Rocked It. I think they're providing us with some crash helmet cases, I believe. Some prizes, if I have a look on the information. And, yes, so thanks to Rocked It, class winners will receive high quality helmet bags with Driven Minds merchandise also up for grabs too. So the class winners will get something for their troubles for competing in the race as a thanks for racing and also for winning and for supporting Driven Minds in the way they have. So excellent work, and a big thank you to Rocked It for that as well too. Know also that there was another partner mentioned that Nick mentioned too. I think he might have brought on later in the day. I think looking at the information that he put out previously, looking at the info he put out on there too. Pospa Design are also helping to support this too as well. So thanks to Pospa Design for their support for prizes for this weekend as well. And of course as well, they're in the top right corner now too. Also conveniently, Clapham North as well. Thanks to them for all their efforts for supporting the race and the event, and thanks to George Grant, everyone at Clapham North for their continued support of Driven Minds and the event here as well. And of course it's great to have a Clapham North car with two kind of Clapham North supported and back drivers in Will Blackwell Chambers and Matt Kendall on the grid this weekend too as well, and they currently have have a 42-second lead going towards the final 25 minutes of this Willpower 6 hour, even though Stephen Place is putting in a fine drive to pick up third place at this point in time, a minute and 10 seconds ahead of Chris Boland in the RAF Motorsport car. It looks as though at least on for this point in time, with 25 minutes to go, Katie, this could potentially, say provisionally, could be the race-winning car, provided, touch wood, everything stays as it should do and keeps out of trouble.
So I feel really bad now because part of me saying touch wood, and then part of me's like, oh come on, let's have some final bits of exciting action in the closing stages. So I'm so stand this whole station, and then no, let's see what can happen in the final 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, the race has kind of calmed down fairly quite a bit in terms of where we are for extra gap and what have you. Look at who's where in terms of the gaps at the moment. The closest gap I'd say on track at the moment appears to be like the battle that's still going on. I think currently now for 7th place, and that's between Linda Noble and Alex Walker over 6th in the Mission Motorsport car. There it is, there's Linda. Just in the background, the green and black MX-5, that is Alex Walker trying to close in. That's the closest battle on track that I can see from the runners looking through the field. The timer screen tells me some other one or two relatively close ones. The only other close one I think is probably the one between, I was about to say, Saul Matilla and Hamish Easner, but I think he's dropped back a little bit, or at least he's in to make his final stops. Yannam and Priest is in the number 19 machine, one of the heaped together cars. That's a pit stop for them. So yeah, but the closest battlers on the timing screen is 3.5 seconds between Linda Noble and Alex Walker as we head towards the finale. So turn in through Loop, this section of track that was right at the beginning of the 2010s to update and bring and modernise and bring Silverstone firmly more into the 21st century. It's a more updated, up-to-date facility in motorsport, and they're still continuing to make further improvements to the circuit. I think the latest thing they're building now is a new state-of-the-art karting circuit. The only negative I'd say on that is that they're actually doing it on the same site as where the infamous bridge corner is on the outside, which means they've kind of ruined the track a little bit where the bridge tarmac was for bridge. I think they've dug it all up, which is a little bit heartbreaking actually, because bridge was on the best corners in motorsport. It was such a high-speed corner as you came off the Abbey chicane, and you came through bridge flying through. In fact, before the Abbey chicane, when you went through flat out through Abbey, off the farm straight, through the left-hander at Abbey, and then before they brought that new chicane in, that circuit, that part of the course, you'd approach it at such a high speed, and how much speed you could carry through the corner was one of the things to kind of test your mettle of how fast could you go through bridge corner. It was such a great corner, and the fact they are kind of having to develop on the area where that car is, or where the corner is, excuse me, is a bit of a shame. But they are of course redeveloping it so they can start to bring in more higher profile events, particularly in karting, which would be great to see. Another string to their bow. And that progress was coming along quite nicely when we were there a couple of weeks ago. The BRSDC season opened up, so they're certainly working on that quite hard. They're also working on the Escapade houses and sort of accommodation places all the way around the outside of the circuit, and particularly in a section around Magnus, Beckett and Chapel, so it becomes more like a real different place. You've got the wing complex that you're seeing here, of course, that was built initially and has hosted the F1 Grand Prix in this configuration in those pits ever since. So a magnificent facility, and even though it is quite a large facility, Katie, it's still seen as the home of British motorsport, and it's still a circuit that provides a lot of challenge. I think it's also as well quite a beginner-friendly circuit in the way that it's a flat circuit mostly. So therefore, if you do make a mistake, you've got plenty of tarmac runoff and places to go off should you need it. But it's quite a wide circuit that allows for a lot of room for error if you're a newcomer on this trying to start out. I think Silverstone's probably your best bet if you want to kind of learn a circuit without too many troubles like too many fast corners or circuits that have changes like lots of elevation changes and things close to the walls. You've got a lot of room to make mistakes at a circuit like Silverstone where you can learn your craft. But Dave Russell certainly has been learning his craft plenty in car number 3. At their info, David and Simon. David, of course, sharing the car with Simon Wilkes. They've been sim racing combined since a long time before COVID hit, and they are the most experienced drivers in the Positive Perception Esports squad. So they fit in the team together to try and tackle this one, and they've done a fine job to put themselves in the top 5. Yes, they've had one or two mishaps. Yes, they've had one or two incidents, particularly the spin, a couple of spins exiting entry onto the Wellington Straight, but they've managed to come back from that and drive well and just keep their noses nice and clean, neat and tidy, and just driven smartly. The need arises. Found a bit more pace when it's been needed. Looking pretty strong. Now, finding more pace when it's needed, speaking of which, Matt Kendall looks like he wants to pretty much put this race to bed, because not only has he set his own personal best of a 154.022, he's also that the fastest lap of the race, 154. So he's actually set a brand new fastest lap with about 20 minutes to go. So if that's not a statement of intent, he's pretty much looking to wrap this one up and put this race to bed with 20 minutes to go. If that's not a statement, I'm not quite sure what is. It's a lap on the Sakura Engineering X5. It's a bit further back in the order. James Whitehead at the wheel. That car is still showing in 12th position, so I think it's one place off the bottom of the class. Kendall turns his way high speed through Cops, nice and neat and tidy. Used a little bite of curb on the inside and on the exit. It's neat and tidy. Runs the car all the way up to the inner sausage curb on the inside, and just again nice and neatly just races the curb, brushes the curb each of the turns through Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel, and then just brings the car into the hangar straight. Speed begins to build. Top gear in 6th. Punch down through the gears to 3rd, up to 4th, to 5th again, and back down to the gears again. He's coming up to put a lap on the SR Donation Society black car. He manoeuvres himself around it. And onto the straight once again. That is now another lap in the books. That's now 175 laps completed. 176 lap he's on now. Don't think we'll breach 200. I think we might be a little bit too short of time to manage that. I think we might get another maybe 8 or 9 laps in, given that maybe not. We might actually get how many more could we get? 20 minutes. Should be at 10 laps. I mean, we might get close to about 190 or so, but we'll see how we get on at the flag. Continue on board with Kendall, giving us a fine view of the Silverstone GP circuit.
still enjoys a 43-second advantage out in front. Back with our MX5 leader. He's now caught up to the Positive Perception Esports Blue MX5. He's putting a lap on in 8th place. I think was slightly bullied out of the way, I think, by the SM Corsa Radical. It ran quite wide to kind of keep out of the way. And he was indeed the SM Corsa car. That's Saul Matilla, who's pushing on in 7th place, probably because he knows that he's not too far ahead. Well, it says he's a lap ahead of the Imish Isner number 757 Sheen. That car, Happy Minds Racing, he's got a lap on that car. So, I mean, if Isner does catch him up, I'm not quite sure he's going to catch him by the end of the race again, unless touchwood there's a drama. Still Daryl Bennett then, continuing to make this alternative strategy work. Wonder though, is he going to need final pit stop? Because he did obviously pitted quite far ahead of everyone else. So if Daryl does need to pit again, that might throw a spanner into the works, his possible chances. And if he does drop his pace, that's going to be key. Now, if you look at the stats that look at the bottom right, you can see the info that we've got here for the pit stop stints. And his stints have roughly been about roughly 20 odd laps. If he keeps it steady, he might well be able to do this to the end, provided that the cars in front, the faster cars, the Radicals, don't rack up too much more laps. I think he might well just survive this one and be able to get it home at too much more drama on the pit stops. You can see that initially a lot of the cars pitted pretty much at exactly the same time. We look at when they were pitting, a sort of late 28 laps or so for them. So, and it being on that alternative strategy has meant that he's kind of made that work, particularly in the middle stints. He had some decent stints of about 27, 28 laps. He's on that kind of shorter stint on the run towards the flag. I think this will be the same sort of stint length as it was before. Time-wise, they're still the sort of mid to high 220s at this point, 226s, 227s, 228s. So, looking at his gap, he's got 31 seconds ahead, and he's backed it off into the 229. So he's not pushing overly hard. He's lapping at about sort of bottom of the top 5, second half of the top 10 pace. It's only the likes of Nathan Williams and Andy Gershwin who are pushing hard in the 227s. So I think that even though he's got a 31-second advantage, unless he really backs off his pace, which I can't see him doing, I can't see either Williams or Gershwin closing in quick enough to be a problem. I think that Bennett has got this one nicely under control. If he just negotiates the next few laps and gets it to the flag in the end, that will be excellent to see. I think we've had another £10 donation come through, which is excellent to see. So thank you to whoever that was. I might just check the quick crowdfunding page to Just Giving page to see who that might have been. Alistair Ramsey. Thank you, Alistair. So it's his brother paying his bit in for the cause. We'll give a shout out to everyone who has donated for this race at the end, just so we can say thank you to all, because there might be more that might donate between now and the end of the race. I might just throw it out there. If there's any chance we can get close to 900, that would be amazing. So again, no pressure or obligation. Genuinely, no pressure or obligation. Just want to see if we can push it a little bit further to, again, more marshals, more mental health, first aid training to help drivers and other team members and officials within motorsport to make sure that they are looked after, and that anything they need, anytime they need to talk about something or get in touch would be great. As I say that, another £10 has come in, so it's 870, so maybe we can get close to 900. Great to see. That was a £10 that came in from Anonymous, another anonymous donation. So whoever you are, thank you very much. And we are just edging closer to that final total. We are also edging closer to the end of the race. It's incredible to think there's only still 13 minutes left to go in this race, Katie. There's been so much going on, but we are getting into the closing stages. And I think, again, touchwood, it looks as though that both teams have got, just both leading class leaders have got enough in the tank, quite literally and hypothetically, to just bring these cars home and take very well-deserved victories. And what's been a quite thrilling race from start to finish, with plenty of fascinating flashpoints up and down the order.
It's an incredible rain today. I think everyone's put in such an incredible effort. It's been fantastic to see. And yeah, we're so close to the end now, and 7 cars out on track going round. I do think we will be holding stations now, but you never know. We've got 12 minutes left. I'm still one of those last minute something might happen, but no, it's been fantastic to see some great racing, some really, really close battles consistently throughout, which has been great to watch.
It's been great to watch, and again, we're incredibly grateful for everyone that has entered, everyone that has taken part, everyone that has supported, everyone that's watching the stream, everyone that's been a part of Driven Minds from start to finish, just to get to this point and to run this first charity sim race event has been phenomenal. And again, all the work from not just Nick Ramsey Goff, but the help. I think he's had some help from the likes of Will Blackwell Chambers and Matt Kendall, who have also been invaluable too, having built that connection through the into esports series, and of course the fact that Will and Matt did such a grand job, have done such a grand job running all three of the Winter Esports series. I have to give my personal, a public personal thank you to them for all the efforts that they've done, and excellent work by everyone to make it a very clean and very sort of tidy and very, in the best possible way, unspectacular race in terms of drama and incidents. There's been good overtakes, there's been close racing, but there hasn't been anything which you consider to be a major accident or a major flashpoint that's a negative. It's been a very good-spirited and good-hearted race all the way through. And again, all this raising very good cause. Now this is the SR Donation Society black car that's coming in for a final stop. But this is to change drivers because Rudy Breedveld is in. I think they've got one more driver to put in, I'm certain, if I look at the driver list, and it will be going into the car Lewis Park, I would predict, because Paul Greatrix has done his second stint. Really Breedveld has completed his, so I think Lewis Park, by process of elimination, should be jumping in to take the car home for the last 11 minutes. In terms of where they are in the order, they probably will drop to 5th position, maybe 6th. Let's quickly in and out. So it's actually a splash and dash, in fact. So really, Breedveld didn't need his drivers, purely just a fuel stop. And Spolin's going through, but he's in one of the radicals anyway. Looks as though I think that Rudy will have got back out without losing a spot, which if that's the case, that's fine driving. Into the last 10 minutes now. I guess ever creeping closer. I'm sure we'll have plenty of happy drivers and to talk to after the race in terms of their efforts and how they've gone. For those who might be listening to the broadcast possibly whilst you're driving, as long as you head to the Apex Racing TV, I'm sure Nick or others will be able to direct you how to get there, and then you'll be able to come and have a chat with us post-race and let us know how the event went for you. But it would be great to have the top three of both drivers together on the on the kind of virtual kind of e-podium, if you like, if you put them together. And great to have. Bolan putting a lap again on the Sakura Engineering Mazda MX-5, which still runs just outside the top 10. James Whitehead out through Maggots, Beckett's, out through Chapel. This RAF Motorsport car genuinely has a very, very solid runner, very solid driver pairing, and to bring the car currently into 4th position is an impressive feat. Look at their other lineups. In fact, it's no surprise Chris Boland has got quite a high license rating. He's on a grade 4.62. Currently one of the highest grade drivers out on the grid at the moment, so it's good to see he's been doing a fine run so far. He is on lap 181, so we won't get to 200, and we're not going to get to, I'm not going to get to 190 either. We'll get around about 186, 187, another 5 or 6 laps to go, depending on when Kendall crosses the line to start his final lap. We get to the final minutes of the race. Of course, Katie, you've been in the commentary box pretty much all event from start to finish. Of course, it's been your first experience of being in a commentary box from start to finish. Honest thoughts? How have you found it being on the microphone for almost 6 hours?
It's been terrifying. It's been a fantastic experience. I cannot get over how difficult it is, Scott. You've made it look so easy to be able to keep up with everything. Absolutely top job. I don't know how any commentator does it. It's non-stop, absolutely non-stop. You cannot look away for a second. My internet is really struggling with Nick racing next door, and even just trying to keep up, it's been crazy, but I've thoroughly enjoyed it. And I need a lot more practice, but no, it's been great today. It's been fantastic.
I think I speak for everyone to say that if this was your first time in the box, you've certainly spoken as if you haven't spoken as if it was, because you've definitely made some very good points, and you definitely kind of talked as if you knew what you were talking about in terms of the mentality of things. You give some good insight in terms of the mentality of the drivers and what to do on track, etc. So it's been great to have you give some insight on that side. And I think if you with a few more times, and you might well be up there. And I think any nerves or lack of confidence that you might have, I don't think there is a lack of confidence. It's simply just it's your first time doing it. So ultimately, it's understandably being a bit daunting, but no, I think for what it's worth, I think you've done quite a solid job, and I've been quite impressed with how well you've come across, at least in terms of talking about different subjects throughout the race that I've tried to throw at you. So as a co-commentator, you've done, as the Beatles would say, you've passed the audition, so you've done quite well.
Thank you.
Which is great stuff. So a couple more comments that have come through from just a couple of bits that came in. One thing to point out, actually, the co-driver for the Positive Perception Blue team, according to Tristan Dasher, is actually quite tired. I think it is Tristan Dasher. Quite tired, as it's 2 a.m. where he is, so it says speaking in person like it isn't me. So I think he's kind of giving the game away when he says that as well. Also, an insight on some issues earlier on from Carl Pilkington, who was the teammate to Mark Blunt. Apparently, they had an issue with his hardware where it downshifted him twice. So obviously, he's had some issues there, possibly that might have damaged the engine or done something which has put him down the order. But nonetheless, his car down in 10th place at this point. There's Nathan J. Williams, still second in the Pass on the Grass team. Had their own issues and troubles. One of the main issues was losing 2 minutes after a software issue. So they've kind of dropped back a lot, but managed to get back into the race. And even had the coming together with the Team Radline Radical at Brooklands. Even then, fast towing back to the pits and quickly getting the car repaired and back out on the track has lost them roughly minimal time. It might not have won on the race, but still second place is a very solid effort. And in any endurance race, it's a prize in itself. It's an achievement in itself, regardless of the endurance race, whether it's 6, 12, 24 hours, or even a shorter one like 2 or 3 hours. Just getting to the finish is a result in itself, because there are some cars that don't make it. There are some drivers that don't make it because they have issues, they have problems, they have incidents, they have mechanical woes. Some drivers, you can just keep it calm, keep it steady, drive the car within itself, push when you need to, and just keep it on the straight and narrow all the way to the flag. We are inside the final 4 minutes, so only literally a couple more laps to go. There was a location of where the leader is. The leader at the moment is currently exiting Cops towards Magnus Beckis and Chapel. Here is Matt Kendall. So he will come across the line, I think, with roughly... Yeah, I think he should come across the line with maybe 2 laps to go, because a lap time for him is about 1:53. And you can definitely tell that he wants to put sign, seal, and deliver this definitively, because we've had some fast lap times today in the 54s. Matt Kendall not satisfied with that. Pumped in on my last lap, a 1:53.847, even in the last stage of the race. But one thing that we'll be doing that as well is there'll be plenty of rubber downlaid on the circuit, on the racing line. So at this point in time in the race, the circuit is going to be at its absolute grip. It's going to be so much rubber laid down on the racing line that you can go quicker and quicker. He goes out of club onto the pit straight. He will get 2 more laps, because he's come across the line with about 2 minutes 40 to go on the clock. And a lap is 1:53, so he'll get 2 more laps. This is the penultimate lap of the race then puts a lap on Whitehead, Sakura Engineering Mazda. Whitehead. I think in terms of the performance, I mean, considering these guys didn't get a great lap in qualifying, starting 7th, Casey, they got a really strong start, picked their way through, And just when it comes to really knuckling down to a solid race pace, these guys have been absolutely untouchable. They've had pretty much on lockdown ever since the really strong, clever stint that Matt Kendall ran in when he was on the tail of Thomas Merritt for a lot of that race, for that second stint, just biding his time, not pushing the car too hard. And the overcut that he achieved by pitting 2 or 3 laps later was really what set the wheels in motion truly for Kendall and Blackwell Chambers. They've really, the strategy, they've took it by the scruff of the neck, and they've absolutely just commanded this race ever since pretty much that second pit stop when they leapfrogged Thomas Merritt in the stops and took the lead.
Definitely. And if I was to donate £1 every time I used my word consistency, we'd probably reach our 100% target for today. But it purely comes down to that. And, you know, it's not all about qualifying because there's so much that can happen across an endurance race. It's about concentrating, get stuck in, pitting at the right time, good strategy, good lap times, and you can get right up to the top. And we can definitely see that. And just very, very quickly jumping to our Instagram for Driven Minds. We had a couple of shout outs of Team Secura cheering their drivers on, and Sim Motorsport as well. Just a big shout out for Thomas Merritt, solo for 6 hours and showing real skill and resilience. So great to see the teams behind their drivers as well.
I would argue a different word the race for you, Katie.
Oh.
Absolutely.
Absolutely, because we're in full agreement.
Yep. I wasn't going to say anything, but you mentioned about word of the race, and I thought I might as well get it in now at the end. Meanwhile, in the Mazdas, this has been the story of the race for them. Excellent stuff from Daryl Bennett, who initially pitted 10 laps earlier than anybody else, and we wondered about what the strategy was going to be and how this was going to work, but has worked it nicely on the alternate run, being 10 laps early, being slightly out of sequence, but it's all kind of come back together so that it's worked out in the end. And Daryl's put in a fine drive again, running solo for 6 hours. It might not be as taxing as the Radical might be with the high downforce, but even so, it's been a great run for Daryl, and I think if he does make it to the flag here all in one piece, a very deserved win from what's been a heroic solo effort. Daryl works his way through Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel. Clock has hit 0, so the timer is up, and so this will be run to the flag. And Clapham North, who have been supporters of this race since the beginning, has been absolutely superb, and it is going to be their car on sheer pace alone will come through to take the victory. And even on the last lap, you can see that Kendall is pushing as hard as he dares. He's got the toe on the Happy Minds racing car, but it looks like it will finish in 8th place. Diving up the inside. The last thing you want now is to go up the inside and have an instant, but it's not going to happen. The Matt Kendall and Will Blackwell Chambers have driven absolutely superbly all the way through from start to finish. Doesn't matter if they've started in 7th place, because as Alan Moffat once said, unless you're there on the last lap, all the others count for nothing. They are there on the last lap. They will come to the checkered flag, victorious in the first ever Driven Minds Willpower 6 hour. Victory for Will Blackwell Chambers and Matt Kendall overall, and in the Radical class, a brilliant drive to come through, brilliant strategy, and ultimately an excellent effort all the way through. I also want to check if he took the fastest lap of the race, that last one, because he was pushing hard to try and make that happen. I'm going to quickly look. No, he didn't. He did a 54.08, so he was 0.2 off, but pressing all the way to the flag. Coming to the flag to take second will be Pass on the Grass Racing. They had a couple of issues and incidents, but they do still pick up the runner-up spot. An excellent drive for Pass on the Grass Racing. Nathan J. Williams brings that car home. Now, there's not a prize for driver of the race, but arguably you could say this young man has be a shoo-in to be winning, one of the drivers to win it, because Thomas Merritt, in the faster of the two cars, has driven absolutely superbly for 6 hours solid. That's what he can do in 6 hours. Imagine him in 15-minute bursts in the Fiesta Junior Championship. Second for Sim Motorsport, and Thomas Merritt in the end at the flag. Third place, across the line, it goes the Mazda MX-5 of SR Donation Society Yellow, so they pick up the final podium place. And as for third in the Radicals, here comes the Team Radline car. Stephen Place will come through. This car again at one point was quicker than the Clapham North machine, but they did get caught up in a couple of incidents, and they have done a fantastic job way through. So up with the checker flag will come Stephen Place, and he will claim the final podium spot in the Radical class, and a fine job from car number 69. Pick up a piece of endurance race silverware. The only car we're waiting for now is the actual winner in the MX5 class, we've got the Paul Wallace Wizzy Motorsport car coming through to complete the top 5. Also had the SR Donation Society Black car has come through to take 4th. So that's 2 cars in the top 5 for SR Donation Society. And a solid effort here for Linda Noble, who we're told actually has a busted wrist apparently. So she's come through into P6. A really good drive from her and her co-driver. Up through, up corner they come, and a very, very fine and solid drive for Linda Noble. That's a really good effort. Got P6. This is the man of the hour in the MX5s on an alternative strategy, and again running solo. Has come home to the tune of 25-26 seconds. He is absolutely dominant from start to finish since he took the strategy and took the lead. It is victory for Bennett Motorsport and Daryl Bennett in an incredible solo run after 6 hours. He wins the MX5 class in the Willpower 6 hour by Driven Minds. Amazing effort from him. Just as we keep on saying from start to finish and for everyone. An amazing effort by everyone to pretty much just about get everyone that started the race to finish, regardless of the dramas. It's been quite a race. I think you can agree, Katie, 2 very deserving winning teams in the end on both classes.
Definitely. It's been fantastic for everyone, and I'm just so thankful and so grateful to everyone who took part today. It was fantastic. It was some really, really great racing. And yeah, I'm looking forward to the next one, because we have to do a next one and see these guys back out again, because it's been absolutely fantastic. I had no idea that Linda was struggling with an injury as well, so to complete the race today, well deserved to cross the line, and just an absolutely fantastic job from everyone.
Certainly has been, and I think that everyone's got, if they've wanted the rest of a drink, they've certainly earned it now. Particularly Daryl Bennett and Thomas Merritt, 2 solo drives without pretty much virtually no break whatsoever. The only break they're getting is 90 seconds respite in pit stops, and that's it between. But running for 6 hours solidly, really impressive from them both. And the MX5, of course, not as taxing, I suppose, in terms of downforce and grip, but nonetheless, it has been an amazing occasion. Nonetheless, I think we're going to see here possibly a replay we're looking at here. Oh, it's a slowdown for the run through the result in a moment. So we're just finding some moody shots to run through here as we go through the results and the post-race interviews, top 3s, and I'm sure we'll do that very soon. So here's the results then, as they'll come up on the screen in a moment. We'll run you through the right results order. So the victors then, by 48 seconds, was car number 43. That's Clapham North, with Matt Kendall and Will Blackwood Chambers victorious. Second place, and an incredible solo effort over 6 hours, was car number 12, driven by Thomas Merritt. And rounding off the podium, car number 69, which was the Team Radline machine car. And that car had, I'm trying to find the names on here, but it was Stephen Place that brought the car home, sharing it with John McCutcheon at the flag. 4th, a solid effort for the REF eMotorsports team as well, as they came across the line with James King, and I think it was Chris Boland, so a great effort for them. They were a lap behind, and rounding off the top 5 despite losing their rear wing at one point was number 3, and that's the Positive Perception esports car getting a top 5 finish for them. And that was David Russell and Simon Wilkes at the flag in the end, running through the rest of the order. 6th was the number 10 car, which is GSG Racing, which is Tom Goldsborough and Alexander Malalou, followed by 7th place for SM Corsa, which was Saul Matilla and Cohen McCarthy. 8th was Hamish Easner and Jonathan Bennett for the Happy Minds Racing with Driven Minds. 9th was Janeman Preuss, as he shared that car in the Team Heap Together squad with Stephen Koenig. And rounding up the top 10 was Jacko Grobler. That's the second of that Team Heap Together car, sharing with Cameron DeBastos. In the MX5 category, you can see, finishing overall in, I think it was, that was 15th overall. And it was the victory solo for Daryl Bennett in the Bennett Motorsport car, and they finished in the end basically a lap ahead, if you like, of Nathan Williams and the number 9 car. Looking down the order, I'm doing this on the fly, trying to find the names of the drivers as I scroll through. So it was Nathan J. Williams, and he shared that car with Chris Devlin and passed on the grass racing. 3rd and 4th were the 2 SR Donation Society cars. It was the yellow car driven by Gareth Ronda, Andy Gershwind and Mark Bunyan, and the second of those cars, which was car number 8, that picked up was 2 laps back. That was Paul Greatrix, Lewis Park the man who took the flag at the end, which is Rudy Breedveld. Fifth was number 24, and that was the Busy Motorsport car. With in the end, sixth was the Mission Motorsport car with Linda Noble and Klaas. Find his name on here for a second. Linda Noble and Klaas Hartmann. Then it was 7th place for Alex R. Walker for Team Shift Motorsport. It was 8th place for the 751 Positive Perception Esports Blue car. 9th for GRDC Endurance Racing, who, again, another great solo effort from Craig Starkey. And then in the end, it was actually Carl Pilkington who was racing, thankfully. He was sharing that car with Mark Blunt to pick up a top 10 for MBM Racing. We're going to get towards interviews now, I think. But again, congratulations to all of the drivers and teams that took part and for making the finish, which is great to see. Let's first of all bring in, I think we've only got the Radical drivers at the moment. So what we'll do, I think we should bring them in both together. Let's bring in Matt Kendall and Will Blackwell Chambers in case you're free to jump in to give any questions.
We're all
as well.
joined by our hatred of the esports world, so therefore we're all quick. How's it going?
Mid-conversations they came in. So, Will Blackwell Chambers, Matt Kendall, congratulations from 7th on the grid, but that didn't stop you at all. First of all, Will, of course, the opening stint for you picking your way through from 7th. Let's just talk us through how you managed to get yourself into that lead group and how frantic it was, as it typically tends to be at the start of an endurance race like that.
Yeah, so I may have made the slight mistake of heading out on a ski trip last week, so I did the grand total of 0 practice, which, as you can see, didn't really help in qualifying. So yeah, popped at P7, not my best effort, and no, it was fun sort of making my way through. It was blooming hard work, very good clean racing by everyone, but it was very close. And then yeah, just managed to sort of work my way to the front and handed it over.
You handed it over to Matt, of course, in that second stint. And Matt, I think it looked to me in that first stint that when you were behind the wheel that you were simply just facing Thomas's tail and sticking on his tail to possibly even save fuel and to give you an extra couple of laps in clean air when Thomas eventually decided to make his second stop. Was that the case, or were you simply just that matched on pace?
Yeah, I wanted to sort of... I mean, Thomas was very fast, so I knew that if I tried to fight him for position at that point, it was probably going to be a net loss. So I decided to hang on, stay in the tow, maybe make him push a little bit harder than you probably wanted to, and yeah, just save some fuel, which paid off well in the end.
He did, and then obviously going forwards, once you'd taken the lead, it was pretty much a case of not really looking back so much. In terms of overall race pace, well, you said about the fact you hadn't done too many laps, but once you then got comfortable into the car and knew the race pace of it, having done the first couple of stints between yourself and Matt, was it simply more of a case of just reeling off the laps and pushing the car as hard as you needed to kind of make sure you weren't going to be touched?
Yeah, I tried to do a bit of fuel saving. One of the stints probably went a little bit too hard and lost a bit of time, so scrapped that idea off. And yeah, as you say, it was just circulating. There's quite a reasonable speed difference between the Mazdas and the Radicals, so that was always challenging and fun to get around. But no, Clapham North car, very quick, really comfortable in it. As you say, lack of practice as we're going around, it sort of started to come to you, get more comfortable, the lap time started to drop. And yeah, it was just sort of sit back, relax, and cruise on through, really.
Then Matt, just finishing with you as a last comment about the race, you could see at the end of it you have taken advantage of the increased grip. Now there have been still plenty of laps been laid down on the racing line. You were very much chasing that fastest lap of the race, and you actually dipped into the 53s with your best lap to set the fastest lap of the race. And even on the last lap, you could see that you were trying to push as hard as you could. Was it just simply just to put the file nail in the coffin and just say, look, sign, seal, and deliver it with the fastest lap too?
Oh, I mean, generally when I race, for me, the best way to not make a mistake in the last 5 minutes is to go as fast as possible. So I was kind of like just trying to focus on driving it as fast as possible and not think about the time left in the race to not make a mistake so close to the end.
You didn't make any mistakes. You drove a really flawless race throughout, and you pretty much took a victory by some 40 odd seconds or so in the end. From 7th on the grid, really impressive and well deserved winners. Well, Matt, massive congratulations. You are the inaugural overall and class winners, of course, of the Driven Minds Willpower 6 Hours. So brilliantly driven from both of you, and congratulations and enjoy your spoils.
Yes.
Perfect. Cheers for that, and thanks for Clapham North for sponsoring the car and the event.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you, Matt. Thank you, Will, and congratulations on job well done indeed. The next one we can pull in is the only other car driver we've got apart from bringing Nick Ramsey off, and that's
think it's worth speaking to him, and it's Thomas Merritt, because he put in a Herculean effort to run it 6 hours solo. Thomas, congratulations on taking second place. First of all, I have to ask, 6 hours of driving a Radical non-stop, how are you? Because it must have been taxing.
Yeah, that was very tough. Driving for 6 hours, keeping the concentration with the slower MX-5s, definitely kept me on my toes, but really enjoyed it. And a huge thanks to Driven Minds, and a congratulations to Will and to Matt for driving out a standing race, playing the strategy just right. We had that slower stint in the middle of the race, where we were just I was trying to fuel save a little bit, but in the end it came to no avail, and they pulled a really good job. So yeah, many congratulations to them, and thank you to Driven Minds putting on an awesome event. Really enjoyed it, and can't wait for some more in the future.
Thank you for also competing in it as well. Obviously, the first part of the race, you were in the mix with the leaders as well. Then you had that point where it was you and Matt running together. And I think Matt was kind of running with your pace to see if he could save a bit of fuel behind you to try and get the leapfrog. In those moments when you had clear air, because you said you were saving a bit of fuel, but did you feel as though the car had really good pace in clear air, or were you more comfortable racing in a pack?
I definitely wanted to be behind someone, preferably, just to save some fuel, without losing too much time, because obviously you have the tow. But running on your own, it is positive, because you don't have the constant sort of concentration where you're watching out for their braking points, etc. But it does also keep you on your toes, and for 6 hours of driving, the focus definitely had to be there. So I think following someone kept me a little more on my toes and was easier to run with, but solo was also sort of equally good as well. But I think if anything, I preferred running behind someone.
Solo running behind someone, it certainly worked out pretty well. I guess then the question I have to really ask is, if that 6 hours of in a Radical was a breeze, was pretty enough for you, how much less taxing is 15-minute sprints in Fiesta Juniors going to be this year, given you've just done 6 hours in a Radical with much more power and grip?
Well, I think they're going to be pretty similar, to be honest. Fiesta Juniors gives you no breathing. So yeah, first round at Snetterton next weekend. Can't wait to just get out there and have a good start to the season. This has really helped me, actually, just for sort of consistency, not the actual driving of the cars, but for the consistency and the focus. To be able to hit my marks for 6 hours has allowed me to sort of gain some concentration for Fiestas next weekend, which I think could play a big factor. But yeah, no, I think Fiesta Juniors this year will be very positive, and like I said, Snetterton next weekend. So see what we can do.
Well, looking forward to it. I'm sure I'll see you there amongst all the others. But for the moment, at least, I think if that wasn't enough pre-season sim training warm-up to get you ready, I'm not sure what will be. But 6 hours of a Radical to take second place overall and in class, really solid achievements. Do it solo, even more so. So Thomas, well done. Very hard-fought effort. And also says, go and take a rest ahead of next weekend. And I'm sure ahead of time, best of luck. What I'm sure will be best off the back of that. Hopefully, a very successful and positive Fiesta Junior season, which begins next weekend. Well done.
Brilliant, thank you, and see you soon.
Job from Thomas Merritt. We've got one more in the booth before we bring in Nick as well, and he was part of the Minds Racing with Driven Minds team. That's Hamish Easner, which finished inside the top 10, and that car finished about 7th or so. Let's have a quick chat to him as well. Hamish, congratulations on making the finish. A top 10 finish for Happy Minds with Driven Racing alongside Jonathan Bennett. Just talk us through your race. Obviously had your own ups and downs and challenges, but how was it all from your perspective?
Yeah, roller coaster. Just like starting from quali, and the previous practice sessions we'd done, I knew I was fast enough on top end pace to be fighting with the top 5. But as the qualifying session kept going and going, I kept not managing to get a clean lap. And then it literally came down to last lap, and just managed to pull a podium spot for starting, which it kind of blew me away a bit and got me quite hyped for the start. Had a really solid fight for P2, and then kind of back and forth between P2 and P3. And then we had that really bad snap coming out of the final corner, I'd say at like lap 10, that then put us down to 5th. And then lapping the MX-5s, we ended up getting punted through Maggots and Beckett's that put us all the way back. Crawling back to the to where we ended up finishing in P8 was really rewarding. It's been a really, really good event, even with all the setbacks.
Solid effort between you and Jonathan to get yourselves in the mix, and of course we've talked about a couple of teams about how the fact it was a long race and a car that's as fast and aerodynamic as this. I mean, what challenges did you guys face in order to make this car quick as possible throughout the race, given it's a long race with something that does rely a lot on aerodynamic grip for such a long time?
Yeah, I was very much prioritizing both of us being just smooth and comfortable, because at the end of the day, you do the best in the car if you are comfy, and it's better for the tires if you're smooth. And my driving style, especially with high downforce vehicles, is really smooth on the steering. I think the last couple of stints we ended up not even worrying about the tire wear. So it was just like, I need to get to 8th place, because we spent all of my third stint, so the second hour, just slowly catching up from about a 20-second gap to then getting past them before the pit cycle. Jonathan's quite new to sim racing, so he did a really solid effort. I think he ended up getting down to a 57 flat, which, being about 2 seconds off what I was doing, is really good going for a start, especially with such a difficult car to start off with. The Radical is close to the cars that I'm starting to drive this season, IRL. So it's been good prep for that, but it is just getting a nice comfort and balance between it, and just making sure you don't spin too much.
So 6 hours complete. Does this give you and Jonathan the appetite for more races in the future if Driven Minds put any more on?
Absolutely. I mean, the vibe I got with the bunch that were doing practice races before and throughout the race, it's a really, really good bunch. I hope more people join in, because it's been really good. I think there's some instances where you just get a little lost in communication with overtaking the slower class, but that happens. I'm very much looking forward to doing more with Driven Minds and doing more charity events like this.
Excellent. Well, for you and Jonathan, an excellent result on the top 10, and it's obviously been very, very well hard fought given some of the battles that you've had. So congratulations for the result, and fingers crossed we'll see you next time for some more fairly soon. But for now, on behalf of Jonathan and also for yourself as well, congratulations, and hopefully we'll see you soon.
Thank you. Bye.
Great stuff. I think we have got enough time to bring in one more person, which is of course the man who put this all together in the first place, and has come away, I'm sure, with a very big smile on his face and a lot of relief, I think, that he's feeling after all this, and that is Nick Ramsey-Goff himself. Nick, first of all, that wanted to set you off. 6 hours complete, a lot of success. How are you?
Yeah, no, I'm really good. That couldn't have gone better if I'd have asked. Like, that was amazing. Wow. Yeah, my first experience of endurance racing, my first experience setting up anything like that, and wow, what a success. I hope it's come across as well on the stream as what it has for us being involved in it. I've got a long list of thank yous if now's the right time to do it.
Go for it.
Yeah, so obviously first and foremost, title sponsor Clapham North, who supported us to make sure this would happen. They've put a lot of money towards this cause, so a massive thank you to George, and both of our prize sponsors, Rocked It and Posper Designs, who are going to sort the winners out with some helmet bags and some iRacing liveries, which is amazing. And then thank you to all the drivers. Amazing work. I think we had 50 plus drivers over the teams, and it's such a great community. Honestly, there's not anyone that has a bad word to say after that race. It's been really, really positive. And a huge thank you to yourself, Scott. amazing job on the comms. What I have heard, the 3 hours where I've not been in the car has been amazing. And of course, I have to have a massive shout out to Katie, who was dropped in at 9:30 this morning for her first ever commentary gig. And again, nothing but positive feedback on that. Yeah, absolutely unreal.
So you definitely don't okay to anything afterwards then, because you're dropping at the last minute by the sounds of it.
Oh, he owes me a lot. Don't worry.
I don't wish to purposely try and set you off again, but I will tell you, whilst this has been happening and do the interviews, we have had some more donations come in. As it currently stands at the moment for the race, I'm not sure if you're keeping tabs of it at all or hearing anything, but as it currently stands at the moment, the totals currently sits on Just Giving at 930, which is absolutely incredible. And obviously we set the target at 1600, but 930 is amazing. So all of you that have donated, massive thank you. I was going to give a shout out to everyone that had donated. I'll give a shout out to anyone that donated anonymously. Thank you for that, because obviously even though you didn't want to be marked out, at the very least you have done a great job supporting Driven Minds. So I'll go from the latest donation all the way through to the bottom. So if it's not in any particular order apart from that, obviously, but from the top to the bottom, I have to say a big thank you to some of the names I have on the screen here. Mark Blunt for donating. He's the most recent donator, about 5-10 minutes ago. Linda Fastest Female, who's also donated to. Alistair Ramsey, Carl Pilkington, Elaine, Paul and Sue Shrubsall, Chris Pearson, who of course is the dad of Ronan Pearson. He put in a mammoth £100 donation in support. Thank you ever so much to Chris and Ronan and the family. Zoe Dunn, Apex Assassin 85, Ian Pilk, Cam Z, Paul G Sim Golf and Racing, Mark number 23, SR Donation Society Black, The Average Viking, Minute 09 Gaming, Ilya Chicharov, SOAG for Linda, Windy, Bazwood, Magoo, Nick Martin, and we've still got a couple more. We've got Kev W, Charlie and Alex Demore, a very rare Charlie and Alex, Mon Deploy, then One, Nick's mum, Scott Evans, and also as well, we have to say a big thank you to the donation that Clapham North made also for supporting the event too. So an incredible amount raised on that side, and I think we both all know that that's going to go a long way to supporting and training a lot of marshals to give them the mental health first aid training that they need in order to be able to help further what Driven Minds is there to do, which is to not only make awareness of, but to help towards treatment and support for those who need it for mental health in motorsport, and training up marshals to be able to give it at race weekends, have the qualifications to do so, is going to be nothing short of invaluable.
Absolutely. And actually the really good news is there's another, I think it's £1,080 of offline donations. So we have actually smashed our target. We're over 2,000, which means we can get our full quota of marshals done for the year, which is just unreal. So thank you so much to everybody for that.
Yeah. And of course, if anyone happens to still want to donate, we've always said it throughout, just to make it absolutely clear, there's no pressure or obligation to donate whatsoever. If you feel that you wish to, please do so your own accord, and there's no obligation for any particular amount, whether it's £1, £5, 10, 20, doesn't matter what it is, big or small. It all goes towards helping something, as the saying goes, for a popular supermarket. Every little helps. So definitely, as much as you want to donate, if you feel that you can, if you can't, it's not a problem. Just at least being here, supporting the event, supporting Driven Minds, supporting the people within it, and supporting the work that they're doing is enough to at least showcase that they're doing something right, which is great. I'll have my personal thanks as well. Thanks for allowing me to talk nonsense for 6+ hours on here as well, which has been great, and I appreciate the compliments and stuff. And again, thank you to Katie for being a very capable sidekick in the comm box. I think in terms of the way she came across, the way she kind of at least talked, sounded like she was talking confidently. It wasn't loads of ums and ahs and stuff. It was sounded nice and crisp and clear, and sounded confident enough from what I could hear. So great job on that side. And yeah, I'll give a personal thanks as well, Nick. I know this was an idea that you plucked out of thin air 2 or 3 months ago. That's now created a great event with 50+ drivers and 28 entries across 2 classes, and in total you've raised about £2,000. It's an effort I think you and also everyone else involved, including Will and Battlewood Chambers and Matt Kendall, who not only won this race, but of course they've been the driving force behind helping you understand and organise the stuff in the background as well to give you the right guidance. So thanks to them of course as well. Their expertise of helping with the BRCC Winter Esports Series.
and just everyone that's been involved in the event from start to finish. Drivers, teams, sponsors, of course, being Clapham North and Rocked It and Prosperat on top of that as well. And just everyone involved in Driven Minds and everyone that's been watching on the stream and everyone that's got involved and wants to know more. If you want to know more about Driven Minds, you can follow them on social media, and they are also online. And that's drivenminds.co.uk. You can find out more. And we talked about it in the stream as well. If they want to find out how to either get involved, just get in touch with them. They'll be able to kind of give you a little sort of initial meeting / screening conversation to see where you are in motorsport and how you want to contribute and what Driven Minds means to you, and they'll be able to go from there. Nick, Katie, any final closing thoughts that you want to give before we sign off for the broadcast?
I don't think I could sum it up any better than you have, Scott. It's been absolutely amazing. I know Nick will be crying next door. I'm not too far off it myself. Just thank you so much to everyone taking part, helping us put this together, watching on the live stream, donating. It is absolutely unbelievable, and I'm rarely speechless, and I definitely am right now. So no, just thank you so much to everyone.
Yeah, I'm gone. So.
Yeah, I think that kind of, without saying anything, kind of says it all in many cases. So I'll take us out to finish off the event. So congratulations again to our overall and radical class winners, Clapham North being Will Black, Will Chambers and Matt Kendall, and to our solo Mazda MX-5 class winner, Daryl Bennett for Bennett Motorsport in the category. They are the inaugural class winners of the 2025 Driven Minds Willpower 6 Hour on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. We have to say thank you, of course, as well to the very generous guys of Lee Thompson and everyone at Apex Racing have put on a brilliant broadcast. As we know from doing the Winter Esports Series, all their efforts is very much genuinely appreciated. And just to top it off, another £10 has come in to make it 940 on the stream. Happy days. So from all of us at Silverstone, at the virtual Silverstone, Driven Minds, from Apex Racing TV and everyone that's taken part in the event, thank you so much for watching. If you're watching on the Apex Racing TV channel, of course, go hit the subscribe button. They put loads of great broadcasts on for sim racing pretty much every day of the week, all the way through the year. And until then, go and check out Driven Minds on social media, on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, all the good places where you can find them. And of course, visit the website too. Massive thank you once again to everyone that's been part of this, and congratulations on a very successful inaugural Driven Minds Willpower 6 Hour. We will see you very soon in the future for the next one, whenever that might be. But until then, for now.